can be viewed via Zoom. All of our interviews and discussions will be placed on our YouTube channel in the coming days. So please like, subscribe, and click the bell for notifications at youtube.com/@America's Future Series. America's Future Series is a nonpartisan think tank and speaker series focused on U.S. global competitiveness and national security. We were founded in 2009 with support from leaders like T. Boone Pickens, Ross Perot Sr., Randall Stevenson, and Herb Kelleher to provide a forum for meaningful dialogue on a broad range of topics. We invite everyone wishing to have constructive conversations and even debate on how best to ensure that America, along with its allies, remain the strongest economic, military, and political powers in the world. I'd like to start by thanking all of our sponsors, partners, and team members who made this summit possible. In particular, the longstanding and amazing support of Ken Peterman and his fantastic team at Comtech Telecommunications has helped us grow and expand our programming over the last few years. Ken is a thought leader dedicated to ensuring the best ideas are put forward and that all aspects of our society work together for the common good. He himself is an accomplished leader who has had great success growing numerous commercial and defense-focused businesses. The progress he has made in his short tenure with Comtech has been incredible. I want to thank him from the bottom of my heart for his wisdom, guidance, participation, and support. I'd also like to thank Guidehouse and its CEO, Scott McIntyre, for being our gold sponsor for the two-day summit. Without him and his brilliant team, we could not bring this content to you. Guidehouse is doing amazing work supporting our nation's national security and government agencies. It has brought together the talent, wisdom, and capabilities of some of the world's leading consultancies like PwC's Federal Practice, Grant Thornton, Navigant, and others to form a powerhouse, combining the best in commercial and public sector expertise to outmaneuver today's most difficult challenges. Before I bring Ken Peterman on to set the stage for the day, I'd also like to thank Dr. J.R. DeShaza of the UT Austin LBJ School of Public Affairs for being our venue host. We greatly appreciate their collaboration and allowing us to emanate from their offices in Washington, D.C. We also look forward to Dean DeShaza hosting a fantastic conversation with Adam Klein, Director of the Robert S. Strauss Center for International Security and Law, to kick off the debate. Lastly, I'd like to thank business executives for national security, their new CEO, General Tim Ray, their DC Director, Alex Wolf, and their colleagues for partnering with us and the LBJ School on our luncheon reception tomorrow, which honors Secretary Ellen Wood. They are also partnering with us on our VIP reception and five-star award presentation at the U.S. Capitol tomorrow evening. Secretary, with that, I'd like to welcome my great friend. They are also partnering with us on our VIP reception and communications course. He will join us after a very brief pause. Well, Ken, I'm glad you're here. I really appreciate your joining us and you're being the host for this two-day conference, our summit on national security. Just said a few nice things about you and your team at Comtech. It's probably nothing you haven't heard a million times, so you may blush a little bit when you see it. But can't thank you enough for coming on board. And you always do such a fantastic job, both teeing up the day and then sort of closing it out and summarizing it. So I'd love to hear a little bit about your thoughts about this two-day conference and any remarks you'd like to give.
Thank you, David. It's very kind of you. Good morning. And thank you to everyone for joining us today. I think Comtech is genuinely honored to be the title sponsor of this really fantastic event. The America's Future Series National Security Summit. It's uniquely insightful. It's thought-provoking. It's a fascinating venue where industry, government, and academic leaders come together to candidly express and discuss important topics related to national security, U.S. policy, global affairs, and much more, absent political motive or agenda. These events not only put forward thought-provoking ideas, but they also offer actionable insight that leaders can put into practice across both the government and the commercial sectors. As David mentioned, I am the chairman, president, and CEO of Comtech, and at our core, Comtech's a technology company with over 50 years of proven technology leadership across global, satellite, space, terrestrial, and wireless markets. Today, we're leading the way to usher in a new era of ubiquitous, smart-enabled connectivity, anywhere, anytime. Through our unique culture of innovation and differentiated expertise, we're creating smart networks that will democratize access to global connectivity, deliver new insights that will transform technology landscapes, and provide new services that will empower a truly connected planet. We have a fantastic program lined up for you today, and in fact, over the next 2 days. And I want to take a minute to provide a preview of what's ahead. Today, we're kicking things off with a discussion on strengthening the defense industrial base. It'll feature speakers that include the Honorable Alan Lower, who is also a ComTech board member, Congressman Ken Calvert, and National Security Advisor Bryn Willicott. Then we'll feature ComTech's very own Daniel Gazinski, along with Kevin Steen from OneWeb Technologies, Scott Shemriff of Iridium, and Sam Visner of the Aerospace Corporation and Space ISIC. We'll discuss commercial space assets from a variety of diverse perspectives. We move from there to a panel discussion about the space industry and how it brings innovation. This panel features a really great lineup of speakers that include Major General Heather Pringle of the Space Foundation, Paul Nielsen with CMU's Software Engineering Institute, and Stephen Kate, who is the Senior Director of Azure Space at Microsoft. Then later on today, because it's a big day, we have a great discussion on cyber and physical security, innovations and investments that shape national defense, national security and population decline, and even quantum technology and implications for national security. And to wrap up our day one with a much anticipated fireside chat featuring Vago Muradian of Defense and Aerospace Report and Eric Fanning, who is the president and CEO of the Aerospace Industries Association. So David, I want to thank you again for pulling together such a fantastic lineup over the next 2 days. And thank you to everyone who's tuning in to this American Future Series Summit sponsored by our One ComTech team. I'm really looking forward to participating and listening in to each of these sessions. And I know we have a lot of ComTech friends, employees, and partners who are thrilled to be part of it as well. I'll see you all later in the day for closing remarks. And David, back to you, my friend.
Thank you, sir. So we're going to turn it over to Secretary Ellen Lord, Congressman Ken Calvert. They're going to be moderated by National Security Advisor Bryn Willicott. It's going to be a great day. Turning it over to you guys. Thank you so much.
Today's world is driven by access to technology and information. We rely on it for everything, from doctor visits and education to military operations and emergency services. Connectivity sits at the heart of it all. But a large amount of the global population remains unconnected, putting them at major economic and social disadvantage. ComTech has made it our mission to solve the toughest technology and networking challenges in the world, democratizing access to smart connectivity, delivering meaningful insights, and empowering a truly connected planet. With more than 50 years of proven technology leadership across global satellite, space, terrestrial, and wireless markets, ComTech enables ubiquitous, smart-enabled connectivity anywhere, anytime, creating new opportunities for industries, businesses, communities, governments, and individuals. Leading the effort to revolutionize satellite and space connectivity, ComTech connects global communities through integrated, software-defined satellite communications technologies, virtualized multi-orbit solutions, and multimodality services. We also have our feet on the ground as one of the most trusted terrestrial and wireless technology providers in the market, delivering precise location-based services and next-generation 911 solutions with cloud-native networking capabilities. ComTech is leading the convergence of satellite, space, terrestrial, and cellular technologies to enable unified hybrid network infrastructures based on open standards and delivered through the cloud to connect the unconnected, bridge the digital divide, and deliver access to the latest services, technologies, and insights when and where they matter most. ComTech allows individuals to thrive, businesses to get work done anywhere, anytime, entrepreneurs to take advantage of new market opportunities, government agencies to provide essential technology-driven services to citizens, and first responders to anticipate, coordinate, and respond faster to emergencies. Smart-enabled, insightful connectivity from ComTech helps you enhance productivity and collaboration, optimize operations and create new ecosystems, visualize the supply chain, improve customer experience, and open the door to new possibilities. Fulfilling humanity's destiny requires seamless, smart-enabled connectivity. Only Comtech has the experience, innovation, and vision to build connections around the world that set ideas free. Learn more at comtech.com.
Hi, I am Steve Zimmerman. I am the president, CEO, founder, and
Thank you for the opportunity to present today at the America's Future Series National Security Virtual Summit. My name is Bryn Wollicott. I'm the National Security Advisor to Congressman Ken Calvert. I will be moderating today's session on strengthening the defense industrial base. I'm joined today by Congressman Ken Calvert of California's 41st Congressional District, the chairman of the House Appropriations Defense Subcommittee, and my boss, and the Honorable Ellen Lord, former Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, former CEO of Textron Systems, and currently serving on many boards and advisories. Thank you both for being with me here today. America's military strength is largely derived from the strength of our defense industrial base, which is currently challenged to keep pace with an uptick in demand on existing programs while simultaneously addressing the need for new technology and innovation to get after future challenges. Conversations about defense innovation are a staple in defense conferences as a way to get after this challenge. But it feels like we keep having the same conversation where everyone acknowledges how important innovation is, but actually translating that into field capability is slow. There have been some positive developments in recent years that we'll discuss later in the conversation, but I want to start by addressing why you both think innovation is so important and what the problems are that you believe innovation will solve that traditional development is unable to achieve. Ms. Lord, I'm interested in your perspective from your time in industry, the department, and your work today. What defense challenges do you think will be uniquely addressed through innovation?
Thank you, Bryn. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak about this. I believe we have a unique situation today where the pace of technological innovation is accelerating rapidly, while we have geopolitical threats emerging in many, many places. And our systems traditionally within the Department of Defense are deliberative and work through a process that takes a bit of time. However, here we have strategic competitors who have civil-military fusion and make decisions very, very quickly. So our challenge is really to embrace the U.S. innovation culture and translate that into fielding capability quickly, really for two reasons. We obviously always want to have overmatch from a warfighting point of view, but more importantly, we need to begin with deterrence, and it's only deterrence through strength and innovative warfighting capability, all the way from gray zone warfare to full kinetic is very important.
And Congressman Calvert, you've been a leader in this conversation in Congress. Why do you think innovation is the solution to our defense challenges?
Well, thank you for moderating, Bryn, and thank you, Ellen, for doing this. And obviously, we have a strong agreement. You did a great job when you were at the Pentagon trying to change the culture there, which needs to be changed, to innovate, to bring on new technologies as quickly as possible, which has not happened as quickly as we would both like to see. As you know, the bureaucracy, or whatever you want to call it there, is slow to move, and we need to change that. Because as you know, in the private sector, you don't have any choice but to move rapidly in order to keep competitive advantage. The same thing should apply to the Department of Defense. We need to keep competitive advantage to our adversaries. Obviously, China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, none of them have to worry about continuing resolutions, or U.S. Congress for that matter. And so they can direct their funds rapidly, and their R&D budgets are, a lot of it is stealing from us and stealing from our private technology companies. So we have to work with them to do the right thing to help the United States in our common defense, and to get these technologies online as rapidly as possible, and to bypass the unfortunate procurement process in the department, which takes too long.
Mm-hmm. And has this conversation changed in Congress at all while you've been serving in your current role or previous roles in terms of the need to implement more innovation in the department?
Yes. We're seeing change, not as quick as we would like, and obviously with our colleagues in the Senate that are becoming better understanding of the situation we're in. Mm-hmm. Obviously the Pentagon with what Kath Hicks is trying to do with the replicator program and trying to bring new capabilities to the field. What we've already done with APFIT, what we've done with the Office of Strategic Capital, what we've done with DUI and bringing Doug Beck in from the private sector, all of that is moving us in the right direction, and we need to encourage it and yet move faster.
Absolutely. And speaking of moving faster, the Commission on Defense Innovation Adoption has an interim report that identifies long timelines as a top challenge facing innovative companies that seek to work with the Department of Defense. it's apparent that the private sector consistently goes faster than the department. So when we talk about incorporating innovative technologies, there can often be a logistical disconnect between an innovative company and the Department of Defense that can impede incorporation of that innovation. So Congressman Calvert, what do you think is the source of these delays and the department's slow pace?
It didn't happen overnight. The bureaucracies have built up over a period of time. And so these barriers with senior managers and others to protect, I guess, their turf has created these unfortunate stoppages of these technologies that we're trying to get out there. I think that AppFit, for instance, that Heidi Shu is running that program, is doing a good job, where we're identifying technologies and getting them to a record of decision very rapidly, and getting those fielded in months rather than years. And I think with Doug Beck there, also with DUI, we're hoping to give him a substantial chunk of change here in this FY24 bill, which gives him some flexibility to move money. It's colorless, it can move around, and from R&D to procurement, which will be very helpful, and begin the process of change, radical change within the department.
And how do you think the congressional appropriations process can impact these timelines? And what do you think industry should understand about that when they seek to work with the military?
Well, it's frustrating to members of Congress and the appropriations process. It's taken too long to get to where we're at today, but we're beginning to get the negotiations going to get to a defense bill. I'm hoping that we'll have that complete here soon and get it across both the House and the Senate and signed by the President. But we have to pass all 12 appropriation bills under the scenario that we're operating under, or we have to take a 1% cut off FY23 on the defense appropriation bill, which would be devastating. So we do not want that to happen. And I don't believe it will, and we're working to make sure that doesn't happen.
Great. And Ms. Lord, where do you see the biggest delays in capability development and fielding, and how does that impact the defense industrial base?
Getting dollars on contract is what the big delay is, and you don't build capacity and capability until dollars flow. So it's great to do prototypes, it's great to do experiments, demonstrations, but that needs to translate into actual programs of record or long-term funding. So one of the largest problems is with the small businesses, where most of the innovation takes place these days, and they might get a phase 1, phase 2, small business innovation research grant, but then when they get to phase 3, it gets much tougher, and then to continue funding is a problem. And as the congressman alluded to, if you're a small business, you need to make payroll every week. You can't be told, just hold on, 18 months from now we'll be back to you. And frankly, our adversaries are fielding very, very quickly. So it's really translating all of these islands of innovation within small companies to be able to either retrofit programs of record with new sensors, new weapons, new software, or finding how we actually reach down and pull them up, particularly looking at new business models such as services. So launch as a service, that's a great way we brought the private sector in, and that's very handy both for the department and for Congress, because you can turn that on, turn that off, and it puts the burden of development back on industry. But to answer your question specifically, we need to put more companies on contract and keep that funding going so that we get those cycles of learning. And it doesn't have to be perfect. It's sort of good, better, best. Let's get a minimal viable product out there.
Absolutely, and you brought up space launch, which I think is an excellent example of how innovation can shake up defense, cause some chaos, and then ultimately result in a better outcome for the warfighter. Generally, there is a lag between the private sector and the Department of Defense, and some say that this can stem from culture and from leadership. When you were at the Pentagon, did you recognize a cultural problem there that impeded innovation, and how did that compare with your experience in industry?
There are some unique challenges in government. First of all, I think most individuals, whether they be civilians or military in uniform, they are not motivated and they are not recognized for taking risk. It's a risk-averse culture for a lot of very good reasons. Mistakes can mean lives sometimes, but I think we have put so many Band-Aids on for so many different reasons that now we've sort of paralyzed a lot of people. And the media tends to jump on anything that's a problem. Unfortunately, there are not enough hearings in Congress, so you tend to have hearings on the things that went wrong versus the things that went right. So the rewards and motivations are not there for most individuals to really lean forward and take smart risks. Secondly, unlike industry, and things are not perfect in industry by any means, but individuals can get more done quickly in industry. In DC, everything's a campaign, and there are many, many stakeholders. So an analogy that I sort of worked on when I first came into government was thinking that, gee, in industry, you have a small corporate layer, and then you have operating units, and you might have 7 to 13 maybe directors on a board of directors for a public company. Well, if you step back to the Department of Defense, huge scale, huge scope, you have the military services as the operating unit and some agencies. You have the Office of the Secretary of Defense as the corporate layer. And then you have almost 550 directors on the board of directors called Congress. It just takes more time. So that's the challenge here. How do we scale quickly, taking smart risks, allowing Congress to have their oversight responsibility while motivating and rewarding the Department of Defense individuals to lean forward and take smart risks?
Yeah, absolutely. And Congressman Calvert, I'm interested in your perspective on how Congress can both contribute to a risk-adverse culture, but also maybe provide solutions to it so that the Pentagon feels more empowered to move faster.
Well, we need to encourage people to take risk. I think that has not happened in the department. They've been rewarded for not taking risk rather than, there's some, I think it was Elon Musk that has, the fail to succeed in his plant in Hawthorne. That they're not afraid of failure. The Kelly Johnsons of the world that designed aircraft in World War II and got it across the assembly line in 9 months, or was able to do the SR-71 in a very short period of time, or the Admiral Rickover, who was told to put together a nuclear reactor in a submarine and did it in 3 years. Could you imagine that today? No. I mean, because such risk-adverse environment in the department is that we don't reward people for taking risk, for trying to succeed. And that has to change, because in the private sector, as you know, there's many failures before there's success.
And you want to fail small, right?
That's right.
So you build up.
That's just common sense to those of us that came out of the private sector. You've got to take a risk. And if you take that risk and you succeed, you got great rewards. And you mentioned space. Obviously, we had a monopoly with United Launch Alliance. We brought in SpaceX to create competition. Now I was happy to see Vulcan rocket be successful the other day, and because we want to make sure there's competition within the system. Best thing is competition.
Absolutely.
We need that in the department also.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, great leaders definitely can make a difference in this process and in encouraging innovation. But it's no question that process plays a huge role in how innovation is actually implemented. There's requirements generation, the annual POM process, the PPBE cycle, and Congress's role, which offer up an equal number of pathways to success and failure. Luckily, there's a commission on PPBE reform that has a report coming out pretty soon, and the vice chair is here today. So, Ms. Lord, I'm interested in your perspective on why PPBE reform is needed, and should the changes be broad, targeted, some combination of the two?
Thank you. So planning, programming, budgeting, and execution, this is the process by which the department gets its money and executes against that. We have to realize that 60 years ago, this process was written. And at that point, government had the bulk of technological innovation, and they were driving it. Fast forward 60 years, now the commercial sector has the bulk of that innovation, yet our processes haven't changed to acknowledge that, so that it is difficult to buy commercial products on a relative scale. Additionally, the pace of technological innovations, as I said earlier, has sped up, and we cannot wait 2 and 3 years to go through the typical process. Now, there are Band-Aids out there. DIU, we mentioned before, the Strategic Capabilities Office, the Rapid Capabilities Offices, but these are all Band-Aids again. And what the Commission is looking at the behest of Congress, is how do we change that process, keep the good parts of it, that we have lots of people deliberating and making decisions, but make it relevant to today. So we need to speed up decision making. We need to have much more transparency in terms of data, the way we pass information back and forth between DOD and Congress and DOD is somewhat in the dark ages. We need to digitize all of this, make files searchable, sortable. We need to really have consistent communications. So there's an enormous amount we can do with this digital transparency, but also just thinking about how we actually architect the budget. So the way a person thinks about a military service, a specific segment in terms of capability, then the color of money, and we brought up the color of money earlier. It's somewhat artificial if you're developing software, for instance, and you have 3 colors of money. You have RDT&E, you have production, and then you have operations and maintenance. If you are really doing DevSecOps, if you're doing contemporary coding, you are developing, producing, and testing all in one day, and you want all of those reps and sets going on. We need to not have the administrivia of that color of money, which you have to use for each of those 3 phases to artificially hold it back. So there's enormous opportunity here. We are just drafting the final report. We'll roll it out on March 6th, and I think there's enormous opportunity for us all.
That's a Super Tuesday, just about.
Super Tuesday. Yeah, there you go.
The second biggest thing happening.
Exactly, exactly.
Congressman Calvert, I want to dig in a little bit more to the color of money issue. Your bill includes a $1 billion hedge fund for DIU, of which $650 million is colorless money. Can you tell us a little bit about how this will enable innovation while balancing your oversight responsibilities?
Well, this is going to give flexibility to Doug, who will be administering that program, Doug Beck, and to give him the ability to move that money to where it's necessary to get what's needed in the field as rapidly as possible. It's just a very simple explanation. So it's nothing more complicated than that, and we're trying to keep it simple. And there's some other monies that go to the combatant commanders to give them some flexibility to acquire things in the open market that they believe will help them. Obviously, I've talked to the combatant commanders. All of them have a wish list that they wish they could get to, and so we're trying to give them a little flexibility, give them the responsibility to make those decisions. They're given a lot of responsibility. There ought to be some money to go along with it. So that's where we're at, and I think hopefully with our friends in the Senate, we'll be able to pass that and have an end product hopefully soon. Yeah. Maybe by March 6th.
Hey, that would be wonderful.
And generally speaking, I'd be interested in both of your thoughts on this. We keep talking about timing and the need to prototype in field. How important is it to shift our focus from research and development to procurement, to shift the accounts, the money, but also just generally how we think about the acquisition cycle, that given the time that we're in right now?
Yeah, we have to do away with the valley of death, right, where we have these lags between. So I think we need to move from demonstrations and exercises and SBIR phase 3s, across that valley of death and get going. We do have some capability administratively to do that with middle tier of acquisition and a few other things, but they're the exception, not the rule. And I think we have to have a leadership expectation, both from the building and the Hill, that we will will move quickly because we don't have a technology innovation issue in this country. We have an issue with fielding technically innovative capabilities, whether it be hardware, software, services.
I've made a few comments in the past about R&D welfare, where some folks we all love the primes and continually ask for more R&D, on and on and on until and not execute on anything. I like the Israelis. Raphael has a philosophy about deploying when it's about 70% ready to go, and then they'll fix it as it moves.
Yep.
And they want to do the same thing with Iron Beam right now. We're trying to get some money, obviously, in this, hopefully in a supplemental that will help the Israelis, and to deploy Iron Beam along with Iron Dome to perfect that technology. That's what we should be doing. We should be doing the same thing. If we have technologies that are a long ways away, but we can field it, not perfect, but field it, and perfect it as it moves along. That's some of the attitude changes we need.
So I want to shift a little bit to talk about non-traditional defense companies and their impact on the industrial base. There's a recent New York Times article suggesting a trend of retired Pentagon officials taking positions at VCs and startups, whereas before the trend was more so that they'd go to the primes and boards of that nature. We've also seen organizations like DIU and AFWorks become a lot more empowered over the past few years and funded a lot more thanks to congressional efforts. I think this is a really positive trend that we can build upon. So Congressman Calvert, I'm interested in your perspective on what role the venture-backed startup sector can play in the defense industrial base. And you've mentioned some examples, but if there's any others that you have seen.
Well, the obvious one is drone technology. I think we see this in all these recent wars in Ukraine, certainly in Israel, where the drones have changed the battlefield enormously, and the software that's attached to those drones. And so I think you're going to see a lot of small companies, a lot of venture-backed companies getting into this, not just small drones, but large drones, and for planes, for instance, that can accompany robotic planes that can accompany our fighter planes, or robotic ships that can accompany our warships. That is a force multiplier without the cost of making a full-fledged ship that costs billions and maybe tens of millions, a fraction, but giving us that kind of capability. And there's a lot of small companies that have a lot of great ideas that I think should be very marketable. And I think a lot of folks know that in the department, and a lot of people know that in the industry, and they're moving in that direction.
Absolutely. And you mentioned AppFit a little bit earlier. Could you maybe elaborate on some specific programs within the department that you think these VCs should look to?
Well, AppFit, again, that was a program that's Heidi Chu. We kicked it off with about $100 million. We're kicking it up a little bit higher than that, hopefully more in this FY24 bill. She's identifying certain technologies that we can field rapidly. There's been a number of things that are out there. I think 9 out of the 10 technologies that she's chosen are being deployed. I mean, they're being put to manufacturing and acquiring, especially in the software and the drone capabilities. I think those are the primary ones that she's looking at.
And Ms. Lord, are you seeing a shift in focus towards these non-traditional models and companies in the defense industrial base that has historically focused on the larger companies?
Absolutely, but we have a structural problem, just like we have with the PPBE process, where it's slow and laborious and perhaps very good for manned fighter aircraft and aircraft carriers, not so good for attritable unmanned aircraft systems. Mm-hmm. We have had a defense industrial base that has modeled itself on the Pentagon with the same number of levels and the same way of doing business, whereas those major primes are very important to U.S. national security. They're necessary, but they're not sufficient. And what we need to do is find a way for the primes to pull in more of these innovative companies, but also perhaps for government, for DOD, to own that technical baseline, to do the systems engineering, look at these modular systems, understand the interface control documents so that we can switch in and switch out this innovative technology. We're in a bit of a vapor lock sometimes now where everybody sees the opportunity, yet integrating a new component is so onerous from a cost, technical complexity, and time point of view. We don't get it done, and we wait to the next version of the aircraft, the plane, the weapon, whatever it is. We need to get much more agile because the defense industrial base needs to include all of these companies, but they need a way in. And I know, for instance, National Academies right now is doing a study on the reauthorization of the SBIR and SITR process, saying how can they pull more of these companies across. There are opportunities to do this, but it takes basically DoD working closely with Congress so everyone understands what are the inhibitors and what are the enablers.
So it seems like the shift, maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong, is largely being driven by these companies wanting to work with the Department of Defense and the department just needing to change its processes, or is the government forcing the change as well?
You know, DoD is a pretty hard organization to penetrate. When I went into DoD after 33 years in government, I knew I didn't know a lot about how the government worked. I realized I knew nothing about how it worked. And so for the average individual to get in there is hard. And I think that's why, thank goodness, we have all of these senior officials coming out of DoD and working with private equity and working with venture capital to kind of be the translator and the connector. And what we have to do is have enough people in the Department of Defense with business experience, with business acumen, to understand what it takes to pull these companies in that can translate to those who are fabulous in terms of their military knowledge and the workings of government, but don't understand the language and the mechanisms to work with industry in a mutually beneficial way.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to conclude today's panel with a forward-looking question. In the past 2 years, we've seen a pretty rapid deterioration of the security environment with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Israel and Hamas and their conflict, Iran and its proxy actions in the Red Sea, and the enduring potential of China invading Taiwan in the next couple of years. All these factors together mean that this year's budget, the fiscal year 2025 budget that is, will be hugely consequential in terms of getting these innovative next generation capabilities into warfighters' hands in a manner in which they can use them in future conflicts. So I'm interested from both of you, of all the items we've discussed today, what are you most hopeful and excited for to be incorporated to scale these solutions that we've worked on the past few years and get these capabilities into the hands of warfighters?
Maybe I'll go first because you're the one with the pen and can really make a difference, so you should close this out. I look at this in 3 buckets. One, from a product point of view, what do we need? We need what the Congressman mentioned in Replicator, Kath Hicks projects, where we have large numbers of attritable unmanned systems, whether they be aircraft systems, whether they be surface, subsurface, or terrestrial. We just really need to fund that, and quantity has a quality all of its own. Ukraine has especially shown us what can be done there. So I'd say that is huge. Secondly, from a domain point of view, I'm extremely concerned about space. It's a contested environment. It's a confusing environment because there's so much commercially happening there. And I think, unfortunately, the average American doesn't realize that our national security and our economic security are incredibly intertwined, and space allows a lot of our economy to function. So I think we need to double down and really resource space. And finally, I think we have to pay attention to business systems. We typically do not fund business systems for the Department of Defense, and we've fallen way behind. And that's not only a cybersecurity threat and a variety of other things, it's impeding Congress and DoD to work quickly together with data transparency, with communication, and all the rest.
Great. Congressman Calvert.
I agree with everything you've said. I think the Replicator program is a good example of something that can be successful or not successful. we got to find out exactly what we're going to fund, that it's a scalable endeavor, whatever we pick, and that we fund it. And so hopefully those decisions are going to be made soon. That could start in FY24, and obviously FY25 would finalize that, and as such as that we would get these systems online as soon as possible. The threat is real. It's now really. China today is moving ships in the Strait, and there's an election on Saturday. With this program, will probably be showing. We'll probably find out what happened in Taiwan, but these are threats that are real and now, and so we need to move quickly to get these systems online as fast as possible. You mentioned business systems. The Pentagon still does payroll the way they were doing payroll 50 years ago. I think that's reflective of the entire, obviously, enterprise. And so it's the largest enterprise on the planet. And that's why I'm hopeful that they bring in, it's not just people leaving the Pentagon and going to the private sector. We need people from the private sector coming into the Pentagon.
Absolutely.
And to change the culture there, to say, look, we don't need to be doing our payroll. I mean, we can contract that out to whoever, and we can contract a lot of things and get focused on what's important. And what's important right now is the procurement process and fixing it, and personnel and fixing that. And so those are the two big P's that I've been focused on and will continue to be focused on as we try to change the culture in the Department of Defense.
Great. Well, I think that's a great place to end it. So thank you, Congressman Calvert. Thank you, Ms. Lord, for your time today. And thank you to the America's Future National Security Virtual Summit for empowering us to have this conversation today.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Brent. Appreciate it.
Appreciate
thank you.
your time.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
That really was outstanding. I want to thank National Security Advisor Bryn Wollicott, Secretary Ellen Lord, Congressman Ken Calvert for sharing their insights, wisdom, and strategies on fundamentally impacting how our nation innovates for national security. I'd also like to thank them for their many years of stellar service to our nation. Next up, we have Daniel Jasinski, Chief Strategy Officer of Comtech Telecommunications Corp. He's going to be leading a conversation with Ken Steen, CEO of OneWeb Technologies, Scott Shimreef, Executive Vice President of Iridian, and Sam Bisner. He's the Technical Fellow with the Aerospace Corporation and the Chairman of the Space ISAC. They'll be discussing the strategic importance and future of commercial assets, and we're going to turn it over to Daniel right now. Daniel?
The world today is on the brink of remarkable technological transformation. A new era of machine, human, and digital coexistence will bring forward new possibilities for businesses, governments, communities, and individuals across the globe. The rate of innovation is moving faster with each year that passes. This belief led to the creation of Evoke, Comtech's innovation foundry. Evoke creates new solutions that empower global communities by providing access to technologies others never imagined possible. Working across businesses with partners, suppliers, customers, and academia, our innovation foundry serves two vital purposes. First, Evoke is pioneering new technologies to disrupt existing markets and create future networks that are focused on better customer outcomes. Second, through our relentless innovation, Evoke is enhancing Comtech's existing offerings that will enable the transformation needed to usher in a new era of machine, human, and digital coexistence. Since the launch of Evoke, we have already forged strategic partnerships with market leaders, innovators, and technology disruptors that will help us push the boundaries of innovation and propel the world into a truly connected future. Together with our partners, we are anticipating the needs of customers and multiplying the value of our technologies to empower individuals, create value for our customers, and make the world a better place for all of us. Circle is combining their leading network technologies with Comtech's expertise in location-based services to deliver real-time analytics and intelligence at the edge of the IoT. Together, Comtech and Circle are delivering smart-enabled solutions to provide customers with extraordinary insights and new capabilities that can create substantial impact by exploiting the full power of IoT networks. Descartes Labs is integrating their industry-leading cloud-native supercomputer and data processing capabilities with Comtech's communications technologies to provide customers with powerful insights and services. Today, Comtech and Descartes Labs are infusing the power of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and monitoring insights to deliver real-time, actionable intelligence of developing situations. Wishnish brings leading distributed ledger solutions to further enhance Comtech's technologies and improve secure information exchange and enhance privacy applications available across industries, institutions, governments, and developers. Together, Comtech and Wishnish are integrating highly secure, flexible distributed ledger technologies to build trust in a democratic fashion and drive automation from the outer boundaries to the very core of a business. Arna Network's leading zero-touch edge and 5G service orchestration and management, combined with Comtech's dynamic cloud platform, is opening the door to groundbreaking cloud-native network services. By integrating cloud-based network technologies, Comtech and Arna Networks enable customers to add and manage applications that can significantly improve business performance across public, private, and hybrid networks. But our partnerships don't stop there. We're also forging alliances with leading universities worldwide to ensure we empower future leaders who will build connections that set ideas free. As we innovate to deliver intent-based, insightful, on-demand technologies and services, Evoke will transform global technology landscapes to empower the world. Welcome to the new era of connectivity and collaboration. Welcome to Evoke.
Welcome back and good morning to the next panel on our America's Future Series session. We're discussing unlocking the value of commercial space assets. Really excited about the panel that we've got together today. We've got Scott Shimriff from Iridium, the Executive Vice President of Government Programs, Kevin Steen, the CEO of OneWeb Technologies, and Sam Visner of both Space ISAC and a Senior Tech Fellow at the Aerospace Corp. Welcome.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Like to start off with, before we dig in, go into each of you for a quick background on yourself, your organization, with particular focus towards how you fit into the greater vision of commercial space assets operating alongside military capabilities. Scott, I'd like to kick it to you first for a quick introduction.
Sure. Again, thank you, Dan, for having me. So I joined Iridium in 2000, so 21-year career here now. At the time I was brought on to focus specifically on our U.S. government military support. Today, our organization has grown to be a pretty big, significant role within the Iridium company. Team of about 15, 16 individuals that support what once was the commercial SATCOM group at Odessa, now U.S. Space Force. So we make up a pretty big percentage of the overall revenue of the company. And obviously, U.S. government DoD is a primary focus area for us.
Thanks. And then, Kevin, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, and thanks for having me. My name is Kevin Steen. Been in the satellite industry coming up on 14 years now. I'm the CEO at OneWeb Technologies. We are a proxy company, part of the Eutelsat OneWeb group. Focus is the U.S. government, big focus on the U.S. DoD. So managed service provider for LEO connectivity. We provide and support the missions for the U.S. government. We have a secure NOC down in Houston, Texas, on the behind secure perimeter fence at Ellington Field, 24/7, staffed with cleared personnel. So we offer value-added services to the OneWeb LEO constellation, secure government interconnects, providing a bunch of support levels for the U.S. DoD to support their missions, as well as some high customer touch and some NRE and bespoke custom solutions for them. And then we recently awarded on the PLEO contracts, we have a host of distribution partners that we team up with for hybrid architectures, which we're going to talk about today. So we have a secure, resilient architecture and offering in the market by the nature of our architecture, of our constellation, as well as by what we do here at OneWeb Technologies. So proud to do this. Very, very thrilled to be on this panel today. It's pretty exciting and the topic's pretty relevant. So looking forward to this, Daniel.
And then Sam, over to you.
Thank you, Dan. I'm pleased and honored to be on this panel as well. I'm Sam Visner, and I wear a couple of hats. I'm a tech fellow with the Aerospace Corporation, a federally funded research and development center. I work on the cybersecurity and resilience of space systems, largely from a policy and operational issue. But what consumes the bulk of my time is my role as chairman of the board of directors of the Space Information Sharing and Analysis Center, which is industry's real-time operational capability to monitor the security environment affecting space systems, including commercial space systems, and to alert our members and to alert the industry as to threats, events, issue recommendations regarding mitigations, and to share information about these events, mitigations, best practices. We have a very active set of working groups, information sharing, analysis, exercises, policy, you name it. I've been in this role for a few months, having been vice chair of the board of directors for a couple of years. I've run a couple of cyber businesses. I didn't grow up in the space business. I grew up as an intelligence officer and eventually chief of signals intelligence programs at the National Security Agency. But as director of the National Cybersecurity Federally Funded Research and Development Center, sponsored by NIST, the National Institute for Standards and Technology, I found myself more and more involved in looking at the issues related to the security of our cybersecurity of our space systems, and that became sort of my overarching professional passion. So today we have at the Space ISAC over 100 members. We have international relationships with Japan, with countries in Europe. with the Commercial Space Office at Space Systems Command and other parts of the U.S. government. So we're clearly growing very quickly, and we are operating very much at the intersection of commercial and national security space. It is our position that our space systems in totality are a critical infrastructure sector, that our national and economic security, which are today highly related, are a critical infrastructure, are supported by this critical infrastructure sector, and that this critical infrastructure sector needs to be safeguarded. I've been excited by the role that commercial space is playing in support of national and economic security. The work, of course, that Iridium is doing, that OneWeb is doing, Black Sky, Hawkeye 360, Maxar, Planet Labs, and others. And I would note that our country's ability to support our international commitments, for example, what we're doing on behalf of Ukraine, is manifested in large part by the work of commercial space companies that are playing a vital role in supporting that country's struggle with Russia. And I would also note, Dan, that in the war that Russia initiated against Ukraine, before any Russian troops crossed the border, the first thing Russia did was attack a commercial space system used by the Ukrainians and others, this being Viasat. So the need to treat our commercial space systems as a national asset has never been clearer. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate the introductions, and really excited to have a group of such knowledgeable folks joining us for the discussion today. I'd like to jump straight into it. One of the things that we've seen a lot out in the public eye, and Sam alluded to just here, is the increased focus on resilience in general, and particularly when it comes to cyber resilience. How does the evolving threat landscape impact the way we think about commercial space assets? And how have the government needs changed as a result of this increased focus on the changing threat landscape? And Scott, I'll kick it over to you to start.
Yeah, so great question. Obviously, one that's been prominent now for a number of years. I go back, as I alluded to earlier, having joined Iridium in 2000, and saw the support that we provided to our government during Operation Enduring Freedom and Iraqi Freedom, and looked at the threat that existed then, and looking at counterinsurgency and a global war on terrorism, and how the government utilized not just my network but other commercial satellite networks as well. And then all of a sudden, the world changed, and we shifted from the threat that existed then to the near-peer adversary threat we have today, which has changed everything. And the intelligence and the acumen and the technology of the threats that exist today far exceed what was in place during the 2000s. So with that, industry has had to change as well, or evolve as well. And so, and how our warfighters execute and fight and support their missions. And so with that, as you alluded to, the need for diversity, resiliency has become much greater than what it was in the past. Our government has, and our customer base and our market has basically made us aware of that. And I think it's forced us to take on a much stronger position and focus on how we deal with cybersecurity, electronic warfare, which is, I think, has been necessary. So that is, as you mentioned, the landscape has changed, which has forced industry as well as our military to adjust.
I think it's a great point, right? And it kind of brings up the partnership that we're starting to see, right? But there's certainly been adjustments required on both the government side and the commercial side to kind of keep pace with the changing threat landscape. Kevin, thoughts from you?
I was just thinking about what Scott, you were saying is that's absolutely true. As such has changed, because also think about historically the U.S. military, their knowledge and use of SATCOM exceeded any other nation relative to defense. So as other nations caught up and understood, they started to understand things about SATCOM that they never knew before, right? So now they understood the significance to others, how to attack it, if you will, and how to use it themselves. So they learned in those years since you just described. That was kind of the learning or the thought I had as you were talking. And then I think that as you were alluding to, Scott, is that from a commercial SATCOM usage, the U.S. military's adoption, usage of it has skyrocketed over the past several years. And so things that we as commercial SATCOM providers had to do, we didn't have to do these things in the past. They weren't problems for us. The U.S. military solved them in different ways, whether it was through WGS and others, right? They weren't asking us to solve these things, but now they see the value in leveraging commercial SATCOM. But in the same vein, they need us to be more resilient, more cyber secure. So it's forcing us, or not forcing us, sorry, it's an opportunity for us to step up and meet that need. But the requirements, needs are kind of different than things we saw in the past. Yeah, we had to prevent against, hackers and things like that, but this is a whole new level. And so it's a learning for us, but I think it's a great way for us to apply our commercial knowledge and speed of development to get it done in that time frame. I think you see the commercial industries willing to accept this challenge. These are new problems to solve, and these are highly smart technical people who love a challenge. You tell them it can't be done, that's what they want to work on first. And so the embracing of solving this challenge is both technologically interesting to people, and then, for those that are the patriots who want to serve their country and support the mission, it's very exciting for them. So I think, Daniel, it's changed the way companies invest, right? We're spending more money on cyber, if you will, than we had previously ever spent. We're spending more on resiliency by its nature. It was driven by commercial resiliency at first, but now the resiliency requirements from the US DoD are at another level, and it's pushing us to deliver a better product that in the reverse, commercial markets are going to benefit from. I think of it in one way, Daniel, as the commercial terrestrial world is used to X9s, 5 nines in their terrestrial network, right? We're going to get there on the satellite side from a resiliency perspective. And it's going to need to have a cyber approach that rivals or exceeds even banking. When you think about the information that is attractive to bad actors of what's in our network, right? The bar is known in the terrestrial world, and we're going to have to get there. Fortunately, we can leverage certain commercial technologies to speed our way to that answer.
I love that. I love that answer, right? And I love the callback to banking as an example, right? Of one of those great places where kind of commercial innovation has had to scale and be prepared to deal with state level threat actors at a level similar to what the satellite industry is facing. So I think a very relevant example there. Sam, a couple of thoughts from you on this.
Well, let me foot stomp what Scott and Kevin have already said. Let me note that regardless of the requirements that government might levy on the commercial space sector, given the increased dependence of our national security on commercial space systems, those systems are frankly facing a very different kind of threat. I mean, what happened in Ukraine right at the beginning of the conflict is evidence of this. And the Russians have said that commercial space systems used by Ukraine to defend itself are now legitimate military targets. So this means that commercial space systems have frankly somewhat of a target painted on their back, whether they like it or not. And I think it's heartening to hear the recognition that Kevin and Scott have shown us. And I think industry gets it, both in terms of the work that individual companies are doing and the number of companies that have joined the Space ISAC and are working collaboratively in our cyber vulnerability lab, that are participating in our watch center, that are working on our information sharing and analyst working groups and technology working groups. So it's evident that companies are absolutely sensitive to this and playing this and doing their part increasingly to defend these space systems. And I would note, in addition to all of this, that as one looks at these commercial space systems, there are aspects of them that are very encouraging. For example, the proliferation of systems in low Earth orbit, companies that are building not only highly proliferated systems, but systems that are redundant. It means that in addition to our national security systems, we have commercial systems that are increasingly difficult. You might damage them, but you can't take them out of action. They're diverse. They have redundancy built in. And these systems are iterative. Some companies are launching satellites frequently enough so that if satellites are damaged or they become unusable or they wear out or they become obsolete, rather than bemoaning that fact, they can be replaced. And I would note that I think slowly but surely government is beginning to learn the message, maybe not slowly, but certainly surely the messages of this iterative approach to building constellations. I've seen the work that the Space Development Agency is doing in the Space Systems Command, and I'm very encouraged by them taking an approach of, instead of a few large, exquisite systems, is a set of highly proliferated constellations that can be reiterated and launched more frequently, and that are more resistant because they are, in fact, more numerous. So I think that what industry is doing is going to benefit people in several ways.
I agree with that entirely, right? And it's been a useful pathfinder, right? Especially when you talk about cyber, the ability to kind of iteratively field new capabilities, means that you're fielding modern hardware. You can take a little bit more risk with less of the lens towards fielding hardware with flight heritage, which means the latest and greatest cybersecurity features baked in, a whole lot more flexibility. I think an excellent point there. The next topic I want to jump into really is the hybrid space vision that we've seen put forward from the U.S. Space Force. And I think it's a topic that just about everybody sees and agrees with in principle, but anyone who's ever built or designed a satellite system understands that there's a whole lot more under the hood to build these frequency flexible, constellation flexible terminals, maintain that, organize it, maintain a common operational picture of all those terminals in the field. Clearly an important task to be tackled, but one that comes with its fair share of challenges. Can you guys talk a little bit about how you see yourselves fitting into that vision and some of the challenges that you're up against and solving? And Kevin, I'll start with you for this time around.
Certainly. So clearly we believe and strive that vision, right? That opportunity is the heart and soul of what we're becoming with the combination of Eutelsat and OneWeb Group, right? So you see from a hybrid architecture, we're all in on it, literally. And I think that from the challenges that we face, I think there's certain things that we see are pretty straightforward, right? Getting a terminal to, either two terminals that can talk LEO GEO together with an SDN sitting behind with load balance and things like that, or a single terminal that can go back and forth, right? Those things you can easily wrap your mind around. We're doing demos on that today. But the challenges we face is, number one, how do you give the U.S. military the flexibility so you don't paint them into a proprietary architecture, because that's not what they want. So we've chosen an open architecture. But as I looked through some of the thoughts that we had shared earlier, Daniel, and some of the prior discussions we've had, when you think of how this is going to interoperate with other constellations, okay, we're going to go from our own proprietary, if you will, LEO GEO constellation is part of Eutelsat and OneWeb, but how are we going to talk to other constellations? How is that going to work? And I believe a standards-based approach is the only way to do it. But agreeing on those standards and what they are and how you're going to do it, because then once you do that, you give up your secret sauce, your differentiation, your profit, right? Your obligation to your shareholders. How do you balance that? So I think one challenge is, how do we make that magic happen between constellations? So as I think of, JADC2 and others, they mandate and they want interoperability. How do you get that to happen? And then I think of, in that hybrid architecture, while everyone sees the value of it, right? And I think the industry will bring the right terminals to bear. It's going to happen. They're already doing it in the partnership and in the ecosystem. But as you start to work through that, and what the U.S. military is looking for is the ability to be ready without necessarily having to lock in all that bandwidth. So how do you give them reserved bandwidth, if you will, or surge bandwidth? And are they comfortable contracting that way? So our challenges are, how we can meet those interoperability requirements from a standards base, and then the new commercial dynamic that the U.S. military is going to have to jump to really entice and encourage and incent the commercial world to deliver what they want, because their historical contracting process and funding process has been very CapEx oriented kind of money, but they're making the shift to more OpEx O&M kind of money, but making that transition is not going to be easy for them. And there's a bit of a chicken and the egg around the investment side of it. So those challenges range in those topics, and I'll pause there because I could go on for a while about this, but I don't want to hog the airtime.
No, those are a couple of great points. And I always love coming back to that, kind of capitalization challenge, because it's not just the investment, but it's actually turning over the equipment in the field. Yeah. At the end of the day, that life cycle is quite extensive sometimes, and something that you have to be mindful of. Scott, I know this has been near and dear to your heart for quite a while. Can you talk a little bit about what you and the Iridium team have been working on there?
Yeah. Before I answer that, I'll kind of go back a little bit in time as well. I remember, in the 2000s where I would sit in multiple conferences, and I won't name names of the flag officers that would sit and speak about, what the demand was coming from, or I should say the supply coming from the commercial satellite being, roughly 80%. That was always the number that was thrown out there. 80% of the SATCOM is coming from commercial, and we, the government, really need to move away, and become less dependent on commercial. And as a commercial operator, obviously you don't want to hear that. You want to, what you want to hear is, what can we do to be more relevant? What can we do to make you more satisfied, comfortable in use of our network? And, I'd say, over the last, 10 years, that has shifted. You talk about this hybrid network with a reliance on commercial and military. The culture coming out of the building and coming out of the warfighting community is recognizing now that they need to rely on commercial. They can't build networks fast enough. They can't get enough satellites up there quick enough. They need to have the resiliency. I forget, Sam, you talked about it, so that if something was to happen with one bird, there's another bird right behind it. And so, and that was, sort of kicked off General Raymond's vision of integrated SATCOM enterprise. And so that's good to see that. Now where do we go from here? I think there's a responsibility, from a government standpoint to kind of create the acquisition strategy that allows commercial or that incentivizes commercial to want to actively engage in that, and a responsibility on industry to, I think you mentioned it, Kevin, to take a look at our own networks in-house. And, if I was on the other side of the table and I was going to rely on my network, I want to make sure that I had some visibility, some transparency into that. The creation of the commercial integration cell years ago was a way to get industry network operators at the table to have a voice in the ops center. And so that was a great step. So we've come a long way. But Kevin, as you alluded to, I don't think it's not a technical hurdle. It's a culture, continues to be a cultural hurdle, and now an acquisition hurdle that I think both sides want to address. But I think there's more focus there now.
It's clear, and you see, quite a bit of effort invested in trying to turn some of those processes around. But it's a big aircraft carrier, and that procurement machine isn't going to change quickly. Sam, a couple of thoughts from you.
Well, I'm excited by the development of these hybrid systems. I think it gives our national security missions and other missions, and conceivably our civil missions, far more redundancy. Think about hyperspectral imaging and the ability to gain information about the Earth from a wider variety of sources, which I think is absolutely fantastic. There are certain challenges. The life cycle, the design, engineering, and life cycle approach used to some of the commercial systems is likely to be different from government systems. So synchronizing life cycles, I think, will be an interesting challenge. Another interesting challenge will be synchronizing which operational requirement goes to which system, and how you make sure that from the perspective of the user, this is seamless, that it's transparent. But I also think those are operational issues that we can conquer. I don't think those, and I agree with my colleagues here, I don't think those are highly technological issues. I think those are programmatic issues in terms of synchronizing acquisition and engineering, and I think that they are operational issues in terms of synchronizing and harmonizing their use. But I don't see why that can't be done. And in fact, as I make my way around the national security community, I think there is increasing interest, in fact, in making it happen, and I think it's consistent with where General Raymond's vision is trying to take.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And really the shift towards procuring more of those things as a true service, right, where that innovation can continue to move forward at the commercial pace rather than locked into a validated set of requirements. I think is a key part of that, right? And we've seen some progress, but certainly still some more work to do. When you look at how things were laid out at the front end, Space Force put 5 core attributes for their enterprise SATCOM vision: rapid, resilient, sustainable global access to SATCOM, terminal and modem agility, network agility, cyberlink, and operational security, and then data interoperability. And each one of those is probably a difficult topic to tackle all on its own. Can you guys talk a little bit about how you're thinking about those, fulfilling those core tenets and core requirements as part of your system design, and how commercial satellite can deliver against some of those capabilities a little bit more rapidly? And Sam, I'll start with you this time around.
The Space ISAC doesn't build or operate these systems. All we do is we provide information that allows our members to operate these systems more effectively and more safely with better cybersecurity and resilience. But having said that, we do have working groups at which these principles are being explored, and we're trying to use these principles to translate them into practical best practices. One of the issues that we try to make ourselves sensitive, Dan, is that if you take a look at these principles, so you look at the principles in Space Policy Directive 5, they're all useful. But one of the questions people have to ask is what is the affordability issue, right? If I add a feature, if I add a requirement to my platform, will it make it heavier? Will it make it bigger? Will it require more power? Will it be more costly? So one of the areas of focus that I think is most important, and I've advocated this and will continue to, is that I think we need a national research and development strategy that will allow us to apply these principles to commercial space systems in a way that is more lightweight, more practical, and more affordable. That's really what I think is the challenge. I agree with the application of these principles. The challenge is making the application of these principles absolutely as practical as possible. And I have a concern that if we don't do that, we'll drive the industry offshore. Now, right now, the industry is largely characterized by U.S. leadership. There's plenty of competition. That's fine. That's healthy. I like it when our partners and allies are also our competitors. I think that's good for all of us. But on the other hand, I don't want to hamper our market by making it unaffordable or making it impractical.
Right.
So that's one of the things that I think is most important, Dan. Thank you.
I think that's a great point, right? And it's often about finding the right tool for the job, and it's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all solution. It needs to be applied thoughtfully.
Yeah.
Kevin, a bit to add there?
Yeah, so you could see me chomping at the bit. So what was interesting when I joined OneWeb Technologies a little over a year ago, and I read through those 5, and I looked at the architecture of what had been delivered on Gen 1 and what was being baked into Gen 2 and designed in Gen 2. It was all designed for that. That is exactly where our investments are, because it started in the commercial world. There's a commercial application for everything you just said. Maybe not to the degree of the U.S. military in that sense out of the gate, but all the commercial applications and markets that OneWeb was going after before I joined lined up with all of those requirements. So I'd love to see that those requirements were written down, were clear, and that we were already aligned as a OneWeb. And so in OneWeb Technologies, we just amplified and focused our investment in those areas where we had to raise the bar, close the gaps. And so that is exactly, line by line, where we're investing, whether you think of those military appropriate terminals or the resiliency, the cyber, or what's in our network, our core, our secure GAN network, where we pick up traffic for the U.S. military. That's an incremental investment we made in OneWeb Technologies. So we're so well aligned with those 5 requirements. It was actually, I was very happy when I joined and I saw how well aligned we were. But to your first half of the question, what can we do? That goes back to the heart of it, is we can leverage commercial technology advancements to drive our speed of innovation. And to answer Sam's point, is to keep our development costs down. It doesn't have to be proprietary start over. There's plenty of great technology out there to leverage, whether it's in the wireless technology world or things that are happening in cyber for terrestrial networks, have direct application in SATCOM. We shouldn't invent it ourselves. And if we do, we're going to paint ourselves right back into the proprietary corner, right? So Sam, one of my reactions to what you said that I would want the U.S. government to be careful of is that they didn't put an incubator in place and start this development, and then 6 years later hand something cool back to the commercial world to adopt. I'd want to co-develop to make sure that we were digesting it rapidly as we went along, and that would be a great form of government funding where they're co-developing with us. I think that's a really cool and interesting thought, because those people at MIT Lincoln Labs, man, they are smart. Right. And so there's plenty of smart people for us to co-develop with. And I'd love to partner with some of those agencies and think of how we could rapidly co-develop.
Well, let me respond to that if I could, Dan. Dan, just for a second. Kevin is absolutely right. I mean, and there's good precedent for this. If you take a look at the Manhattan Project, if you take a look at the development of nuclear energy, or getting human beings on the moon, or going after HIV/AIDS. When we have brought industry, academia, the national labs, the FFRDCs, and government together, given them common goals and some common resources, and said, these are the half dozen key challenges we've got to face, and here's the time frame by which we've got to solve them. This sort of whole of country, whole of nation approach, not whole of government, but a whole of nation approach, actually has paid off for us. It's also a terrific advantage that we have, because we have richer sectors, and more of them than other countries. Other countries, for example, China, it's more of a command economy. There's less diversity in thinking. Here, you can bring in a wider range of viewpoints and a wider range of resources to go after these problems. So that's another reason that I very much support this kind of an approach. Thank you.
It's been really exciting to see, I think, kind of a higher level of collaboration across the industry, right? And I can point to personally probably a dozen times over the last year or so where we sat down at the table amongst competitors and folks that would have viewed each other as competitors, really had a very cooperative discussion that resulted in new business models being put forward that were adopted via new transactional methods of acquisition, which it's fantastic to see. Scott, I'll kick it over to you to wrap this one up.
Yeah, and not to overuse the term "jump on the bandwagon," I kind of like what Kevin said, because when you look at those attributes and sort of the key requirements coming out of the government, that's exactly what industry looks at as well. We do it for different reasons. We do it for ROI and revenue and all the financials. The government wants it, and the military wants it, for successful missions. So, both of us, are looking to try to get to the same endpoint, if you will. If you look at what Iridium has done over the last 20 years, trying to drive automation, efficiency into our operations. We were privileged to get the nod from SDA to fly, or just say to operate and fly, their Tranche 1 satellites, which we're working with right now in General Dynamics, as our prime contractor. But it's, bringing government industry together to help each other understand what the end states are trying to get to, because the means in which we get there, we both are fighting and moving in the same direction. So how do we leverage each other to try to get to that end point where we each can benefit from it?
It's a great point. I love the bullet about automation thrown in there too, right? Because that's one of the biggest challenges I think facing the DoD today. The approach that's today very highly manual, very much geo-focused, has to become a lot more automated. Even as you bring in initial LEO constellations, but that hybrid space architecture becomes exponentially more complex. I think that's a great area for information sharing, especially for some of those pioneering companies that had to get out and solve those problems ahead of the rest of the industry. So there's been, I think, a lot of discussion, and we've hit on it a few times today, about buying more commercial. I think it's widely understood. It's important. It adds meaningful value to the government. Can you guys talk a little bit about how you're seeing their repositioning towards being a better partner, things that maybe are still sticking points that are necessary to resolve, as well as some of the things that have gone well? And you can point to things like the NRO's CSPO, the stand-up of the Space ISAC as part of public-private partnership for information sharing, right? I think there's been the Space Force Commercial Space Program Office stood up. So clearly meaningful steps forward. We're not all the way there yet. From each of you, what have you seen that's worked well? What are the things that still keep you up at night? And Kevin, I'll start off with you.
Yeah, so it's interesting. I think that, and we touched upon this briefly earlier, but the shift towards buying as a service is happening. Right? It's not going to happen. It's already there. There's multiple contracts out now where they want to buy as a service. I think that's a huge positive, because it's going to speed up the procurement cycle greatly. So I see that as a massive positive of a different way the U.S. military is buying. Check. I think the effort Space Force put in to go through the PLEO contract to first set up a framework under which to buy. And it was a long process to get the framework in place, but now they can rapidly turn out task orders. I think that's unprecedented. I've never seen a task order come out, be issued and awarded in less than 10 days in quite some time, at least in my experience with the U.S. military. So I think that's a massive positive. I think the challenges I'm still experiencing firsthand, or the company is, there is still this level of comfort that's going to have to happen between Space Force and the end user, right? They're going to have to figure out, the requirements I have, do you really have them? If I MIPR you my money, is what I'm going to get back what I expect? So there's this kind of dance or courting period where they're going to have to get comfortable with each other. And so we'll see how that plays out. But I think Claire and her team are doing an amazing job, though, at walking that walk and talking that talk and saying, we're going to deliver this. So I'm very, very optimistic when I see this. So I think we'll get there. I don't think Space Force has been happy with the pace at which things are happening, but I love the fact that they're not happy, which means they want to run even faster. I think that's fantastic. I think Claire's got a great attitude about this and a great vision for it. I think that, the buy-in from those branches, right? They're used to the way they did things for so long. And no offense to the U.S. military, right? But once they're set in their ways, they're set in their ways. It's hard to, as someone just said it earlier in the call, it's hard to turn that aircraft carrier. So that's some of the challenges I think we're facing, or we're seeing personally, is, are people willing to now make the jump to something new? And I think the last challenge, I think, Sam, you hit on it, is if we're really going to get this hybrid architecture, interoperable thing going, there has to be this commonality pool of way of the end user just says, I want that. It's in the database. I click it. I want it. It comes to me. And it's transparent, or it's invisible to them of who it is, what it is. That's going to be the other challenge. And I see Mike Dean in the CIO group driving that architecture. They call it the reference architecture. I think their vision is spot on for where I wish we were there as a country yesterday, because I think it would make us way more nimble and flexible, and our war fighters would be way more effective. But I think that's going to speed it up. So I think the challenge we face is adopting these new financial models and these new the technology models. They'll get there. We just need, I think, as a commercial enterprise, right? We need to be patient. We need to be flexible. But I think on the flip side, the U.S. government's going to have to be more aggressive in doing things differently, and we're all going to have to be a little uncomfortable, and it needs to happen quick because of all the tensions that are happening. That's my soapbox.
No, I think that's a really interesting thing, and the sense of urgency that's there, I think, is felt universally, right? You love to see these conversations where both sides of the table want it to happen faster, and there's some steps that have to get worked through that always take longer than anyone would like. But it has been exciting to see the amount of passion both within government and on the industry side. Yeah. Scott, couple thoughts to add to that?
Yeah. Again, I'll fall back on my experience, having worked with DISA, for 20 years now under the ComSatCom branch. And to your point, Kevin, they had built up this, cost reimbursable program, utilizing working capital funds, Defense Working Capital Fund. And then under the 2018 NDA, I think it was, all ComSatCom was to shift out of DISA and into then Air Force Space Command, and then the creation of U.S. Space Force. And I think the expectation was, the way the DoD is buying MilSatCom, why can't we leverage that in the efficiencies and the economies there and procure commercial SATCOM? Great vision. Unfortunately, two different types of acquisition models. And I would say that, as you alluded to earlier, Daniel, we're coming out of the end of it, but I think it was not, exactly what was expected both from industry and DoD. I thought it would be, more of a, 2-year time frame to transition over. And here we are now entering the FY24, and we're still trying to fight our way through it. And I mean, we as a country. So I think Space Force has definitely matured significantly over the last number of years, and they're building in the processes, the tools, getting the funding in place to procure ComSatCom much better than they have in the initial 2 or 3 years. So that's all good. Programs like CASR, reserve access to commercial SATCOM, great concept, great idea. I see things like that being the impetus to kind of help improve on the acquisition side. So not as quickly as I think either side had hoped, but I think we're approaching the end of it and moving more towards a much effective acquisition model for ComSat.
Yeah, I think it's a great point on CASR, right? Because it's a perfect example of, hey, this is slow, but a big part of the reason is it's hard and there's a lot of things to think about. And I feel like every discussion that you see or participate on, rolling that program out, somebody brings up a new twist or a new challenge that really needs to be thoughtfully worked through before something like that's broadly deployed.
One thing I wanted to add, Daniel and team, is I find something very positive in that the way the military asks you now to participate in some of these programs and exercises is far easier than it has ever been, right? Northern Edge, Red Flag, all of those. I mean, they want you to come in and show your stuff because they want to take it for a trial. But the way that they bring you in is way more straightforward than it ever was. But the prize or action after it is way more tangible and concrete, right? We can see action as a result of our participation in Northern Edge, Red Flag, and some others. It's resulting in instant follow-on proof of concepts and demos. I mean, it happens. And so I didn't want to, it just came to me as you were speaking, Scott, right? That's a definite positive, I would say, that we're experiencing. And I don't know, Scott, if you guys are, or Sam, if that resonates.
Absolutely. I'd say, participation. I think, look, the pace of the threat, I think, is driving that as well, right? Our adversaries aren't going to wait for us. So, working closely with our government customers, introducing new technology, innovating with them to address that threat in real time is necessary. So it's all positive.
I love that the collaboration seems to be happening pretty consistently earlier in the procurement cycle, right? Rather than things really going through and maturing, there's, early discussions, a lot more prototyping, a lot more, other transaction authority purchases of some level of capacity, some level of, flexible systems. Let's try it. Let's see what works. We'll go back and, tweak this, tweak that based on what we've seen in the field. It makes it easier to connect the dots as a commercial organization. You're not, hey, I'm playing for something that might pay off 5 years from now. There's a little bit of payoff and appreciation for that participation along the way, which I think is really important. Sam, a couple of thoughts for you to add to this topic.
Well, I agree with what I've heard, and I think the progress that we're making, I'm naturally not patient, but I think the progress that we're making is really quite laudable. An area, and I'm pleased to see what's happening with CASR. I would encourage, acceleration. I'm hoping the Space ISAC can facilitate that. I think there's probably a role, and I think the Space ISAC, which was actually sort of a government idea, ISACs are a government idea, but has been subscribed by industry, represents a strong example of the kind of public-private partnership that we need. An area where we are not making as much progress as I had hoped is in the declaration of space systems as a critical infrastructure sector, given the proliferation of missions. I think I saw a piece today about Iridium is pioneering standards for direct IoT to satellite communications. So we're going to see more dependence of other critical infrastructure sectors, including things like precision agriculture and hyperspectral sensing. Every other, our energy, transportation, and all the other sectors are dependent on space. And yet we haven't made that declaration. And that means that there is no internal coordination within the government of information. Industry is doing a pretty good job of coordinating information amongst itself and with the government. On the other hand, if one wants to get information from the government about threats to, mitigation from, operational events that affect space systems, particularly commercial space systems, there really is a broad spectrum of agencies involved, and that we have not yet identified and designated a sector risk management agency, which is such a sector risk management agency is designated for each critical infrastructure sector, slows down, makes more cumbersome, less effective, less agile the government's information sharing with industry. This is still something that I hope will happen eventually. I think it will. But the point that I would make is that, the world is not operating simply at the pace at which we prefer, but it's operating at its own pace. And, our adversaries get a vote, sadly, in the pace of change in the environment. in which we have to function. So we need to accelerate our moves towards coordinating sector risk management for space systems. I think we'll get it right. I'd like to get it right today.
That's always the perennial challenge, right? It's not just about getting it right, because getting it right 2 years late is just as bad as getting it wrong. And I think that's an unfortunate reality. It's good to see. I think a lot of folks are working hard to push some of those decisions in the right direction with the right thought put forward. Really appreciate the thoughts and insights today. I know we're starting to get to the end of the time that we've got allotted. I'd like to close by asking each of you, what's got you the most excited about the next 12 to 24 months in this industry? And when you look back, call it 4 or 5 years ago, I think most people in this industry wouldn't have expected the amount of change that we've seen over the past few years. Things have moved fast. It has dramatically altered the landscape. I'm always an optimist. I love the technology. I think we're going to see that same pace of innovation. We might even see an acceleration. What has you guys excited about the next year or two? Scott, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I would say I'd kind of teeing off from my last comment. I'm excited to see the maturation coming within U.S. Space Force and Space Systems Command, as well as U.S. Space Command, and seeing how they have now integrated themselves into the combatant commands, the services, and the agencies. As a network operator, that excites me because they're on the forefront, if you will, driving ComSatcom into the warfighter mission. So that's one area. Another area that excites me is, you just mentioned it, the need for interoperability. It's not just commercial right now; it's commercial and military, and you can have interoperability between commercial and military, but you also need to have interoperability between commercial networks as well. And so, how do we, like Kevin and myself or other networks, work with each other to provide that sort of mission interoperability that our customers want? And I think being on the side of industry, we have the ability, the expertise to drive that innovation quickly. And I think we'll see that over the next couple of years.
Kevin, a couple of thoughts from you to add on to that.
Yep. So I'll add on. So we've had a couple of sessions where we talked to Scott and his team about, okay, what can we do together, right? Win-win for everybody around. So I love partnering and things like that. When you asked the question, Daniel, my mind went to instantly solving problems. So what I'm excited about is at SIA, we met with J6 of CENTCOM, J6 of InnoPayCom, and they said, hey, several months ago, you showed us a PowerPoint of what you were going to have. And we thought that'd be really cool, but we're here. Do you have it? Right? And we said, yes, here it is. Their eyes lit up and they said, fantastic. Please come and show us that it's real on site. And I said, the meeting is already scheduled. Their eyes lit up. So the fact that I have something physical today that I can deliver that solves their problems, because they told me they either have no other solutions or limited alternatives or none. And to see the smile on their face and look in there and say, oh my, you have what you said you'd have, and you delivered, and we can use it. It met their expectations. Sometimes it exceeded, but it's that happiness or that excitement out of them to say, great, I'm going to add a tool to the warfighter that's going to meet their needs, and you did what you promised, and we're all going to be better off for it. So I like solving problems. I love solving customer problems. That's what motivates me. And the fact that I showed up there and we had those meetings and they said, come, let me show it to my team because this is going to be great. So that's what excites me is capitalizing on the traction and the market traction we built over the past, X months before I got here and since I got here, but now turning it into reality. And it's going to be amazing. And it just makes me proud to show up at every one of those meetings saying, here's what we have. I think we can help you.
It's one of the most exciting things about, selling a commercial service, right, is the opportunity to show up and kind of prove it, right? The opportunity to not just have slideware of what things might be 4 years from now, but to be able to show what exists today. It's operationally usable and can be deployed, as quickly as they can procure it.
Yep.
Sam, a couple of thoughts from you on this?
Well, I'm excited by several things. First, I'm excited by the government's recognition of the services and capabilities that industry can provide, and the fact that government really is demonstrating strong recognition of this. The business of as a service That's absolutely right. I think, Kevin, you said it. That decision is already in our rearview mirror. We're already seeing the government not just acquire systems and capabilities, but acquiring the product that space systems produce. I think that's terrific. I'm also excited by the fact that bit by bit, I see the government beginning to adopt from industry some of industry's lessons about how to engineer, develop, procure, and operate these systems. What SDA is doing in particular, I think, is evidence of this. But lastly, I'm extraordinarily excited by just the range of new technologies and missions that we're seeing in the commercial space sector. Laser, optical communications between satellites, that's coming. IoT directly to satellites, that's coming. Manufacturing in space, that's coming. The next space station will be a commercial space station, that's coming. That opens up for our country a whole entire new economic sector. It's a sector that's going to grow very quickly in our country, probably faster than in any other country, and maybe faster than many other sectors. It'll give our country's economic security, just sort of the next chapter in exciting growth. People wonder what will happen. Is the United States going to be more of a service economy? Is it going to be come back to being a manufacturing economy? In large part, it's going to become the world's first space economy. That's exciting. That's something that's going to happen. And the fact that so many of these businesses are here, some 3,000 companies involved in commercial space are here, that we're launching at an unprecedented rate, that we're pioneering new missions and new technologies. I think that's terrifically exciting. And I think apart from what the government acquires from commercial space, the country's overall strength will be enhanced by what happens in the commercial space sector. Thank you, Dan.
It's a great point. I love that, kind of subtle bit that you stuck in there, right? Ultimately, it's easy for us as industry to kind of point out the things that we wish moved faster, we wish were done more thoughtfully with government procurement. But, there's a couple of great examples, including, the approach to managing the SDA constellation, where they went and looked at commercial providers that had been doing that sort of thing for a number of years prior to that. And they said, we want to be mindful of that. And we want to learn from that experience rather than going and trying to reinvent the wheel. And I'm not sure that's something that would have been done 15 or 20 years ago. I'm not sure that the tools or mechanisms or the mentality were there at that point. Really appreciate the thoughts from all of the panelists. Thank you guys all for joining. Some great discussion. I think if I had another hour to spend asking you guys questions, I would take advantage of it. But unfortunately, we're out of time today. I'll hand it back over to you guys in the studio. Really appreciate everyone joining.
Thank you, Dan. Thanks, guys.
Today's world is driven by access to technology and information. We rely on it for everything, from doctor visits and education to military operations and emergency services. Connectivity sits at the heart of it all. But a large amount of the global population remains unconnected, putting them at major economic and social disadvantage. Comtech has made it our mission to solve the toughest technology and networking challenges in the world, democratizing access to smart connectivity, delivering meaningful insights, and empowering a truly connected planet. With more than 50 years of proven technology leadership across global satellite, space, terrestrial, and wireless markets, Comtech enables ubiquitous, smart-enabled connectivity anywhere, anytime, creating new opportunities for industries, businesses, communities, governments, and individuals. Leading the effort to revolutionize satellite and space connectivity, Comtech connects global communities through integrated, software-defined satellite communications technologies, virtualized multi-orbit solutions, and multimodality services. We also have our feet on the ground as one of the most trusted terrestrial and wireless technology providers in the market, delivering precise location-based services and next-generation 911 solutions with cloud-native networking capabilities. Comtech is leading the convergence of satellite, space, terrestrial, and cellular technologies to enable unified hybrid network infrastructures based on open standards and delivered through the cloud to connect the unconnected, bridge the digital divide, and deliver access to the latest services, technologies, and insights when and where they matter most. Comtech allows individuals to thrive, businesses to get work done anywhere, anytime, entrepreneurs to take advantage of new market opportunities, government agencies to provide essential technology-driven services to citizens, and first responders to anticipate, coordinate, and respond faster to emergencies. Smart-enabled, insightful connectivity from Comtech helps you enhance productivity and collaboration, optimize operations and create new ecosystems, visualize the supply chain, improve customer experience, and open the door to new possibilities. Fulfilling humanity's destiny requires seamless, smart-enabled connectivity. Only Comtech has the experience, innovation, and vision to build connections around the world that set ideas free. Learn more at comtech.com.
For 40 years, Space Foundation has been the leader in delivering excellence in education, collaboration, and information to advance the global space community. From the premier assembly of the global space ecosystem to classrooms and business centers around the world, Space Foundation works with its partners to create opportunities and inspire generations. Today, space presents more possibilities than ever before. With nearly 100 countries active in space and thousands of companies providing operational support, millions of jobs are generated around the world and across diverse sectors: government, business, education, medicine, and more. There has never been a more exciting time for space, and it's only just begun. At Space Foundation, we believe there is space for all, and we invite you to join us in creating new opportunities and inspiring generations to be part of today's adventure in space. Learn more at spacefoundation.org.
Daniel, thank you so much for moderating that fantastic discussion. Really appreciate it. Please thank Kevin Scott and Sampras, and I look forward to seeing you very soon. Next up, we're honored to be joined by Major General Heather Pringle, who recently took the reins as president of the Space Foundation. She will be joined by Paul Nielsen, Director and CEO of Carnegie Mellon's University Software Engineering Institute, and Stephen Kittay, Senior Director of Azure Space for Microsoft. Heather will be leading a fantastic and fascinating discussion on what space brings to AI. Heather, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, David. I'm really honored to be a part of this summit focused on national security, and I'm here with two experts in the fields of space and artificial intelligence. Joining me today are Dr. Paul Nielsen, CEO of Carnegie Mellon's Software Engineering Institute, and Stephen Kittay, Microsoft's Senior Director of Azure Space. Thank you both for joining me here today. Really appreciate you taking time out of your schedules.
Oh, it's my pleasure, my pleasure.
Thank you. It's great to be with you, Heather and Paul.
Well, thank you both. The theme of this National Security Summit has really been on leading innovations and breakthrough technologies across all domains. And of course, today we're going to talk about two that are particularly important: space and artificial intelligence. And you are both experts in this area. And I'd like to discuss the transformational potential of these two technologies. But before we jump in, it's really important to start with a definition of what this might mean to set the stage. And for either of you, but maybe Paul, I'll start with you. What's your definition of artificial intelligence?
Sure. Well, I sort of like the official DoD definition, which is a little bit ambiguous, and that's good. It says AI is the ability of machines to perform tasks that usually require human intelligence. Now, that's a pretty broad definition, but one thing nice about it is it talks about the fact that this goes across a lot of different areas. And what we think of as AI kind of changes with time sometimes. Because once we really have some algorithms that can do something like a human might do, sometimes we don't think of it as AI anymore. You know, when they first developed adaptive speed control for cars, that seemed pretty AI-ish, but now it seems just like automation. And there's a lot of things like that. And saying automation, I wanted to bring up that too. Lots of times people get AI and automation mixed up. And while they can work together, they really are two different things. And you can have a fair amount of automation without any AI at all. And space systems have done that for years and years.
That's a really good point. Automation is unique. And Steve, do you have any thoughts on this?
I really like that definition that Paul gave, where thinking about AI as tasks that humans normally would be doing. And if we give an example of that, of artificial intelligence just within the past year. Artificial intelligence, and this was according to actually Stanford, they used ChatGPT, which was powered by GPT-4, the latest large language model from OpenAI, to pass the bar exam. Which is pretty amazing when you think about that. And it wasn't just the multiple choice, it was actually the written part as well. And it didn't necessarily get an average score and squeak by, it actually scored in the 90th percentile. So pretty amazing when you think about a task that a human would normally do that now we have computers performing. So I think that, this is just one example, but artificial intelligence can do things like computer vision, where you're actually seeing and interpreting imagery, analyzing information, or even writing code. So there's a lot of areas that I think lead this to really being a watershed moment and an inflection point for artificial intelligence for us all to benefit from.
Yeah, I think one thing to finally go a little bit further on what Steve said, one thing to remember is that AI is more than machine learning. There 30 years ago, the big thing in AI was expert systems, and people were looking at those, and we kind of ran out of computational power and rules for them. We actually were exploring neural nets even 30 years ago when I was at Rome Lab at the time. But then we didn't have the computational power that we have now. And the thing that's really changed in the last years, and started about 2008, when in Canada, I think it was at University of Waterloo, they started to apply the greatly increased computational power to doing these statistically based AI kind of systems and deep learning. And that's really changed almost everything. And I think what all of us have seen over the last months is that this is a technology that applies to almost everything. It's a watershed technology that we don't even know all the applications of it yet.
Absolutely. It's absolutely limitless, frankly, just like the space domain itself. And Steve, I'm really glad you brought up ChatGPT. I actually asked it what it thought about the nexus of space and artificial intelligence. So if you will, I'll kind of give you the definition. Wasn't too bad, actually. Kind of talked about the two-way street. Technologies developed for space missions often find applications in AI, such as data analysis techniques and autonomous systems, kind of buttressing on Paul's point. Mm-hmm. Additionally, AI plays a role in analyzing vast amounts of space-related data, aiding in tasks like image recognition and pattern detection, and optimizing spacecraft operations. I thought that was a really good point, too. The intersection of space and AI continues to foster innovation in both fields. What do you think about that? Have you seen innovation that's come around? Paul, you kind of touched on it. Steve, you also have?
Well, certainly. I mean, in space, during my career, we started accruing so much information that we couldn't even process it all. We just don't have enough analysts or enough eyeballs or hours of the day to do that. And so AI methods have helped that a lot in image interpretation, image recognition, and such. In addition, as long as we understand some of the limitations of it, AI can help sort of throttle the data to looking at the most important data. Help select the data that we want to see, and at the same time look for something that's anomalous, in a sense. And sometimes it's the anomalies that are the most interesting things, right? So I'm sure Steve has some more to say about that too.
And I'd be curious what you'd think about the limitations too. Go ahead, Steve.
Well, I think that, as Paul was getting at, space and AI are really this perfect combination, because what you're bringing together are these technologies and challenges that really go across a global scale. And Paul was mentioning the massive amounts of data that's coming from space. And if we look at where we're at in the space sector, there's not only this transformation that's happening with AI that we just spoke about, but there's a transformation happening with space as well, where more and more satellites are being launched. It's not only from the government, but it's also from commercial companies around the globe that are doing things like Earth observation, collecting data, understanding the Earth, or doing things like communications, being able to communicate across the globe through low latency signals. And what artificial intelligence is going to bring to that is to be able to help us see what's actually these satellites are producing images and other forms of sensors of. And it's going to be able to help us route data more efficiently through these networks, not only going through space, but also on the ground, because it is underpinned by this huge computational power that Paul was talking about, where fundamentally nowadays that's really cloud computing, large amounts of data centers that are connected across the globe that are then bringing this data together to be processed and moved at speed and scale. So at Microsoft, this fits perfectly in our mission, because our mission is to empower every person and organization on the planet to achieve more. So what we're doing now is taking these space technologies, taking artificial intelligence technologies, bringing them to governments, bringing them to enterprises and industries across the globe so that they can benefit and do their missions ultimately faster, do them more effectively, and do them securely.
Can I ask, Steve, to what degree do you think it might be evolutionary in terms of what AI could bring as a change versus revolutionary or transformational leapfrogging where we've been in the past? Do you have a thought on that?
I think it's revolutionary. These technologies that we're talking about can offer so much advantage. And the way that we look at it at Microsoft and the way that, I look at it personally is AI can be used as a co-pilot. You're not necessarily giving over control, although as Paul had mentioned earlier, you can use AI to automate tasks and make them happen much faster. But you can use artificial intelligence to improve your own decision making. You have all this data that's out there. How do you use it to harness that data to make better decisions and to do it much more rapidly? And I do see that ultimately as a revolutionary advantage that we're going to be able to bring to governments. This is a national security series, so it's certainly going to advantage the military to be able to keep us safer and support global peace and security.
Yeah, thank you.
I like what Steve, the track Steve was on there, and I just want to maybe emphasize that. As an engineer, one of the great things that AI does for space and for other fields is it really just opens up more design space. And for many of us that have been engineers over the last, for me, 50 years, we've lived in an era where the design space kept opening up through integrated circuits that became bigger and bigger and more capable, computational power that became more capable, software that became more, and now AI is the next tool that kind of accelerates that and gives us even more design space to design systems, to architect systems, to build systems that maybe can do things that are on the frontiers of what we think we can do, that are pushing the state of the art of where we can be. So I think it's an exciting time to be an engineer of any stripe right now because of all the tools that are available.
Oh, that's a really good point. And as an engineer, do you have any thoughts on how you scope it or how you need to approach it with kid gloves or an appropriate recognition of any limitations of this technology or the nexus?
Sure. And, there's a lot of talk about that in there in the news. And some famous people that are, some of the pioneers in AI have raised some concerns, and we should pay attention to those concerns. But I think all technologies have some things that can go a little wrong with them. But we have to remember that they are still created by people, and people can put their mark on these things. I mean, one of the big issues in AI right now, and one that DARPA is trying to address, is that AI systems, for the most part, are a little brittle. And they'll make some mistakes, so we have to understand that. ChatGPT every now and then says some strange things, So we haven't really gotten to the point of what DARPA and others might say of generalized intelligence, a generalized artificial intelligence. Right now, things are pretty specific. And the thing that I think is missing that humans have is context. We have context when we apply ourselves to problems. And that context sometimes helps us from making bad mistakes. Even children have context in things when they do it. So AI is still a little immature and brittle at this point, and we have to be wary of that as it goes along.
You mentioned the human side of the equation, near and dear to my heart, of course. And what do you think about how we develop the talent that is involved in these two different fields? You're at a university setting. Is there anything unique and different about artificial intelligence or what companies need? What kind of skills we need to look for in developing the next generation?
I mean, like other breakthroughs, like CRISPR in the biological area, like some like modified RNA, like Moderna did during the pandemic. There's a lot of things going on, and usually when something breaks pretty fast, there's only a limited number of people who really have the training in those fields. AI, in a sense, has been around for a long time. In a sense, people were talking about AI in the 50s and 60s, but this recent version of AI has not. And the emphasis on AI and statistical methods and now ethical AI and more general AI is a new thing. And we don't necessarily have all the people trained to do that. I've been on lots of Defense Science Board studies and Air Force Scientific Advisory Board studies. And interestingly, in every one of them, one of the issues that comes up is the workforce. And how do you train the workforce? How do you keep the workforce up to date with things in a fast-moving technological ecosystem? And each of you knows this. I mean, the system is changing so fast that how do you keep people up to date? And you want those new grads, but you also want grads that have experience. And, as an older guy, I like to think maybe the older guys even have a little wisdom sometimes, to blend with that experience, because we have scars on our back every now and then. But this is a difficult thing, and it's across all of technology and all of DoD and all of national security space. There's no one area that probably can say, oh yeah, we have enough engineers and scientists to do this.
Steve, bring us the company perspective, if you will.
So I really appreciate what Paul was saying about how fast this technology is moving. And people do need to embrace it and experiment with it because it is changing so fast. And what is important here is it's not just to be thinking about this for, the IT shop. And this is something that the IT shop is going to handle, but it actually goes throughout the mission of the organization to be embracing these technologies. And, I read something once that gave this, saying that AI isn't going to replace your job. What's going to replace your job is people who don't embrace AI, insofar as how is it changing the modern workforce and ensuring that you're staying current with it and improving the work that you're doing today by understanding these technologies. And I think what's really exciting about what's changed maybe over the past, as Paul mentioned, it has been decades that there have been advances in AI, but where we're at today is you don't need a PhD to actually use it. You had mentioned that you put in a question and it's a chat GPT and ask something. And these are the types of things that, I look at when, we all have a tie to the Air Force Research Lab. In fact, I was there working under General Nielsen when he was the commander of it. And I think about these tools, and if I had them as a lieutenant, as a program manager, working in the Air Force, it would be extremely helpful.
Well, while we've been talking about AI, Heather, I'd like to loop back briefly to space, though, and remind people that, space, we've been involved in space since the 50s, but space is going through quite a renaissance right now, too. And, in the 90s, I worked around U.S. Space Command, and we kind of had this long-range space plan that was forecasting all these launches. Didn't quite come to pass, but now they are coming to pass. And, when you see not only the various nations that are involved in space doing very aggressive and innovative missions, but the private companies that have started to really flow into the space sector, it's a new world for space. And that's going to generate so much innovation of its own. So space is in a really innovative era right now, and AI is in an innovative era right now. When two things like that cross, you just got to kind of watch out because there's just so much coming. And we're almost just limited by imagination on what things we can do with both of these things right now.
So one of the things we've studied at Space Foundation is the number of companies and the number of countries that are involved in the space economy. And it's just been skyrocketing every year. There are new and new companies joining, new countries that are developing their own programs. And so do either of you, but maybe Steve, this is better targeted for you. Do you have advice for how a new company who wants to take advantage of this technology, how they might do so? So maybe they do have the will and they want to. What steps would you recommend?
So I'd recommend 3 steps. And the first is moving fast and embracing these technologies. Number 2 would be, and we spoke a little bit about that, number 2 would be embracing cloud computing, because that really is the foundation of the technology that we're talking about. And the benefit of the cloud is it enables users to not make these large capital investments in their own infrastructure, but rather buy capabilities as a service and then scale it up as they need. So there's a cost piece of that, but then there's really an effectiveness piece when we're talking about these new and innovative technologies. And then the third piece would go to the point of not just thinking about this for the IT shops, but thinking about this across an organization to help enable missions.
I absolutely agree with you. And there are some people who advocate that it's not the application of AI to the operations, but to the business end and some of those other normal business functions where you really get some advantages for this massive approach, the data processing of all that data that companies create. So really great thoughts. So before we kind of move to the last couple questions, I wanted to ask, do you have any thoughts on the limitations of AI? Paul, you mentioned, we're accelerating at such a rapid pace, both in space and in artificial intelligence. So this is an extremely dynamic time. What are some caveats or, buyer beware? What would you recommend?
Mm-hmm. Well, I did mention already the brittleness of some of these systems, the fact that they sometimes can be spoofed, fooled, faked, maybe poisoned. They depend on both a lot of computational power and a lot of data, and there's some issues there. Sometimes the answers they come up with can have been poisoned intentionally or can be biased even unintentionally. And we've all heard of stories about that, where if you train it on a certain system, it's going to reflect that system. And so if you trained it on a population of mostly men, it's going to favor mostly men. It's not going to hire a lot of women at that point, right? So we have to recognize the brittleness of these things. And then I like to keep coming back to the fact that we have to recognize the inability of it to actually put things in context. Sometimes when we see ChatGPT come up with beautiful prose, we think it's thinking, but it's not thinking. It's doing a statistical prediction of what the next words are based on what the input was there, and then kind of pushing it out. And it says a lot that it comes out so well, it sounds like a person wrote this, but it's not thinking in the sense that a human being thinks. And so we have to be a little wary of anthropomorphizing these things and making them sound like they really are thinking when they're not. They're doing stuff based on statistical methods that are good methods, but they're statistical methods.
Really great. Steve?
And if I can build upon that, in particular when talking about large amounts of data. And there's two pieces I'd hit on related to that. One is the management of that data and ensuring that you're bringing a structured approach to actually manage this large amounts of data. So when we're talking about space data, for instance, we're building out something called the planetary computer, which manages massive amounts, petabytes and petabytes of space data in an optimized and standardized fashion, to then be able to bring applications like artificial intelligence on top of that. But the other really important point when thinking about data is public data versus your data. And that's whether you're a government or you're an enterprise or you're just a personal citizen and you want your data separate from what's training these large models for everybody. So ChatGPT and OpenAI run their services on Azure. And we have a capability called Azure OpenAI that's currently in our commercial clouds. It's coming to our government and classified clouds this year. So government users and enterprises are able to keep their data separate. So you're able to have the large language model out there, but then ground the data and the questions that you're asking with just your own information, but that's just for your organization, whether it's classified for the government or whether it's an enterprise. And that's really important. So when you talk about pitfalls and understanding how you're moving forward with this, you have to understand how you're bringing your data into this and ensuring you're doing it in a way that's safe, that's protected, that you have the right transparency within your organization, and the right privacy.
Yeah, we're working on some projects just like that, Steve, for the Intel community of taking, general purpose large language models, but bringing them into an enclave, a secure enclave, and then training them on their data, so it's not spread out back to the cloud and then class, but, to write things the way an analyst would write it, or to look for the things that an analyst would care about. And I think some companies have found this to be very important, because if you expose your data to the general large language models, your data is now part of those models. And that might not be what you want if you have proprietary data to go out there. Recently, there's been the case where what the New York Times is suing because they said, wait a minute, you asked this model something that was written in the Times and it comes out looking like it was written by the Times, and that should be copyrightable or something like that. So there's some issues still to be looked at there, I think. What's the difference between copyrightable data and fair use of data? That still remains to be determined in the US, I guess.
But I think the whole point about paying attention to your data and what you want to protect, how much of it, data is the new oil to run this engine. And that's another area that if someone's, looking to enter into or take advantage of the opportunities that AI and space can have together, it starts with the data. And so having it in the right formats, having it stored in the right places, as you mentioned, Steve, and making it accessible. And frankly, just creating that data. And I know a lot of space companies are paying attention to what data they are creating and how they're leveraging that for their bottom line. So I think that's a really great point. Okay, this time really flew by, and I want to end it on our question that has to do with who are you watching for the next big breakthrough in either of these areas or the two as they come together? Steve, what do you think?
Well, there's a lot of excitement and a lot of innovation that's happening in this sector. We've got great partners we're working with, large like OpenAI, or small companies like, for instance, there's one called Synthetic, where they can do rapid identification of objects in satellite imagery without a large amount of labeling in advance. And in fact, they were able to find the Chinese balloon that was traversing across the globe very rapidly with satellite imagery and with their artificial intelligence technology. So we'll be working with a partner ecosystem and ultimately focused on our customers and helping enable their missions, empower them to achieve more. And I expect a lot of exciting things to come ahead in this area.
How about you, Paul?
Yeah. Well, similar to what Steve has said, I would watch the great and small software-based companies, because in the US, they've shown the ability to scale really fast to things. When they find something, they know how to scale. This has not been, as we would all have to admit, this has not been the province of government sometimes to scale fast. But US industry has always been so innovative in this area and so quick to grasp these things and move. So I would watch US industry. I don't know where. You don't know whether it's a new company to pop up, just like most of the big companies we know now didn't exist 20 years ago. They've all popped up, and done so well. Or whether it's one of the large or one of the smalls, one of the non-existent companies that's out there, I guess I would say. The other thing I think we have to be mindful of is to watch some of the other countries, in particular China. China has a lot of really smart people. A lot of them have been trained in the US even, and they have lots of data. And if data is the currency, they got more data than almost anybody on their people, on their society, on everything. And I don't think they're the only country that's in that position, but there's certainly one. I would not overlook India, which has developed its own great software companies over the time, and see what they have to do too. I opened up earlier by saying it's just an exciting time to be an engineer, and I just want to come back to that. And each of us was fortunate to be an engineer in our careers, and some of you still are. I'm a bureaucrat now, but I think that it's a wonderful time to be an engineer. And the design space is so open. There's so many problems that society faces that need to be solved as well, right? And so this is a time for us to put our thinking hats on and start to address the problems that we see as a race, as a humanity.
Oh boy, I couldn't have said it any better, Paul. Thank you for those final comments. And thank you, Steve, for joining me here today. What a really great discussion. We covered so many topics. We covered the talent. We covered the countries and the companies and the many, many opportunities that both AI and space have together. And
yes.
I would say the future is bright. But we do have to be cognizant of how this could go awry if we don't keep our eye on the ball. So, boy, it's been a true pleasure having you both here. Thank you so much. And have a great day. This is all we have here for you today. And back over to you, David.
For 40 years, Space Foundation has been the leader in delivering excellence in education, collaboration, and information to advance the global space community. From the premier assembly of the global space ecosystem to classrooms and business centers around the world, Space Foundation works with its partners to create opportunities and inspire generations. Today, space presents more possibilities than ever before. With nearly 100 countries active in space and thousands of companies providing operational support, millions of jobs are generated around the world and across diverse sectors: government, business, education, medicine, and more. There has never been a more exciting time for space, and it's only just begun. At Space Foundation, we believe there is space for all, and we invite you to join us in creating new opportunities and inspiring generations to be part of today's adventure in space. Learn more at spacefoundation.org.
The world today is on the brink of remarkable technological transformation. A new era of machine, human, and digital coexistence will bring forward new possibilities for businesses, governments, communities, and individuals across the globe. The rate of innovation is moving faster with each year that passes. This belief led to the creation of Evoke, Comtech's innovation foundry. Evoke creates new solutions that empower global communities by providing access to technologies others never imagined possible. Working across businesses with partners, suppliers, customers, and academia, our Innovation Foundry serves two vital purposes. First, Evoke is pioneering new technologies to disrupt existing markets and create future networks that are focused on better customer outcomes. Second, through our relentless innovation, Evoke is enhancing Comtech's existing offerings that will enable the transformation needed to usher in a new era of machine, human, and digital coexistence. Since the launch of Evoke, we have already forged strategic partnerships with market leaders, innovators, and technology disruptors that will help us push the boundaries of innovation and propel the world into a truly connected future. Together with our partners, we are anticipating the needs of customers and multiplying the value of our technologies to empower individuals, create value for our customers, and make the world a better place for all of us. Circle is combining their leading network technologies with Comtech's expertise in location-based services to deliver real-time analytics and intelligence at the edge of the IoT. Together, Comtech and Circle are delivering smart-enabled solutions to provide customers with extraordinary insights and new capabilities that can create substantial impact by exploiting the full power of IoT networks. Descartes Labs is integrating their industry-leading cloud-native supercomputer and data processing capabilities with Comtech's communications technologies to provide customers with powerful insights and services. Today, Comtech and Descartes Labs are infusing the power of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and monitoring insights to deliver real-time, actionable intelligence of developing situations. Wishnish brings leading distributed ledger solutions to further enhance Comtech's technologies and improve secure information exchange and enhance privacy applications available across industries, institutions, governments, and developers. Together, Comtech and Wishnish are integrating highly secure, flexible distributed ledger technologies to build trust in a democratic fashion and drive automation from the outer boundaries to the very core of a business. Arna Network's leading zero-touch edge and 5G service orchestration and management, combined with Comtech's dynamic cloud platform, is opening the door to groundbreaking cloud-native network services. By integrating cloud-based network technologies, Comtech and Arna Networks enable customers to add and manage applications that can significantly improve business performance across public, private, and hybrid networks. But our partnerships don't stop there. We're also forging alliances with leading universities worldwide to ensure we empower future leaders who will build connections that set ideas free. As we innovate to deliver intent-based, insightful, on-demand technologies and services, Evoke will transform global technology landscapes to empower the world. Welcome to the new era of connectivity and collaboration. Welcome to Evoke.
General Pringle, thank you so much for leading that wonderful conversation. We really want to thank you for all the great work you and the Space Foundation does, and really want to thank you for all of your support. Now, we have another really interesting discussion coming up. Laura Winter, who is a journalist with the Defense and Aerospace Report, will have a conversation now with about cyber and physical security with Jana Monroe, who many of you may know was the inspiration for the character Clarice, played by Jodie Foster in Silence of the Lambs. Jana is a multifaceted expert in many areas, so we're really looking forward to Laura and Jana having this conversation. So, Laura, thank you again, and we look forward to it.
Hello and welcome back to the National Security Summit. I'm Laura Winter. I am the editor and host of the Downlink podcast, which for those of you who are interested in the intersection of space, the space business, and defense, check it out. But for this segment of the National Security Summit, I am privileged and honored to introduce a security professional who has been there, done that, and probably has a drawer full of t-shirts from her 22-year career with the FBI. Jana Monroe has served as the special agent in charge in Los Angeles and Phoenix and is not only the first assistant director of the FBI Cyber Division. Jana is also the FBI's first female profiler in the elite behavioral science unit. Jana is now in the private sector and was most recently the vice president of global security and remains as a consultant for Herbalife, an international and publicly traded company with a market cap of $1.5 billion, according to Forbes. Jana, thank you so much for making the time to join me today.
Oh, Laura, it's great to be with you. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Now, before we dive into the intersection of corporate security and national security, let's take a moment or two to talk about your most recent achievement, and that's your book, Hearts of Darkness, Serial Killers, the Behavioral Science Unit, and My Life as a Woman in the FBI. You know, writing a book, especially an autobiography that's more than slightly touched by evil, is not easy. I've got to tell you, Jana, you know, I read the book over Christmas and I recommend it to everybody out there. It's a page turner. But briefly give our audience a synopsis and why you wrote this book now.
Well, thank you, Laura. I'll start with the reason I wrote this book now. I think for me, I look at, and there's a lot of inaccuracies on this topic, and I'm saying this topic of serial killers and behavioral science, and I know it's a lot of people enjoy it because it's compelling and repulsive at the same time. And I just thought I would be able to add a degree of accuracy and genuineness to this, because that's what I did for years. And also, deeply in my heart, I feel very badly for the victims of the violent crime and the loved ones who grieve their loss. And the victims don't have a voice. And so this was, my book was like a tribute and an honor to them.
You know, and what I found and continue to find both fascinating and a real truism is that, you know, and it's clearly woven throughout your book, is that intense experiences shape our approach to other facets of our lives and professions. You know, I'd like to know how those 5 years inside the behavioral sciences unit, the serial murderers and rapists and the victims, right? You know, how you've taken that very special experience and those analytical skills and applied them in your later career at the FBI and now in the corporate world, which you and, you know, your position and positions that you've recently held, you know, has been very international and intersects with national security.
Well, when you look at the skills that I learned on the job and then just from the experiences with this, and it was called a behavioral science unit until a judge took exception to that and said it's not really a science, it's analytical. So henceforth, the behavioral analysis unit. But I think the skills that I learned not only from the training, but from on the job is that reading of people, As humans, we give off signals much more non-verbally than verbally. And when you have an incongruency, meaning when someone says something but their actions or their whatever they do with their eyes or their hands says something else, I learned a lot about that in interviewing people. And even though you're looking at maybe, criminals, felons, serial killers, you can take that skill set and apply it to corporate or to whatever kind of a business you're in when you're interviewing for a position, when you're speaking with someone else, when you're trying to elicit information from someone. It's the same skill set, only with a different audience, if you will.
And now I want to kind of shift gears ever so slightly. I'm not really sure that folks really make the connection that corporate security is actually part of the fabric of national security. And I think an easy example of this is your time with Southern California Edison. As a utility, it's part of the energy sector, which is an official critical infrastructure, right? I mean, that's according to the U.S. government's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA. But when you landed there, that utility wasn't exactly secured, and there was an incident. Could you take, some time and run us through the traps of why this company's security is actually a national security concern?
Oh, absolutely. When you're looking at the sectors that are part of the key national infrastructure, and of course, electric utility is, Southern California Edison had, the grid in addition to a nuclear plant. And when you look at, just think of the ramifications if that went dark. Okay, if that were attacked and the grid was down, there goes all of your power, all of your electricity. There's the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach where you have your supply chain, all your deliveries. That's going to impact every business that you have in the area. It's going to impact transportation. I mean, when you think of the wide range of ramifications, it is literally going to shut down business. And depending on what you have as contingency plans for backup, for an incident response, is going to have a significant impact on when you're up and running again. So to me, looking at all of I'd look through the lens, because of my security background, something from a terrorist perspective or someone just with evil intent, any kind of nefarious scheme that you would look at that could either impact the nuclear plant or the grid itself, was the way that we approached security and what that impact would have, and not only to that area, but again, as you say, to national security.
And when you arrived there, you in a pre-interview that we had, you mentioned that you had actually already started advising the company, and that an incident actually kind of arose, and that all kind of comes back from your time when you were at the FBI, but just using that, again, very specialized skill set that you have, right?
Right. And so what I was looking at is the culture and environment of the company. And it was generation after generation of family members that worked there, which can be a good thing or a bad thing. We'll refer to it as nepotism. It's fine as long as everyone gets along, but then you start having divorces and somebody's working next to an ex, and you're just looking at typical human behavior. You have that with a company or an environment that like to hear good news always, and that's not really how life is. So you have to have management and leadership that understands there's going to be issues and they need to address with them. Because of that, I thought there were a confluence of items that made the company at risk for a potential active shooter situation. And unfortunately, that did happen. There was an active shooter that left 3 employees dead and 3 seriously injured. But what I had done was analyzed the environment of the company, the culture of the company, and those were the indicators, and we had them on a scale previously, that would be a metrics for a risk. So how much is a company at risk for some kind of an act of violence?
Yeah, it's incredible, because I don't think a lot of people really understand that, an employee, an insider threat, that that we hear about people going quote unquote postal, right, or shooting things up, but that this actually could have a ramification that could go all the way out to the Los Angeles ports,
right?
Oh, absolutely. Again, you're taking a look at something when you always looked at security in concentric circles. It's like you'd have something, there's an alarm system and you have badging for people to get in. You do background checks on employees to get into the company. But you have all of those things, and there's a nexus right there then with cyber. I don't want to get too far ahead, but that's why those two functions need to work so closely together. And for an insider threat, you've got your employees or others that have access and are inside your campus, inside your company, that you've got to have programs and processes in place to vet these people, because that's one of the biggest areas of threat, because people who are insiders, employees, and have that access they have access to information or intellectual property that could definitely be a national security issue.
So now I want to take a look at what's perhaps not so easy an example, and that's the company Herbalife. I'd like for us to start this off, if you could just give us the basics, like what is it, where is it, how big is the footprint globally, how many employees, what are the big data points that our audience should understand about what Herbalife is before we actually start talking about, the threat situation and the, corporate security and its intersection with national security. Yeah. What is Herbalife?
Sure, Laura. Well, Herbalife Nutrition, it's a multinational, multi-billion-dollar revenue-generating vitamin supplement and drink enhancement company, but it really focuses on comprehensive wellness and well-being, footprint in 96 countries. And it operated, it's a great company, but it operated more, when I got there, more like, I'll say, a mom and pop company. It had grown exponentially, and so had really grown more than it was taking a look at its security function and security processes. As is anywhere, when you're in 96 countries, some of those are not so friendly. And each one of them, you're going to have to take a different look at their laws, the regulatory environment, in addition to their security environment.
And how many employees are we roughly talking about? I mean, thousands?
When I started, it was approximately 8,500. It's a little less than that now, but we're talking, in the thousands. There probably are about 7,500 at this point. So,
and that would also include, manufacturing facilities all the way through administration, just so that I, get the whole sort of picture.
Sure. Manufacturing facilities in China, in California, in Winston-Salem, and you're looking at actual offices in all of the 96 countries. And it's a multi-level marketing sales force, which means the distributors are not employees of the company. So in addition to the 7,500 employees, there are hundreds of thousands of distributors as the sales force.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, so that added complications because you are looking at the rules and policies, procedures for employees that differ from that of distributors. But when you're looking at reputation, you're looking at the stock market and the public, right? It's all one Herbalife. So that made it a little more complex, and then throw in the different 96 countries with it. It became a complex environment.
So now, when you walk through the door there, that was back in 2014, almost exactly 10 years ago.
Yes.
Herbalife was not exactly in a good place in its security posture, its brand, its employees, the facilities, its distributors, the C-suite, spouses, and even children were facing a growing list of threats, very specific threats, creepy, skin-crawling threats. I don't want to get into the ins and outs of Herbalife's business practices, but I really want you to set the scene. I mean, when you walked into the offices there, it was a multi-altitude storm, right?
Yes, I love that multi-altitude storm. It certainly was. And Bill Ackman, who is a hedge fund activist, was shorting the stock at Herbalife and trying to take it to zero. He was very public about that and very threatening and intimidating. And Herbalife, I hadn't expected that, but I have to give the company a lot of credit. When I was hired for that, they had already had a team that was working to address that, while they had another team that was working to keep, business as usual. You've got to have sales, you have to have operations and run the business. But in the interim of all that, the CEO's family was being threatened and intimidated. You had daily negative press. The reputation of the company, not only on Wall Street, but again in the community, was very negative, and they had to respond to that. And they had a small corporate communication function, which they had to ramp up immediately so that they would be able to respond externally and internally. And again, as I mentioned, there's a distributor model, and some of the distributors in different countries weren't understanding what was going on. So there was a whole different communication strategy to keep everybody informed as much in real time as possible. The other part was, again, I had mentioned the company had grown so exponentially. Their regular traditional security, badging and cameras and vetting and making sure that people were not in your space, your company space, that didn't have approval to have access, all of that needed to be ramped up also.
And just to really illustrate to the audience, what kind of threats we're talking about. I mean, there was a threat that the CEO's wife received on her cell phone coming back from her daughter's soccer match. Is that right? Could you
Yes.
illustrate
Yes.
that for us?
Yeah,
That's creepy
correct.
as heck.
Oh yeah, she received a threat that that they knew where she and her daughter was, and that son was home alone, and that he could be threatened. So it's one of those eerie things, threatening the whole family. And you take a look at it, the company wasn't doing anything wrong, but you had this activist that had his own agenda. So the company, and specifically the CEO's wife, but other spouses of the company, were not expecting this. And of course, the C-suite hadn't been able to articulate it because they didn't see this coming either. So it was kind of this confluence of negativity all at the same time. And they had to address all facets of this instantly. It wasn't something let's get on this next week, next month.
So, under those circumstances, right, I'm sure that your list of what to do first was actually quite long, but really, what was the first security issue there that you tackled, and why was it that one that you felt that needed to be taken care of first?
Okay, so keep in mind, like I said, there was a small team that was dealing with the attack and the incident. So, of course, I met with them first to see what actually they were doing. But my next order of business is that the company had become lackadaisical because, and I certainly understand this, they said, we're a nice company. And how that translated into process is they had badges, but if people forgot them or weren't wearing them, other employees would just let them in. It's like, oh, come on in. Whether they knew them or not. So here you're having a process of just anybody and everybody can come into the company. And this was in downtown LA, in an LA live setting. And I only say that is because there's there's a huge homeless contingent there. There's some crime in that area. And that's the whole reason for having badges, is so you don't tailgate, which means you just open the door and let anybody in, is because everybody in the building needed to have a background check so that we knew who was actually in our premises so we could protect our employees. So it was a twofold, in that there wasn't enough badging process, but also people were not acknowledging the why we were doing it. It was for protection, not because we were the department that said no. So I embarked on a video campaign and posters and a big explanation as to this is a positive, not a negative, as to why we need you to badge in and not let other people in without knowing who they are. And we also offered, if they were not comfortable, the employees were not comfortable with confronting someone and saying, I'm sorry, I need to see your badge, we had increased security officers, and they could then just refer them to a security officer so they could play the heavy hand, if you will.
So you got a good cop, bad cop thing going.
Yeah, and like I said, it sounds minor, but it really was a starting point because I had to work on developing that culture of security, because security is everybody's business. You can't have some small department, and you don't want that. You don't want to be, like I said, the Department of No or law enforcement, because you're not. And when everyone understands it's their business, it's a cliche, see something, say something, but it's very important. When you have all the eyes and ears of the entire company, with that mindset, something's wrong, something's out of place, I need to report this, then you have a much better chance of having better security.
And perhaps people should also think of it as, like their home. And it's not, if you're in Los Angeles and you work and live in Los Angeles, it's not like you leave the front door open and unlocked, right?
Right. Or your
just
keys in your car, or right.
Windows roll down, right?
Yep. Yeah, you have to be savvy about that. Maybe if you're in the rural area of, the Midwest or something, some of those things are still done, but that's a far cry from LA, New York, and some of the major cities. You just have a different environment.
Sure. But, something that I also really found really interesting from the news clips is that you reached back into your very specialized experience with evil and criminal minds, right? And you commissioned a profile on the billionaire Bill Ackman, and just for everybody to understand, he's a hedge fund manager and the founder and CEO of Pershing Square Capital Management. And right now he's actually in a bit of a dust up with Harvard University, right? But,
yes.
Why and what should be the lesson really for all security professionals tuning into this discussion? Because I don't think everyone out there is going to have on their list, let's profile the financially and politically powerful billionaire, right? I mean, he's got celebrity status. Why was that deep dive into, just what makes Ackman tick so important, to you and to the company?
Great question. And the reason is, and like you said, it's something you learn from behaviorally. It's like, what does make him tick? So is he going to take this to the nth degree? Is he going to use every amount of money that he has for that and his clients too to do this? Is this the hill he's going to die on? Or is this, it's kind of like, make it analogous to poker, right? So is somebody going to play a hand or not play a hand? Really, if he had narcissistic tendencies, I won't get too psychological on you here, but knowing some of that behavior, it would give us an insight into how far is he going to take this and how much should we as a company invest in this? I mean, resource-wise, monetarily, is this something where he will go away? There's a new shiny object over here, and maybe he will go for that company. So it was trying to get as much insight as to his motivation and intent. Those are the two number one and two things for why a crime is committed. It's motive, right? Why did someone do that? When you find that out, that makes everything falls into place if you're going to be able to solve a crime. And those were the same things from a criminal aspect that we were able to apply to Bill Ackman.
And with that information, then, you just said that, what kinds of investments or where you would, want to bolster some of security, whether it's brand security, online security, or just be ready with the correct press release, et cetera, et cetera. With that information, how did the company invest? Like, how did you use that?
Well, how we ended up using it was what the results were, or what the indications were, is that it was not going to be his hill to die on, right? And so with some of and I think the company, just my opinion, but I think the company did an excellent job of fighting back. He started to realize, and like I said, we had a great corporate communication team that was built very quickly. He started realizing that the company wasn't going to roll over or lay down or go away or even look for, let's cut our losses, let's compromise. The company was fighting back. I think that's where he underestimated Herbalife and the executive team.
Interesting.
So that profile helped decide whether we should hit this head on. It's almost like if you look in a courtroom, right? Are we going to do a plea bargain? Are we going to do a jury trial? Are we, what do we think is the best way to approach this to win? And that's what the profile was kind of the foundation for helping with.
Wow, interesting. And now today, I mean, Herbalife is a huge company, right? We're now 10 years after, that dust up. It has a solid brick and mortar footprint, and does business in pretty much every continent that's inhabited. 20% of its business is in China, which represents its own set of security challenges. It recently launched a new website starting in the Singapore market. In the past 30 days, it named a new president. That's Stefan Paolo Graziani. And if I'm saying your name wrong, please forgive me. I'm sorry.
No, you did a great job with his name.
Okay. Just, haven't met you yet. And it also inked a memorandum of understanding with a university in Himachal Pradesh, and that's in India. Yeah, this could be considered, small change, but I'm bringing all these things up, and there are different levels of importance to illustrate, just how deep into foreign countries Herbalife goes, right? It's very international, which means the threat landscape is actually quite expansive. And now you have the added pressures of geopolitical schisms, especially in East Asia, where, Herbalife has 20%, at least just in China, of its business. And you've got hot wars with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and you've got the Israel-Hamas war. How do these larger global crises and national security challenges inform a company's security posture, right? What gaps or concerns in this current global security environment do you think other security professionals need to be sure to cover down on?
Excellent question. And that's the way that we approached it, as I do know many other companies do too. We had regional security advisors, which was a security personnel in each one of the regions, because as we previously mentioned, there's different laws, regulatory environment, legal. So they are the literally boots on the ground employees that can keep us current with those situations, because otherwise, you have your intel or your intelligence, but that's coming from a different source. You can then use that intelligence that's also coming from your own employees. But, all of the geopolitical schisms and scenarios you just mentioned, never a dull moment. Those are the things that you need all of that intel for, because each one of those is going to be handled a little differently. And the way that we approached it, we had corporate, which the corporate was located in Los Angeles, but you need to have a corporate voice that then has the flexibility to incorporate all of the different security concerns in the different areas. So you've got that flexibility, but you're still being seen as represented as one company. Something goes awry in India, and it's not going to be Herbalife India, it's going to be Herbalife. So corporate certainly needs to know what's going on, and the decision makers need to have an option of information so that they can make decisions based on accurate information. And I think one of I don't know if I'm going to call it a gap, but let's just call it a big concern, is getting that the congruency of cybersecurity with traditional security and making sure those two functions in each one of the company are working in partnership.
And also with, when we're thinking about cybersecurity and Herbalife, I'm not really sure if it falls into one of the critical infrastructures. So it may not have access to, all the tools and bells and whistles of CISA. But, one of the things that, I also think is important is, how do you interact with your national government? I mean, Herbalife has a footprint. You're now consulting with other companies that have international footprints, or at the very least, an international employee base. How much do you think, companies, or are they, smart about interacting also with the U.S. government, whether it be the Department of Defense, the Department of State, Department of Commerce, the Department of Justice, the FBI, et cetera, et cetera?
I think that is something that's just a constant push. And that typically you'll see that for the positions that I've held, which are called Chief Security Officer. In a posting for that will be one of the requirements, is that you have contacts with and engage frequently with all the federal agencies that you just mentioned. But I can't say enough how important that is, because the two are really intertwined. Like you said, when you look at commerce and you look at publicly traded companies and privately, the business that they do, there's so many entry points for that national security. And even like now, Herbalife was not considered part of the key national infrastructure. But since I already belonged to a lot of these organizations within DOJ, FBI, DOD, I kept my contacts up with that. And where appropriate, we would exchange information that would safeguard the company. But I think also on the other side, since I was in the government for so long, I think there's a tendency for the government to underestimate how important companies are to the national infrastructure and what they bring to the table.
Well, with that, then, and this I think will really, close out our discussion. What would you recommend then to government? Is it a way of how they should engage with corporate America? Is it that they need to broaden their lens to, companies that may not be part of the quote unquote sectors of critical infrastructure, and to engage with them to support their security, because it could have a knock-on effect on national security? I mean, what would you recommend, based on your, many years of experience, both, with a badge and in the private sector?
Well, it's a great question. There are those programs, the public-private partnerships that do exist. InfraGard is one. There's a DSAC, Domestic Security Alliance. I won't go into the number of them. So they do exist, but what I see is that there is not enough emphasis on them, and I don't think they put enough importance on them. When I'm saying I'm referring to the federal government. I think it should be more of a push from their perspective. They're outreaching. They make it known that these exist, but there's not really actively going out to the public companies private companies and saying, here we are, this is what we do, this is the benefit of us partnering together. I think that's a part that's a gap. It exists, but it's certainly not a focal point.
Jana, thank you so much for your time. This has just been an absolutely fascinating discussion.
I can't thank you enough. This is a really important topic, and it was my honor to be able to discuss it with you.
Laura and Jana, thank you so much. That was fantastic. We really appreciate it. I don't think a lot of people who know of Jana are aware of how broad her background is and how many areas she is an expert. That was an incredibly interesting, enlightening conversation. So thanks so much. We're now going to be joined by Daniel Kurtenbach of Comtech Telecommunications, their Chief Strategy Officer. He's going to have a conversation on innovations and investment shaping national defense. And he's going to be joined by Alex Harstrick of J2 Ventures, David Rader of Defense Innovation Unit, and Wes Spurlock of the Office of Strategic Capital. I think it's really important for the investment community to understand the enormous opportunities that investing in national security provide, and that the government and military leaders do everything they can to encourage investment in order for the U.S. to gain competitive advantage over our near-peer adversaries. So this is really important. Thank you so much for joining us today. Over to you, Daniel.
Good afternoon and welcome to our panel, Innovation and Investment Shaping National Defense. My name is Dan Kurtenbach, and today we have the distinct pleasure of being joined by three distinguished individuals, all of whom work in three critical areas of our national security establishment: defense innovation, defense investment, and venture capital. I'll begin with some introductions, and then we'll get right into our three topics: current events, operational challenges, and the future of national security investment. So to kick it off, Alexander Harstrick is the managing partner at J2 Ventures. He began his career as a healthcare consultant at Booz & Company and later built the enterprise venture investing arm at Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield of New Jersey. Alex serves as a U.S. Army Reserve Intelligence Officer and has deployed with the Special Operations Joint Task Force to Afghanistan and Iraq. Alex was previously at the Defense Innovation Unit, where he led human systems and joint command investment efforts in the DoD. Alex holds a BA from Columbia and an MBA from Harvard Business School. Next up is David Rader. He is a senior advisor at the Defense Innovation Unit and an adjunct fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracy. He was previously the deputy director of the Global Investment and Economic Security Directorate at the DoD, where he was an expert on industrial policy and CFIUS-related matters. David has held roles at JP Morgan, the RAND Corporation, and the U.S. Army. He earned a BA from the University of Arizona, a JD from Michigan State, an MS from Johns Hopkins, and finally, an MBA from Northwestern. Last but not least, Wes Spurlock is an active duty colonel in the U.S. Air Force, currently serving as senior advisor at the DoD's newly formed Office of Strategic Capital. He was previously a leader at F Ventures, a White House fellow, and a military aide to the President of the United States. Wes also served as the first commander of the KC-46 Pegasus and has more than 3,000 flying hours in various aircraft with multiple overseas deployments. Wes received a BS from the Air Force Academy, an MBA from Mississippi State, and an MPA from the Harvard Kennedy School. And so let's start with you, Wes. Let's dive right into it with current events. So in December, Congress passed the 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. Can you talk a little bit about OSC, probably just for the people who don't know, and then how it was impacted by that NDAA, including any changes to your authorizations and authorities?
Absolutely. Thanks, Dan. And I'm trying to get a couple more of those schools so I could be more like David Rader. But, I'll try to make it in basic terms based off of my lack of pedigree in that sense. So the Office of Strategic Capital, OSC, was stood up by the Secretary of Defense in December of 2022 with the mission mandate to attract and scale private capital towards national security, specifically the critical technology areas that we find ourselves really needing to pump up the focus on, especially bringing the private capital markets into play, but making sure that we're working as a good partner in that sense. Throughout the last year, we've been analyzing the different market areas, the different technology areas, and figuring out how we can be the best partner in that relationship. And in December, the Congress agreed with that and authorized not just the stand-up of the Office of the Strategic Capital in law, but they authorized the use of tools like loans and loan guarantees in different critical technology areas for us to be able to execute that mission. So it was a huge win for us to be the first time the Department of Defense has been operating in this space. There's currently 131 federal credit programs in the federal government. None in the Department of Defense, Justice, or Labor. And so for us, it's a big win and an opportunity to really show how these tools can be used like they are throughout the federal government, but specific to our mission mandate, which is national security and emerging technology.
Fantastic. Thanks for that, Wes. Now, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, first comes the authorizations, but you also need to appropriate funds in order to be able to execute your mission. Can you talk more about that, what that looks like? The process both on Congress's side and also within OSC and the DoD?
Absolutely. So the office has been stood up and established, and we have the authority to do that. But with these types of programs, it is critical that the appropriations also come alongside that. As most of the folks are aware, authorities and appropriations are required for any of these government programs to really be put to execute. And so for us, we're kind of eyes looking down the track, doing as much as we can with the authorities we have to figure out how we can best utilize those authorities, with the hopes that we have the appropriations that Congress sees fit in the next couple months to get that working. Once we have those two, we'll look at what Congress has kind of told us to do through those authorities and appropriations, and then work to build and execute a program that will maximize the use of these tools, but also maximize the efficiency of these taxpayer dollars to achieve our objective.
That makes a lot of sense. Thanks, Wes. And I'm going to call an audible and actually ask a follow-up question on that point to Alex. And so as a VC that focuses on the defense space, are you and other VCs looking closely at what happens with the Office of Strategic Capital and its own authorizations and authorities?
Yeah, unquestionably. I think Wes and the broader team have done a fantastic job of engaging the community. Even people that I would describe as not being previously sympathetic to this strategy are paying a lot more attention for, in my opinion, the right reason, which is the providing of leverage and making things that would otherwise be uninvestable on a VC, either time scale or return scale, fit that category, brings a tremendous amount of value to the United States. I would say, to correct one thing, while we do invest in defense adjacent technologies, I wouldn't necessarily qualify myself as a defense investor just because I don't believe investing in defense alone is a good strategy. What the Office of Strategic Capital does, though, is make things that I think would otherwise really only have a market in working with the federal government be something that would have a return profile that would be investable even by venture capitalists. And so I can talk a little bit more about that. But yeah, unquestionably, very popular strategy among especially emerging VCs. So I would say people with a track record of less than 10 years.
That's helpful. Thanks, Alex. And let's follow that up then. So for those who don't know about J2 Ventures, can you talk about the firm a little bit, about its inception, investment philosophy, and then we'll talk about the current events aspect?
Absolutely. And I think it's most important to point out that I'm not taking this call from my home. While I appreciate the American Southwest, this is not actually my artwork. I credit this with the good people at Marriott for putting me up at their hotel. But by background, J2 Ventures was formed in 2020. We manage a little over $200 million. And the intent of our strategy is to look at deep technology bets in 4 critical areas: telecommunications and infrastructure, advanced computing, healthcare as it relates to remote physiological monitoring, and next generation cybersecurity. We happen to work very closely with the US government because we feel that the best way to de-risk very, very deep pieces of technology is in working with a cost indiscriminate entity like the US government. I had the pleasure of working directly with Wes at AFWorks, among a couple of other people that are the Office of Strategic Capital. We had made reference to the Defense Innovation Unit. And what I found fascinating, Dan, was so few investors when we got started in 2020, or when we originally iterated on the strategy in 2019, wanted anything to do with the federal government. I mean, if you talk to these people, if the federal government was a part of their strategy on a company they were seeking to invest, regardless of the fundamentals of the company, they wouldn't touch it. Outside of a couple of funds that were so large, they had to have some kind of exposure to the strategy because their AUM was so large. So we felt that there was a gap in the market to be able to build a very robust investment firm that targeted exactly that. And I would argue, and this might come up later, with almost no sympathy towards service or mission, but a pure focus on what we think are good companies, which I think happen to work with the Department of Defense.
That's incredible. There are, however, I suppose, a proliferation of defense-focused VCs that have started over the last, let's say, a half decade or so, that are focusing on that as their investment thesis. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason I felt it was important to make that distinction is I think it's very good that these investment firms exist. They're very prolific. A new one seems to emerge now every week. The issue I take is we pay taxes for mission-focused investing. The U.S. government is actually very good at spending your money, and they have wonderful programs that do amazing things for the American taxpayer. Private capital should be used for private capital level returns that are competitive against other strategies. Otherwise, it's not sustainable. And so while I appreciate the sort of proliferation of mission-focused investing, and I think that's great, the fundamentals of the investment still have to make sense. Otherwise, the mission cannot be achieved. And America's greatest export is capitalism. That should not stop when it comes to the use of private capital. And in that sense, I think OSC is filling a critical gap where there are some things that just won't be able to have that return profile. And the American government is sort of filling the gap.
Very well said. Very well put. So let's get to the actual question then, Alex. From your perspective, how have recent global events, wars overseas, influenced the risk and opportunity profile for investments in companies in this space, those engaged in public-private defense partnerships?
I'm sure Wes and David can corroborate this. There are more people that are focused on quote-unquote defense investing, dual-use investing now than there ever were before. Maybe the data would be a little skewed after the Cold War or during the Cold War, but I don't think venture capital was really anything back then. And so in the sense, since the advent of venture capital, I don't know that there have been more people focused on this. I think the problem is the popularity of global events have obfuscated the investment rationale of investing in this asset class. So people are saying things like the world's an increasingly dangerous place. We need more technology to defend it. Completely understand that. But American defense, and when I say that in the sense of the things that truly repel our enemies, have always been creating incredible, innovative technologies that have made us more prosperous, that often have nothing to do with weaponry or explicit defense, in my opinion. And so when you think about the things that really, really pulled us out of the Cold War, there were amazing advancements in technology, but a lot of the threats that we had from a kinetic point of view were actually lies. I mean, space wars, for example, or space lasers being shot around. It's an amazing head fake towards Soviet Russia. But in actuality, the things that we invested in, computer chips, better air superiority, which you could argue has some weaponry components to it, but a bunch of sort of plethora of technologies, we came to the conclusion that it was perpetual innovation for perpetual prevention. And so the better America is as an export, the more our enemies are even going to want to join us in embracing those exports. And I think that the critical to creating that is working with the U.S. government.
Perfect. Thank you. Dave, let's get you in here. Can you talk a little bit about how the Defense Innovation Unit is facilitating new models of cooperation between the military and the tech industry? I know there's been multiple iterations of DIU since its inception, particularly in the context of recent international conflicts.
Yeah, I mean, you caught me in a weird part in the calendar because Replicator is ongoing right now. Dr. Hicks, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, just announced that, but it's not really publicly announced yet. I mean, some of the aspects of it. And then DIU 3.0, Director Beck's new agenda for DIU's mission mandate also is yet to be announced. So I wish I could, time machine us forward 60, 90, 120 days and get that to really enrich this conversation. I will say, though, I mean, nothing about the core of DIU has changed in the sense of our job is to scout emerging and critical technologies, match that to warfighter demand or service needs, really make sure that the capital partners play a role in helping shape that to make sure it's commercially viable and market realistic. So, our engagements remain constant and meaningful, both domestically and overseas. Director Beck has done a really good job in expanding our purview and our scope to work more closely with allies and partners. I hate to do the cliche of as we live in a global economy, but we do. And so we're being more cognizant of the U.S. can't make everything. We're not going to. We're not good at it, at everything. Our partners and allies have to make stuff too. We have to be trading with each other. We have to be, making trade-offs and off-takes with one another. And so that's a real core focus right now, both Secretary Austin and Director Beck's. And so that's really kind of where DIU, without showing my cards, that's kind of where DIU 3.0 is going. Really focusing on our allies and partners. And the one other aspect is also the combatant commands. I was going to say COCOM, sorry, shorthand. But so making sure that, DIU's primary focus was originally with the services, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Space Force, et cetera, really focusing now to make sure that the end user, the combatant commands, theater commands, INDOPACOM, CENTCOM are getting what they need too. And so that's a big focus of DIU 3.0. So, technologists, entrepreneurs, venture capitalists out there, members of the business community need to be recognizing that shift from selling to the services to also selling to the combatant commands when they maybe think about their business strategy or to whom they engage on this front.
Thanks, Dave. Now, I remember about 3 or so months ago, DIU announced opening a new office or initiative with INDOPACOM on the Pacific region. Can you talk more about what obstacles that is intended to solve?
Yeah, I mean, so the JMAD, that's the acronym, and some of those kind of programs that are being run out of INDOPACOM, it's the pathways exist. It's just the muscle movements are maybe a little clunky because we haven't done it the same way. So INDOPACOM has been there for a long time. DIU's been there for a relatively long time, 2015 under Secretary Ash Carter. So we both know what we're doing, but fusing those two together, this is a unique kind of challenge and opportunity too. So it's well staffed, it's well resourced. Admiral Aquilino, Admiral Paparo on one side, Dr. Hicks, Director Beck on the other side. Everybody has this as a priority. But as far as the gap between getting everybody in the room and then saying, hey, we all did a great job and the problem is solved, they're still ongoing. So I guess that would be my biggest grievance is that it's a new challenge and sometimes we screw things up, sometimes we do things great. This is also our chance to really shine because this is probably the primary theater where a lot of this advanced tech is going to be used and applied. Fortunately and unfortunately, UCOM, the Ukraine crisis and war, illegal war, I'm not going to call it a crisis, an illegal war by Russia. This has really kind of paved the way for us to recognize the value in critical and emerging techs. Drone technology, it's been absolutely critical on the battlefield, and it's really changed the way we're approaching this. So it's been super useful in helping us shape that for Indo-PACOM and even CENTCOM with the flare up with the Houthis right now. We're really also shaping, our requirements and our goals and our technology and capability gaps towards those conflicts, but also thinking about the big Indo-PACOM theater, which we need to make sure we've got right.
Oh, thanks for that, Dave. Let's talk a little bit more about the near-term operational risks. I think you touched a little bit on, Dave, there. And I want to keep it with you for a moment. You have a strong background working in CFIUS. Can you talk a little bit more about either with DIU or just more broadly the DoD within the framework of CFIUS, how you ensure the secure and beneficial collaborations in the space, particularly when dealing with foreign investments and technologies?
Yeah, boy, this is the constant challenge that we're facing. We want to sprint with our commercial partners. We are tired of hearing government moves too slow, because it does, and it did, and we're trying to fix that. But in the same vein, you can't walk in and say, we need this next great widget that has some classified or really advanced market leading applications. You just can't jump into these rooms in the same way. So we're very cautious of, the people that are in the rooms, their intentions, their plans and intentions, their capabilities, how we're also having a maturing of our thought in how capital can shape and influence both the boardroom and even, the long-term performance of a company that I don't think we'd had before. So CFIUS is a very narrow tool, and it's a very powerful tool. And we're, instead of trying to change the law of FIRMA, which supports and authorizes CFIUS, we're trying to expand into other capability buckets and authorities to draw upon. So the Corporate Transparency Act that got passed and just came out live January 1st, so 9 days ago now, that's something we're really looking at. Partnering with our open source intelligence partners out there that you get from all the way from, same stuff Alex uses, PitchBook and Bloomberg. And I'm not trying to pump those, but, those kind of platforms, as well as in the specific service capabilities. So we're really trying to start fusing and blending this together. The challenge we have, and I'll make this very clear, and I hope members of Congress are listening, but gapping Title 10 and Title 50 authorities. So being able to look at U.S. persons, U.S. companies, U.S. technology, if you have an intelligence background or intelligence bent, is prohibited. And we're actually very good at making sure that wall stays up between the two. But the problem is if you have an actor from country X working with a U.S. business, you're inherently going to have a U.S. person or a U.S. entity involved. And so we're trying to balance how we can look at maybe a nefarious actor or even just dumb money, loose capital out there, and how that might impact the U.S. company, U.S. technology, the defense industrial base, and so on. And so we really have to thread the needle. And again, my last comment will be that we're trying to move at the rate of industry. We cannot just sit back and say, we have to make sure everybody in the room is perfect. We can't meet. So we're really changing that culture too, saying we got to move as fast as they can, but we also have to protect our equities and protect national security. And it's a really fine line. It keeps us up at night. A lot of people work around the clock to get it right. There's things we've done wrong, things we've done right, but we're actually, the biggest thing we can do is get good feedback from industry on kind of what works, what doesn't work, and also have industry try to police itself. And I hate to make that mandate because it's government's job ultimately to protect the public, but also it makes our job a lot easier and we're better partners if industry and the private sector is willing to also police itself and make sure that they're very closed-lipped about their meeting with the government, and that they don't invite the wrong actors into the room. They don't open their data rooms, to potential nefarious actors. So it's a big ask, but we're all in this together. And defense innovation and defense investment will not be as productive if industry doesn't police itself, and we will not be as good at investing and innovating on the defense side if we also don't move at the rate and pace necessary to keep up with our private sector partners.
And David, real quick here, one of the things that we're seeing is that we're starting to see a trend where people, especially in the private capital markets, are starting to understand why it is bad to take on some of this, bad capital or really, adversarial capital in a way that it's not in their interest either. We're seeing, companies being taken based off of their cap table or just based off of stealing their intellectual property. Are you seeing that realization help it to where it's not just the government trying to protect us, it's the actual, the entrepreneurs trying to protect their own best interest?
Yeah, and I won't be able to get into it for a variety of reasons, but it absolutely, Wes, you nailed it on the head. I mean, the numbers have changed dramatically from one or two, funds or entrepreneurs or CEOs saying, "Hey, this kind of weird thing happened with this company or this fund overseas. We feel like maybe there is more going on," to where it's a long list now, where we've been able to kind of map out their tactics, strategies, and we've put in some good blockers. The problem though is it's just the private capital markets in the United States and commerce and commercial activity is so great that government can never, really check on all of it, nor do you want us to. I mean, you'd have to quadruple, quintuple the size of government overnight just to have us reach that baseline. And we're not meant to do that. So I do think that story is starting to get out where a lot of folks in the private sector are thinking, geez, we should be a little more thoughtful of with whom we partner. And did you hear about this company? They got screwed over here. We're not going to let that happen to us. So I will say that you're seeing a lot more private security, private intelligence, corporate intelligence, however you want to frame it, be pulled into the boardroom and geopolitical, risk analysis really shape decision makers in the C-suite now. And I think that's super meaningful because they are already saying, hey, we're not even going to go down that path. We're not going to need the government to come, help us because we're not even going to let that happen to us. And so it's great to see. It's a good point you bring. Good question.
Thanks, Dave. And actually, Alex, that brings up a question for you then. I mean, I don't know, are there mechanisms by which VCs can engage with the government based on what they're seeing when they deal with foreign companies or foreign technology and what they're getting from demand signals from foreign governments, for example, with these technologies?
I would say not efficient ones. To David's point, if you were to have that, so that every VC knows that every number that they could call some sort of 911 for nefarious foreign activity, you would have to expand the government multifold to the point where I don't think they could chase down every single lead. And you would also then have to recognize that most VCs have no training to figure out whether or not those leads are valid. What I would add is I think that there is a sort of inbred elitism to this that's actually very beneficial for the broader system, which is companies that do have to kind of go and raise from some odd nondescript actor that no one has ever heard of are usually embattled, usually don't have product market fit, usually have some kind of issue where the system is in and of itself self-correcting. I would never argue that certain VC funds are sort of better feeders than others, just because you may be on a really hot deal on one vintage and then a terrible vintage every single vintage thereafter, and the fund will just ride its popularity based on a single investment. Similarly, that logic would prevent any kind of emerging manager from entering in the space and creating new VC funds. But what I would add is there is smart money and there is dumb money. And I think the government is better at recognizing certain aspects of that than they are frankly allowed to let on. Just because the government does have to be this democratic access point. They can't say, I'm only going to take a deal flow from certain funds. But at the same time, I think there's a healthy level of skepticism on who the government chooses to actively engage or how they advertise certain aspects that will sort of build out different parts of this that are well within the law in saying there are certain funds we want to invite to the table and having these sort of discussions. Back to David's point. They're tight-lipped discussions by background. You can do research on these people. You can figure out who they are. And I think it is the way that information is let out on certain topics of interest to the government and how they want to feed into their deal flow. That is the best mechanism by which they do this. Because if you have to invite everybody and everybody is right, then you're in a bad room and it's not an important place that none of us should engage.
That's right.
Thanks for that, Alex. Let's shift a little bit back to OSC, Wes. Can you talk a bit about the most pressing obstacles that you see in the near term for your office's ability to deliver capital to the companies we're describing who want to be part of a forward-looking, robust defense industrial base?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think first of all, the most pressing obstacle right now is obviously working through ensuring that we have the appropriations and authorities to operate in this space. We already talked about that, so I'll kind of put that aside. On top of that, I think to Alex's point earlier, that making sure that we are, you said defense industrial base, and I think that really it's the industrial base. Most of the technologies that are in this space are the same technologies that are in your dishwasher and your car that we are using in a lot of the capabilities that the Department of Defense brings to bear for national security. So that being said, that there's a commercial, dual use is kind of maybe overused, but almost all of this, like we're learning more and more to take on things that are commercially viable are also going to be viable for the products that we're working on. And the suppliers that we use in the Department of Defense rely on those same technologies. Up until now, when the Department of Defense has kind of thought about the economic instrument of power, we've really used it in a sense of we use it as a purchasing mechanism. And that worked for a lot of the things when, there's no commercial viability for an aircraft carrier. But, a lot of the 14 critical technology areas that are laid out for the Department of Defense, quantum computing, there's hypersonics, there's all of those technologies. Really, most of them are dual use and for the most part, commercial use. And so that is kind of a messaging thing for us. And then along with that messaging thing is then convincing, when I tell you that we're looking to utilize loans and loan guarantees, most people in this think about what their mortgage is on their house. And that's not kind of really what we're looking at. We're looking, how do we lower the cost of capital so capital allocators like Alex can look at the numbers and the math will math to where they can invest in those hard technologies versus the quick returns on something that might be a software focused technology that doesn't really help us in the Department of Defense and really eliminates the commercial demand that will make that a viable option for us to utilize in the future. And so it takes a little peeling back of the onion to understand what exactly we're talking about and how we're using these tools. These tools are being used, across all the federal government. We've been using federal credit programs since before the Department of Defense. We just haven't used them in the Department of Defense. And we talked a little about the Cold War earlier. When Sputnik crossed our skies in 1957 and 1958, the Eisenhower administration came off with DARPA, NASA, and the Small Business Investment Company program that really started to catalyze, venture capital and use our competitive advantage in this space, which is our private capital markets and our private capital allocators, to make sure that they are, if they can get the same return and do the things that are in the interest of us for national security, and we can leverage their know-how, their sense on what is going to be a good technology. When we talk about public-private partnerships, that what it's really about. And when those investments win, our loans get paid back in the different formats that we're looking at, and those technologies are available to us. The taxpayers get their money back, and the private capital providers are able to continue to go on about doing what they do. That conversation is a little bit nuanced. There is the aversion to working with the DoD that we've heard from, that we've seen in previous years. I think that has started to, things like what AFWorks did with the SBIR program and what DIU has done is started to build those relationships. And it's really hard to hate people when you know people. So that's really been helpful. I think that there is a ecosystem that's going on where people know who to talk to and how to talk to them, and that it's not as scary anymore. But that doesn't, when we talk about all the tools in the toolbox, we haven't utilized these tools before from the DoD's perspective. So when people come to us and say, hey, this is our problem set we're trying to solve. And I say, well, you're trying to bring a commercial technology into the DoD in a rapid pace. Let me connect you with David and the DIU team, because that's kind of what they can do that at a much faster pace. Or you're in a very early stage research and you're looking to figure out how do you get onto a program from research to prototype type phase. We introduce you to the AFWorks, the AFVentures, the SBIR type of investment thing. Some of just the know-how and based off the experience our team has brought will allow us to feed the right to match make a little bit. But some of that is also when they hit in that sweet spot of where the tools we're looking at through OSC can go, is now then getting the same people to understand what we're doing both in the government and out, so we can have those conversations to see what are those viable options and how can I convince Alex to quit investing in his next dog walking app and start investing in the technologies that we're going to find in the next F-35.
First of all, Doggeroo is an amazing app, and I don't really using this forum to trash talk it with. If I could jump in on one point, by the way, Dan, on what Wes said, is and actually sort of to defend part of OSC's mandate is the access to the SMEs in the federal government is a not covered enough in what OSC is doing as a part of their accreditation program. Because I would argue a lot of venture capitalists, especially modern venture capitalists, are actually not very good technologists. The fact that most of the feeder schools into this program are business schools and not PhD programs in some sort of deep tech. The federal government in their national labs has done a better job of recruiting SMEs for these kind of deep tech programs that I think any venture capital firm could have access to, even with infinite amounts of money. Because more often than not, you would just end up hiring a GLG who's going to go and find someone who works in a national lab. The name of our fund is actually Argonne, which is the first national lab in the United States. And I think when you think about the best venture capital exits just of all time, at some level, since the sort of advent of modern venture capital, dog walking apps aside, there has been some kind of connectivity to some scientist at some national lab, whether they were trained there, whether they had some sort of affinity there, or whether the technology was literally invented there. I mean, let us not forget that things like LiDAR, which enable all autonomous driving, was a DARPA Grand Challenge program. One of our very high-performing companies, which is a needleless blood draw, not Theranos, it's called Tasso. It actually works. It's an amazing company. It does a lot of work with the DoD. Was a DARPA spin-out. Another company of ours, Illyria Technologies, does a ton of work in Livermore National Labs. Without these, we would not have the technology that make venture capitalists look smart. And so I actually think the paradigm has shifted, which is the DoD is very good at finding good technology. They're just not very good at finding good businesses. And the venture capital ecosystem, by virtue of having limited partners, by virtue of having different incentive structures that drive towards returns and growth, will be better at finding businesses. But that should also not be conflated with better at finance. Because I think most venture capitalists don't even know what a DCF is, let alone how to figure one out or sort of cash flows of a business, at least not for the majority of VC funds. But figuring out that commercial sensitivity is a venture capitalist job. They will just be more sensitive to the commercialization aspects of a business, which will position it better to be a going concern than if it were just a science and technology evaluation. I would argue.
That's helpful. Thank you, Alex. To follow up on the question about risks, Wes, I want to talk about the future very briefly as we start to close out our final category. If you can project ahead forward 5 years for the Office of Strategic Capital, what does success look like for you and the team?
I mean, I think the success is having the authorities and the appropriations to execute this, full stop. But then in 5 years, if we're able to, that we're not spending our time convincing the private capital markets why lowering the cost of capital can help them and us, and why, investing in national security can make investments on par with what, the next best alternative is, that's what success looks like. We're starting to see the trends of that with our partnership with the SBA and the Small Business Investment Company, CT, Critical Technology program. That is an SBA program that we are working with, providing what Alex talked about, some of the technical assistance and some of the national security lens by which we look through to help bolster that program. The SBIC has been a successful program, like I said, since 1957. A lot, in certain periods, I think 2/3 of all venture capital in the 70s were backed by the SBIC. It's become less it has been less utilized in that sense in recent years. And thanks to the SBA for their forethought and partnership, they have really tried to bring that back to focus on some of the technologies we're working on. And we look to model some of the hopeful programs that we'll be developing on our side of on the DoD side in that asset where we, debt lever a fund to make their ROI on par, their return on investment on par with what they would do in their next best alternative by using these debt-based tools, these non-dilutive forms of capital. That is, that is showing us we're getting a lot of interest. There's a lot of folks that are applying, that are getting licensed and working through that process just in the recent months. So I think that's a good sign. But it's like a lot of things in government. We make a lot of letters and TPS reports, but until we're actually seeing the outcome of this, that is what success looks like. We look back at a lot of the team worked at the AFWorks side of the house and watched what kind of happened with the SIBR program, where we had 70% of the companies last year had not worked with the government before. That's a huge win. That starts to build those relationships that we can then leverage down the road. There starts to build a sense of trust that it's not just everybody out to get us, because this is a mutually beneficial type of arrangement. So for us, as we can start to leverage those relationships, continue to demonstrate success for both the public and the private sector in this space, but all in all for, the taxpayers and our overall national security. That is what I think success looks like in 5 years. And I think that's in the form of a willingness to cooperate and work together, which it's here now, but it's going to require demonstrated success and continued support.
Thanks, Wes. David, similar question to you about DIU 5 years in the future. Can you talk a little bit about how you think about the organization and how it's going to need to adapt to the future challenges, in spite of the fact that, those are unknowns to date?
Yeah, I mean, I'll pull on Alex's comments. I heard him mention DARPA, I believe 2 or 3 times, and DARPA does incredible work. And so we're hoping for a world which exists where Alex, or the next version of Alex, says that about DIU. So if I want to pretend to be a pilot like Wes and I take my hover car, I want somebody to be like, oh, wasn't that a DIU spinoff from 27? Like, that's a DIU success for me. And so to have it be a household name or an innovation name, I mean, it already is, but to be able to point and say, oh yeah, you're the folks that, you spotted tech X, and now, gosh, I use it every day. Thanks, man. And so that's what I'm looking for. That's a big win for DIU. There's a lot of good stuff going on right now. Again, DIU stood up in 2015. So our longevity in this space is actually quite short. I think we've had some good wins. I think we'll see some down the road. So my Jetsons car, I'll get a point to and say, I was at DIU when we thought of that, or when we spotted it and worked with them. For the unknowns, again, I don't want to be dismissive of what's going on in Ukraine at all. We're constantly getting distracted by these short challenges, and we're drawing our attention to them. And we have to, of course. That's the role of the United States right now in the world. And so trying to equip ourselves to match technology gaps and needs in all these unique places is very critical and necessary. But we really need to be focusing on our core adversary, which is China, or at least, as we sit today, it is. So big success for DIU for me is having a long-term solution to address our true problem, long-term problem, while also being able to serve the short-term needs of our country and our allies and partners. But yeah, having a whiz-bang product and having Replicator become a real thing and really deliver outcomes and effects that we need to secure our national security and economic security in the Indo-Pacific, that's my long-term, put it on my vision board kind of stuff.
That's helpful. Thank you, David. Yeah, and I'll say one thing: over the last 20 plus years, no one can say that America has not been forced back to think about the Middle East time and time again, despite all intents to do something different. To that point, Alex, I'd love to hear your take. 5 years, obviously, you're going to be much more successful as a VC, of course. But on top of that, can you talk a little bit more about the comments about focusing on the Middle East versus Eastern Europe or the Indo-Pacific region more broadly?
Yeah, I think number one, top of mind is staying at a hotel with better artwork in the background. It will add to my gravitas, maybe something with like a Pentagon logo, even if I'm in Las Vegas. The 5 years from now, I think, Dan, and to sort of tie together Dave and Wes's points, is defense investing should just be a non-concept. It should be synonymous with good investing. And any single time that somebody is wanting to do something aspirationally technological and they want to do it in America, even if they're not American, then they would think about the access points that we've talked about before. I think DIU is already extremely famous, and I think it owes to no individual. It's the ethos of the organization, because DIU's core capability is other transaction authorities, which have existed since the 50s, right? I mean, it's what 2371B that allowed us to basically build up a bunch of spacecraft and compete against the Soviets. And what DIU did that was different than any other organization is they said, we're going to solely focus on OTAs, and we are going to be very selective about the people we recruit. At one point, that was even weaponized again, because right now, I would argue the popularity of the strategy of working directly with defense is actually very dangerous. It has come up so quickly and so precipitously with people that don't fully understand it, that we are at risk of creating a bubble in a space that should not have a bubble. This is not some kind of invention like a crypto where there's really no fundamentals behind it. Every good company should want to work with the DoD, in my opinion. And I think we should focus more by leveraging folks like DIU, by leveraging the Office of Strategic Capital. I would also argue amazing organizations like AFWorks that are actually very good at vetting these technologies to look as a key precursor for early stage tech that is better than other technologies that claim they will work with the federal government, when in reality, that is a mass pivot for a bad company that just can't sell to anybody else.
Absolutely, Alex. And I presume part of your investment team's investigation as you're doing diligence on some of these early stage companies is their ability to, or past performance working with places like AFWorks or DIU. And if not, I presume that's something that you walk them to if there is a potential defense application.
100%. And I think one of the things that we had talked about before, Dan, because you and I talk a lot, you're an extremely smart person, and I really, really value the things that you have to say, but there was an article that came out that I think misrepresented what it means to be successfully engaged with the Department of Defense. And they talked about just all these senior people, the sort of revolving door of government. Revolving door almost always has a negative implication to it. What I would argue is defense investing has existed since George Washington crossed the Delaware. He didn't own any boats. Somebody sold him the boats. The first defense investor was created. Congratulations. That's amazing. Now, there's someone who is going to historically fact check this and tell me that none of that is true. It doesn't matter. The story is apocryphal. Let's all relax. But what I would say from the broader point is 4-star generals have been retiring out of the Continental Army, the U.S. Army, whatever it is that you want to call, and going and work in the private sector as part of an upward trajectory of what they consider to be the future of their career since the military was invented in some capacity or other. If I could imbue one thing on the startup environment coming out of things like that, where you would think you need somebody senior, you need the imprimatur of a certain fund, you need this or that, and I have benefited from this in a big way, is that the systems that David and Wes and others are creating are meant to democratize access to the government such that the best companies will win, regardless of the person it is who put that company forward. I would actually argue that it is untoward to overly rely on the bona fides of bringing on some senior advisor or bringing on somebody who is overly specialized, because it will push the company to do things that are not in the best interest of the going concern of that company and are instead tied to incentives about that person or that firm trying to prove their value, as opposed to building up an amazing company. When you think about the best VC funds of all time, they actually have a pretty diversified pool of bets that they've done very, very well on. And that's because the VC fund understands that at the end of the day, it is the entrepreneur, the founder, the CEO, the team, whatever, that has to bring these things across the line. I can bring 100 horses to water, but if that horse does not know how to drink, I will never invest in Google. And I realize I've conflated a lot of things there. But the broader point is, it does not matter who's on your board. It really does not matter who invests in you. Good companies are good companies, and I think those good companies should work with the DoD.
Well, amen. Well, that closes out the formal portion of our call. I do have one final question for each of you, because I know you spent a lot of time thinking about this. We have representatives from DIU, OSC, and private capital here. If we were to invite some other office, either private or government, like who do you think should have a stake in this conversation that we didn't include on this call? I'm going to start with you there, David.
Yeah, Alex and I share a background from DIU. Wes and I share our OSC blood, and work together with all these guys closely. And that's a critical and emerging tech space, and it's very important. But we need to get also manufacturing, the boring, not boring, but it's just not as glitzy as AI and quantum. And same with infrastructure, ports and roads and all these things we just kind of blow by because we take them for granted. They are actually very capital. I mean, they play a huge role in the capital markets. They're constantly neglected because we're just used to seeing our roads, and we're used to seeing ports, and we're used to seeing people put together our stuff, and it's really, those are neglected areas. And so I would actually argue folks from commerce and the CHIPS office right now, industrial-based policy out of OSD, and some of our colleagues and other, maybe the services who are focusing on core manufacturing. And I'll end it to kind of tie it back to say there are some incredible technological leaps in manufacturing technology right now, whether it's 3D printing or automation or any of those kind of things. It's really an impressive space. And I hope that once Alex buys his hover car because he's made so much money. He thinks about how to invest in kind of that less, or lower return, longer duration manufacturing and infrastructure. They should be in these calls too, or these discussions too going forward, because they are super critical national security and just our overall economic and commercial well-being. And, sometimes they don't get as much of a spotlight as they deserve.
Thanks, Dave. Wes, same question to you.
I mean, my brain went to the same kind of thought process as David there, but I would say that I think that there is still a void out there of where the office that I would say is really not in existence. I think that there's a lot of good touch points on this, but I don't think there's a clear center point to solve some of that. When we talk about, there's been a lot of focus on the VC end of the financial spectrum, but when we talk about some of those bigger bets going down, because those big bets matters too, especially with the manufacturing and different things. I spent a year at the Development Finance Corporation. That's great if you're international in your development, but we don't have the similar type of mindset in the domestically. And people are trying things like the SBA and the Department of Energy, and there's a lot of programs that are trying to do this, but there's not really a strategic kind of driving force to put the right people in the right room. So you get people kind of just walking around blind, running into walls until they find someone that they meet. If I were your king for a day, I would try to kind of bring that to bear where we could do something like this. There's such a focus of this domestically, and it's great for chips. But all these other technologies that are critical for national security, looking at it from the lens I'm in, they don't have a CHIPS Act. And so until we get somebody that's kind of looking at that and has the ability to act and the authorities to operate, we're going to continue to do the best we can from within the government, but it may not be the most efficient, effective way. And when I think about these things, when I'm looking at what we're doing from OSC and what we're trying to do, my mom can understand that, right now our tools of using grants and contracts can be effective, and there's certain spaces those work. But if I can achieve the same objective by executing a loan that gets paid back to the taxpayers with interest, we should be doing that. We have, fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers to be doing that. And it also helps Alex be better at what he's doing. It helps private equity be better at what they're doing. And so using these tools to be effective and thinking about this in a very strategic and economic way, we got to leverage our competitive advantage here in this fight. And we need to make sure that we're doing that with all the tools to bear. And people need to really understand the concepts before they kind of get the hair on the back of their neck standing up. And I think building we've seen some of this innate understanding and skill sets coming to the DoD with OSC, with DIU, with AFARCS and others. There needs to be more in the DoD, but there really needs to be more in the federal government to make really a whole of government approach.
Thanks, Wes. And it sounds like, as someone who has stood up a number of new offices over the course of your career, you're setting yourself up for a post-retirement gig with this new imaginary office that you just created on this call. Alex, finally over to you.
Yeah, there. Both of those answers are phenomenal. I think one of the answers that I would give would be having a middle market private equity perspective, where I think is one of the few asset classes that a defense-only perspective is a very, very good investment strategy. But I think to add to this, we often ask folks like me, VCs, questions about these sort of things. Our bosses are capital allocators that are limited partners. And I think that perspective, when you rack and stack from a very callous perspective to say, I must achieve this aggregate return. This is my expectation of different verticals. So when I'm allocating to a J2, but I'm also allocating towards whatever fund that does whatever sort of thing, these are the questions that must be answered. That would be incredibly informative, because at the end of the day, I am only as successful as my ability to raise capital to be able to be successful. And that ability is convincing somebody down the line whose job it is to invest in these funds, to make these decisions. And they look through our strategy very, very, very carefully. The due diligence processes on these things is multiple months, if not sometimes over a year. And they're asking these kind of questions about the potential return profile and our ability to generate that return profile against the companies we are targeting. And I think the more that we are able to not dilute that voice in the conversation with government, as government is making these sort of decisions about what are the near and long-term sort of things. OSC, I think, has done an amazing job just in the people that they've recruited from the private sector to help inform this strategy. But bringing that in more broadly would be very, very helpful. Because at the end of the day, our ability to galvanize folks like me will only be as good as our ability to convince the people that allocate to folks like me to be able to do our job. And I think the more that we kind of understand that at the end of the day, you're trying to figure out why XYZ union is able to achieve XYZ return for XYZ pension, it will put a lot of the sort of more acute aspects of what we're talking about into perspective.
Fantastic point to finish on, Alex. Thank you very much for that. Alex, David, Wes, it's been a terrific conversation. Unfortunately, this is now the end. On behalf of America's Future Series, thank you so much for joining the panel, and we look forward to the rest of the programming throughout the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
For 40 years, Space Foundation has been the leader in delivering excellence in education, collaboration, and information to advance the global space community. From the premier assembly of the global space ecosystem to classrooms and business centers around the world, Space Foundation works with its partners to create opportunities and inspire generations. Today, space presents more possibilities than ever before. With nearly 100 countries active in space and thousands of companies providing operational support, millions of jobs are generated around the world and across diverse sectors: government, business, education, medicine, and more. There has never been a more exciting time for space, and it's only just begun. At Space Foundation, we believe there is space for all, and we invite you to join us in creating new opportunities and inspiring generations to be part of today's adventure in space. Learn more at spacefoundation.org.
Today's world is driven by access to technology and information. We rely on it for everything, from doctor visits and education to military operations and emergency services. Connectivity sits at the heart of it all. But a large amount of the global population remains unconnected, putting them at major economic and social disadvantage. Comtech has made it our mission to solve the toughest technology and networking challenges in the world, democratizing access to smart connectivity, delivering meaningful insights, and empowering a truly connected planet. With more than 50 years of proven technology leadership across global satellite, space, terrestrial, and wireless markets, Comtech enables ubiquitous, smart-enabled connectivity anywhere, anytime, creating new opportunities for industries, businesses, communities, governments, and individuals. Leading the effort to revolutionize satellite and space connectivity, Comtech connects global communities through integrated, software-defined satellite communications technologies, virtualized multi-orbit solutions, and multimodality services. We also have our feet on the ground as one of the most trusted terrestrial and wireless technology providers in the market, delivering precise location-based services and next-generation 911 solutions with cloud-native networking capabilities. Comtech is leading the convergence of satellite, space, terrestrial, and cellular technologies to enable unified hybrid network infrastructures based on open standards and delivered through the cloud to connect the unconnected, bridge the digital divide, and deliver access to the latest services, technologies, and insights when and where they matter most. Comtech allows individuals to thrive, businesses to get work done anywhere, anytime, entrepreneurs to take advantage of new market opportunities, government agencies to provide essential technology-driven services to citizens, and first responders to anticipate, coordinate, and respond faster to emergencies. Smart-enabled, insightful connectivity from Comtech helps you enhance productivity and collaboration, optimize operations and create new ecosystems, visualize the supply chain, improve customer experience, and open the door to new possibilities. Fulfilling humanity's destiny requires seamless, smart-enabled connectivity. Only Comtech has the experience, innovation, and vision to build connections around the world that set ideas free. Learn more at comtech.com.
as I like to tell my husband, who is a veteran who just made that transition to corporate America about 18 months ago, don't sell yourself short. You have characteristics, you have experience that sometimes are hard to find, at least as an HR person over my 35-year career. When I'm hiring someone off the street from corporate America, from another organization, I think there are some just incredible characteristics, traits, learnings that are instilled in you in the service that, bar none, are the best.
Anytime a person who has spent time in the hierarchical organization that the military is, there will be some apprehension in transitioning to another phase of your life. I think one of the most important takeaways is just to approach it with an open mind. You are going to walk into a matrixed organization. It will not be hierarchical. There is hierarchy, but the hierarchy doesn't stare you in the face day in and day out like it does inside of the military service or the DoD writ large.
My recommendation to veterans looking to make a pivot into the private sector is to really look at the organization and what it stands for first and foremost. How are they impacting their clients' missions? And then further, how are they impacting their communities? But beyond that, what is the trajectory for a veteran coming into an organization? Are they willing to invest in you in training and development? Are they willing to put you in on different projects to gain different types of experiences and kind of look at not only what you've done to date, but what you can do in the future? And so I think if you look at an organization that's focused on having a relationship with you as opposed to more of a transactional nature, it'll really serve you well in positioning for your future career growth.
If I have advice for veterans, gone back and I had gotten my MBA, but then taken that degree and applied it back to the federal government. So my thought was, what will it be like on the outside?
skill set. We make sure that you take the right trainings and get the right certifications. You want to broaden your project management, financial management experience. We find ways to engage you in those regards. So we take the skill sets that all of our folks have, but in particular veterans, and try to maximize those, as well as look for things that we can do to add to sort of the skill set that you can bring to our clients.
They are accountable, adaptable, resourceful, and very often accustomed to working under great pressure and having to problem solve under this pressure.
The things that veterans are able to bring to the consulting space they really fall into three main categories in my mind. The first category is they bring leadership experience. They've worked with diverse teams, they've led diverse teams, and when you come into the consulting space, and Guidehouse is absolutely no different, we are a team of teams and a team of diverse practitioners. So they bring that experience. The second thing that veterans bring that is really, really exciting is an absolute fierce commitment to teamwork and a commitment to accomplishing the mission, which is something that is very near and dear to what we do here at Guidehouse. We're very high touch and very mission focused in making an impact. And I think the third thing that veterans bring to the consulting space and actually bring to Guidehouse is a unique ability to be able to translate the challenges that DoD and military services face and connect those to solutions that we bring to where we can truly make an impact for the clients that we serve.
What stands out to me is two significant skill sets that I think are really unique and frankly highly valued by any company, Guidehouse and others, and that is leadership and discipline. If you think about, the discipline that you get from just the environment that you are in, that is a discipline that is translatable in what we do. So leadership and discipline. So if you think about teams, so either a misfortune or an opportunity that they have that we don't have in corporate America, high stress, highly pressured environment, managing a team and having to make what I would consider to be very difficult decisions under pressure. They have it.
It may seem strange to take military skills into the private sector, but I think what most veterans don't realize is the diversity of experience they've had. That ability to remain calm under pressure, take your lived experiences into decision making, really helps veterans succeed day to day at a way that I don't think their peers can truly appreciate or understand.
There are a lot of commercial companies that are hiring veterans. Everything from real estate to banking to insurance. Guidehouse is unique. Guidehouse is a business that still allows you to contribute to the mission, whether it's in the public sector side or in the commercial side. And you do it in a culture of teamwork and collaboration, both with other veterans that have served, that are going through that transition with you. They might be a little ahead of you, but also civilians that have never been in a military setting. And so they want to learn from you. They want to understand what it is that you have endured, the kind of sacrifice that you've made. And they really do value that and cherish it.
I try to emphasize to everyone coming out of even the agencies and a branch of the military, don't get so caught up on, well, I can't translate, I was a commander of a tank unit or whatever it may be, right? Don't get so caught up on the specifics of what you did. Focus on your competencies.
It's still a team environment here. You're coming from the ultimate team environment now. Make sure you find somewhere that fits with you, that you can see yourself being a part of that team and that you want to fight alongside that team for the next stage of your career. So don't take the decision lightly when you're making this transition. Really consider all angles and know that wherever you go, you'll do an amazing job just like you've done throughout your career, and you've already made the first step here. So congratulations. Thank you for your service. You got this.
And the one thing that makes me, I think, most proud, though, of working for Guidehouse is the fact that they have literally handed me a golden opportunity. to help lead the charge in bringing veterans to Guidehouse, allowing me the opportunity to talk with veterans, go to events, go to bases, help veterans understand where they're at, and not only help them find Guidehouse and hopefully get the sense of home that I do with a company, but also allows me to have the conversations about what to do when they're transitioning that I never got.
I'm hoping that you'll consider speaking to myself or any one of our veterans and non-veterans representing Guidehouse here today and give us the opportunity to explain how we would be a great opportunity for you to consider, as well as explain how your skills and experience are the right place at Guidehouse.
Daniel, that was brilliant. Thank you so much. That was a fantastic discussion. Please thank your guests for us, and we look forward to seeing you at the receptions on Thursday. Have a great day. Next up, I will bring on Malcolm and Simone Collins to speak about the national security implications of declining birth rates across both the developed and the developing world. Welcome, everyone. I'm again back with a couple of my great friends and some really noted thought leaders in a particular area that I'm thrilled to have with us today as part of our National Security Summit. They are Malcolm and Simone Collins. And for those of you who are not aware of sort of the notions or the issues around pronatalism and birth rates around the world and the United States, et cetera, these are two of the foremost leaders, thought leaders in this area. And I think it's particularly important for people focused on national security, the longevity and the success of our country, as well as all of our allies, to be aware of this issue. And I'm really thrilled to bring on Simone and Malcolm to talk about this very important issue. So welcome.
Well, we're really excited to be here. And this is, and I will say this with extreme confidence, this and AI will be the two dominant geopolitical issues in terms of which countries have geopolitical power over the next century and how that power shifts and which countries are rising and which countries are falling will be very, very heavily dependent on fertility rates and the demographic trends that result from those rates. A lot of people are just either unfamiliar with how fast things are changing, they see it as a linear continuation of what's been happening for a long time, or they don't know how widespread it is. They think it is a problem that is contained to the developed world. Both of those things are very wrong. If you look at the United States, for example, if our fertility rate continues to fall at the same rate it has over the past 10 years, and we have one generation every 30 years, for every 100 Americans, there's going to be 4.3 great-grandchildren, okay? That is catastrophic if you're talking about one, the economy, or you're talking about our ability to defend ourselves. Now, we are fortunate in that we're in a much better position than most of the other major geopolitical players out there. And a lot of people will say, well, you can solve this, America, you can solve this with immigration. The problem is it is an unsustainable solution. All the way back in 2019, by the UN's own reporting, collectively, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean fell below repopulation rate. And that is where we are getting the vast majority of our immigrants. So we are taking immigrants. We are a farmer that is watering his crops with a pond that's evaporating. And when we explain this to him, he goes, well, the pond's not on my property. I don't see how it's my problem. It's very much our problem. Now, the blessing in all of this, and this is when I started caring about this issue, is when I was working as a venture capitalist in Korea, is we have the advantage of seeing countries that are further along on this collapse timeline than us. And this allows us to answer a few questions and a few intuitive gut feelings that a lot of people have when they first look at this data. So they'll look at this data and they'll say, well, surely it's going to taper off at some point. Like there's some floor on fertility collapse, or at least prosperity-induced fertility collapse, which is what we're talking about here. And so far, we haven't seen any country hit this floor. In fact, in many countries, the trend seems to be accelerating often as they get lower. So if you look at something like South Korea today, right, at South Korea's current fertility rate, this is not assuming a continued decline. For every 100 South Koreans, there's going to be only 6.4 great-grandchildren. And their fertility rate drop, if you're looking year over year, just this last year, so this was for Q3 this last year, 13% year over year. Okay. And if you look at this,
if I may, let me interrupt for just a second. I'm not sure that everyone viewing has a really great understanding of why this is important and how devastating it is. And so I thought maybe either you or Simone could talk a little bit about why having a declining birth rate and a declining population, especially at the rates that we're having them, is an existential threat. So I'm not people get that. And I think also they think it's like you said, a long-term problem. This is something that's going to happen out in the future, way out in the future, but it's closer than they think.
Well, one thing I really want to pull on here, and I'll let Simone answer this question, but I wanted to get to this with Korea because this is another intuition people have, is that culturally we will begin to adapt when we hit critical levels of fertility decline. So Korea is at a critical level right now. Right now, 60% of their population is over the age of 40. They basically can't solve this problem anymore. They've already spent around $200 billion on this issue over the past 16 years, and they're continuing to see this rapid decline. And one of the biggest social movements in the countries right now is the 4 No's movement, which is women saying no sex, no men, no marriage, no kids. So the problem accelerates as it gets worse. And by the time you notice it in your daily life, because a lot of Koreans aren't noticing it in their daily lives right now, unless they work in childcare or something like that, it is too late. It's what we call the pig and the snake issue, which is what South Korea is dealing with right now, is that by the time you notice it in terms of the overall population of your country, the vast majority of your country is now outside of childbearing age. And so no matter what incentive system you use, you will be unable to motivate above repopulation rate. But Simone, can you talk a bit about why this is so critical for national security?
Right. So it's critical on a couple of fronts. One is sort of basic, is your nation functioning level? So our, our city's infrastructure is based on a stable or growing population. So when you get a city that sees a population that halves or that even just decreases by 25%, all of the costs for maintaining that city remain the same, but the number of people, taxpayers, rent payers, maintaining the city disappear, essentially. You know, there's a much lower tax base, there's a much lower renter base. So people assume, beautiful cities like Seoul are going to be empty. I can get an apartment for next to nothing. No, it's going to look a lot more like Detroit or like some other nations where you see crumbling infrastructure, buildings that have been abandoned, literally people living kind of like hermit crabs inside buildings where there's no running water or anything, but they're just kind of squatting in those buildings. And that's a really big problem. Then, of course, you have pension funds, huge problem. A lot of most cities' expenditures goes toward paying for people who have already retired. So when you...
So this is hidden in a lot of cities' budgets. So a lot of people will look at a city like Manhattan and they'll say, okay, only 7% of the yearly budget is going to debt payments. And then it's like, well, look closer. If you look at payroll in Manhattan, about a third of payroll is going to previously incurred expenses, which is equivalent to debt, basically. You know, these are previous pension plans, stuff like that. And you see this across the major population centers of the US and the world. In fact, our entire economy has been structured this way. We have structured our economy with very, very large amounts of debt because debt is a miraculous thing when an economic system is growing on average. Because if I make an $8 investment, if I make a $10 investment and $8 of that is debt and $2 is equity, and that grows by just 20%, I've doubled my investment. But if it shrinks by just 20%, I've lost my entire investment. Well, this matters with a city because you can say a 10% reduction in the size of a city is not a big deal. But when that's 50% of the money that you're actually able to use, that is a big deal. And this comes to what Simone was saying about infrastructure, which people often really underestimate the scale. They think that, and remember we talk about like our economy has been growing on average. A large reason the world economy has been growing on average is because the number of producers and the number of consumers has been growing exponentially for basically all of human history. And so it became a truism that the world economy grows on average. However, outside of the number of producers and consumers growing exponentially, the productivity per producer has been growing linearly for about the past 200 years. A lot of people assume because technology has been growing exponentially that the productivity per worker has been growing exponentially, but it just hasn't, or at least nowhere near. I mean, obviously, it's not exactly linear, but it's nowhere near the economic gains that have been coming from population. Now,
so let me Forrest Gump this a little bit, because I think the one thing that most people watching will understand is the fundamental idea that if we have a bunch of young people supporting a bunch of old people, retirement works. The baby boomer thing, everyone in America is pretty much familiar with the baby boomer phenomenon, right?
Yeah, and we'll say even if government crumbles, if there are lots of young people who can take care of their elderly parents, things are okay. But if all these elderly people both have a crumbling social security and city infrastructure system, and they have no kids to take care of them, now there's no government social net and there's no social net. There's no familial social net. And so you're in a very, very dire situation. But I mean, from a national security standpoint too, we could also take an angle here. And this is something that Malcolm brings up a lot when he's looking at like the war between Russia and Ukraine, for example. You have these nations that will expend huge numbers of lives trying to take over another nation, when literally if they could just get their birth rates up, they will outcompete that other nation. They can just walk across the border. They can just take it over. Malcolm, you can elaborate on that.
So the way I often think about this is when I was living in Korea, right? And I was imagining these cities where like Seoul having 5% of its current population. And I was like, who's going to fill these buildings, right? Like just at a basic level, like who's going to be using this infrastructure? And I was like, well, they could take immigrants. And I'm like, well, they can't take immigrants from Japan. They can't take immigrants from China. Both of those countries have desperately low fertility rates as well. And Japan is actually a bit more demographically healthy. But it got me thinking, it's wild to think that less than a century ago, Japan was able to motivate its population to go out and, kill hundreds of thousands of people, but they can't motivate their population to just have kids. Because
let's talk about that a little bit. That's a fundamental assumption that underlines this that people aren't aware of, that there are people choosing not to have children, to get married, the four no's as you describe them, et cetera. And that is driven by affluence largely, right? It seems to be an affluent.
Yeah, it's a prosperity-induced phenomenon, but it happens at fairly low levels of prosperity. So as soon as the average citizen in a country is earning over 5,000 USD per year, generally the country will fall below replacement rate. Before we go into this direction,
I have to stop you for a second and let that sink into people, because policymakers are watching this show, these programs we have, right? And for them to hear that at only 5,000, this is not an issue affecting just Europe, Canada, North America, et cetera, and other parts of the developed world in Asia, unless you get down to the third world, right? The lower part of the third world, do you see growing birth rates, correct?
Yeah. I mean, this is a not like South America developing world problem. This is only like the most desperate poverty developing problem.
Below 5,000 USD in per capita GDP per year. So deeply, deeply, desperately poor. As to Malcolm's point, Latin America and Central America and the Caribbean fell below replacement rate population growth-wise in 2019.
But this is really important from the perspective of geopolitics, because it means that every country that is geopolitically relevant, i.e. the countries that are economically and technologically productive, are dealing with this issue, save one, which is Israel, and we're going to get to that in a second. But something I really wanted to call upon when we talk about this economic situation we find ourselves in is a lot of people, when they are planning geopolitically, okay, what happens when we enter a world in which on average, the global economy is shrinking every year? Because we haven't looked at that yet. And so that really changes a lot of things. And they think that when a developed country goes back to the economic state, like of a developing country today, that it will have a quality of life similar to a developing country. And that is not accurate. When a developed country begins to go to these lower levels of like economic strain and government strain, what you see is a situation that right now in the world, I think is modeled very well by what is happening in South Africa. You begin to see rolling blackouts. You begin to see, because you're no longer like building out infrastructure from a central node, right? You're having to
get an infrastructure, right, without the vigor of young people, productive people carrying it. So that's different than a developing country coming up. It's a declining country has a different level of material wealth and prosperity than that because of the burden it carries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it leads to very different ways that countries will relate to each other and relate internally. You'll begin to see behavior like wealthy individuals or otherwise economically productive groups beginning to build sort of like fortified cities, likely outside of the major city centers in the US right now, particularly because those are going to be some of the most dangerous centers, very similar to an environment like Johannesburg or something today. And this is just something that people cannot imagine because we haven't seen it recently in human history. However, it has happened before in human history. Collapses of empires has happened before. We have seen this with the Muslim Empire. We have seen this with the Roman Empire. We have seen this with the Athenian Empire.
But we tend to believe that the last 70 years will last 500, as opposed to thinking that the last 70 years are an anomaly.
Yeah, well, I don't think they're an anomaly. I think that the last 70 years culturally look very, very similar to the height of the Roman Empire or the height of the Islamic Empire or the height of the Athenian Empire. If you look at the social trends that are prevailing and everything like that, even if you look at concerns.
Absolutely, but our belief system is that this will continue on forever and that fundamental systemic change, broad change, disruption, et cetera, really can't happen, certainly not in my lifetime.
Yeah. So it might. So one thing to keep in mind here is there is one caveat I would add to everything that we're saying here. There is one trump card, one way out of all of this. If it turns out that AI can effectively replace humans as both consumers and producers, then we get out of this problem we have created for ourselves. We run into other problems, and this is also really interesting, which is, yeah, continue.
You say it's mostly on the production side, on productivity. I mean, a lot of us, if given a chance, we'll all consume the heck out of everything, but we may not want to work and produce, right? So we have to. So for me, it's the production, the supply of productivity is the key element, and that's where AI would be the most relevant. Excuse me.
Depending on how we're able to use AI. So another thing when I'm talking about this, because often I'm trying to convince, people who aren't in government that this is a big issue. So I have to explain, why it's a problem that all of the world's economies may collapse and we might become very geopolitically vulnerable. Where with you guys, I don't need to do that as much. So it should be almost axiomatic for you guys that the problem is unique in that it is disproportionately affecting the most productive centers, not just the most productive countries, but the most productive centers within those countries. So if you look at a country like the US, this problem is going to be much, much bigger proportional to how economically productive an area is. Simone, talk about growing up in San Francisco, because you were beginning to see the environment around this.
Yeah, I'm a really good example of someone raised in our current prosperous culture that also had zero exposure to even the idea of becoming a parent. Like none of my childhood friends expected to be parents. None of my high school friends expected or aspired to be parents. The first time I ever met a young woman, I think I was 13 years old, who wanted to be a parent was when I was in Mexico and she was traveling from Texas. And I swear I thought she was in some kind of cult. I was like, are you okay? Like, how could you possibly want to be a mother?
Let me speak a little bit, Simone. In India, there was a movement amongst the educated Brahmins to get the people in the poor areas to not have as many children, focus more resources on fewer children, et cetera. And that wasn't working. So they went to the wise men, and there was a term for them, dhoti, I think is the term, it's the garb that they wear. And they went to the dhoti and they said, hey, they listen to you, they'll trust you, older wise men. If we could convince you, maybe you could convince them. And what they found is when a dhoti went into a group of women and expressed this value and tried to convince them of this, they were stoned to death. They were killed. They were either run out of town or they were physically torn apart, because this was not such an anathema. It was so against their values and their core beliefs, et cetera, and their identity. I am a mother. I have 8 kids. That's what I do. Yeah. That's my value, and I need them to take care of me.
Well, and throughout history, women have faced.
Right? To your point about this are you in a cult? I mean, what are you, crazy? You want to have kids? You can't afford to have kids. You have college debt. What are you killing? Right? And by the way, you want to have lattes and go to nice shows.
Well, what it comes down to now is a life cult versus a death cult. It's all cults. And that's Malcolm's and my core argument here is it's all culture. That you can try to get a nation to bribe people into having kids, to coerce people into having kids, like China's already removing access to birth control and vasectomy clinics. You can try through all these various methods basically there's no amount of money you can spend feasibly as a nation that will be enough to change people's behavior. There's no amount of coercion. Like, for example, nations and areas that ban abortions are not seeing recovery in their birth rates. It's not very effective.
And they're not fully banning them. I mean, if you look at state by state, America's abortion laws look very much now like Europe's. Limits on the number of weeks, but there's not limits on the ability to get an abortion.
Right, but we're talking even outright bans. Like in Romania, there's some European countries.
That's what I'm saying. There's no outright bans here, right? It's like, and even you're saying even those that try that, it doesn't affect.
Yeah, even though they try. Yeah, no, banning abortion does not move the needle. The thing that moves the needle is culture and optimism and hope. And if you give that to people, they will have kids. And so, I mean, it makes so much sense. We were recently looking at an article about China's various attempts to get people to have kids, especially women, because they seem to be the bottleneck here. And
60% male because of past practices.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. So China's fertility rate has been falling much faster recently than it did during the one-child period. It is a myth. Largely a myth that China's current fertility problem is due to the one-child policy.
Oh, no, that was sort of the start of it, and people fought against it. Culturally, they were against it. Now, culturally, they're absolutely in favor of not having children.
Well, other countries have gone through similar changes. Iran had a campaign to try to lower its fertility rate, and when they realized that was a problem, and they've had an active campaign to try to increase the fertility rate for the last 10 years, and it's done very little. To give you an idea, because I think it's worth going into some statistics here, if you look at Hungary, so the year before last, Hungary ran this big campaign to try to get its fertility rate up. They put about 5% of their GDP into it, and they got their fertility rate up by like 1.6%. Now, keep in mind, we are seeing like double-digit fertility declines year over year in a lot of countries around the world. I think that shows pretty well that it is very hard to do. And people say, well, Hungary did it wrong. Like other countries must have done this. Other countries have done this. We have an enormous amount of data on this. And there is, I think to me, one of the most sobering graphs I have ever seen in this area was put together by the Institute of Family Studies. And it shows all of the studies. It graphs all of the studies that say that cash handouts work in terms of increasing fertility. And what you notice is that it's also a direct graph of the margin of error of those studies. So the tighter a margin of error the study had, the more likely it was to say that it doesn't really help that much. But a lot of our intuitions around how to get fertility rates up are wrong. So here's a really interesting one. And this was done by Arya Babu. She did a great piece on this where she was looking at, because a lot of people have this intuition, which is true. Within a country, the more conservative a country is, the higher the fertility rates are. Within a country, the more conservative a population group is, the higher the fertility rates are going to be. However, but between countries, the more conservative on average a country is, the lower its fertility rate is when you control for the economics of the country, which is really interesting. And then this is likely caused by a secondary phenomenon that we see is that, you know, when we talk to progressives about this, their first intuition is we need to do big cash handouts. And we're like, it doesn't work. A lot of conservatives' first intuition is, well, then to preserve our culture, we need to stop immigration. And then you point out, actually, the countries that are the least diverse, the countries that have done best at slowing immigration, like South Korea, are the countries with the lowest fertility rates for their level of economic success. Whereas the countries that are the most diverse, like the United States and Israel, are some of the most resistant to fertility collapse. And the question
because of the diversity.
What's going on here? Well, it's diversity. And this is likely the same phenomenon that is causing these conservative dominant countries to have these low fertility rates. Is what makes a population group high fertility is a few things. Typically, they have hope. A great example of this is one of the only persistent reversals in fertility collapse ever recorded was in Georgia. And I saw some hypotheses about what caused this. One person was like, well, the patriarch was blessing all the kids. And so I went and I Googled the year that the fertility reversal happened. And it was like, this is the year of the Rose Revolution, in which they kicked out the last of the communists. And I was like, oh, it was about hope. And this is the core problem China has right now in terms of fertility rate. When it goes out and it tries to tell its citizens to have kids, what the citizens are thinking is, you, economic elite in this country, you are telling me to have kids, in order to maintain your relative position within this society and your relative wealth, and you just want to use them. If you contrast that with a country that, despite its economic wealth, has been able to maintain a very high fertility rate, you're looking at a country like Israel. So what's happening there? When they, even in its secular population, they are above repopulation rate, which no one else in the world is. It's because when they are told to have kids, they are not thinking, oh, the wealthy people in Israel are telling us this so that they can maintain their position of wealth. It is a belief about hope for the future of their people, hope for the future of their country. And so
of
what
course,
you need
feeling
is
connected to their
hope.
community.
You need to feel distinct from surrounding populations. Like, if you think everyone is like me, then there's no reason for you specifically to have kids, for you specifically to carry on your culture. And also to feel a little threatened. I actually think one of the reasons why diversity helps native populations' fertility rates, and I think one of the reasons why Israel has such a great fertility rate, is because there is always this sort of existential cultural dread that we could actually disappear if we don't keep having kids. And so that is one of the reasons why you get this really interesting phenomenon. But what this means is, whether you are thinking from the perspective of a specific cultural group, or you are thinking from the perspective of a country, the entire game has completely changed. If you look at somebody playing the old game incredibly stupidly, as Simone pointed out, you're looking at what Putin is doing right now. His country has a desperately low fertility rate due to low rates of hope. And when I say low fertility rate, low for its economic status. And yet he's killing off basically a generation. They're never going to get past this now. He's doing it combating one of the most culturally similar groups to his country, also killing off their next generation. They have a very low fertility rate right now as well. In this sort of game that doesn't matter anymore, where even if you are, some kind of like ethnocentrist or something like that, you are still, and you have some level of geopolitical power, it's still in the best interest of your group to bring in more immigrants, particularly immigrants that highlight how your groups are different, which is just so counterintuitive for a lot of people these days, that the world and the geopolitical game has changed that much. And again, in terms of conquest, as Simone pointed out, the game used to be about projecting your geopolitical force around the world, whereas now we are seeing a retraction of globalism, and the new game is just motivate your citizens to want to exist, particularly your economically productive citizens, because this is something.
Let me interrupt, Malcolm, because this is brilliant stuff. We could do 3 hours on it. We've got about 2 minutes left, right, where we need to kind of wrap up a little bit. I'd like to hit the high points. One, I want people to understand this is an issue. It's an existential threat for us, not only 100 years from now, but in the near term. There are things that drive this that they may not be aware of. And ultimately, I'd like to leave people with hope, because I'm that kind of guy. You need a strong economy. You need a strong sense of belonging, et cetera, for people to want to have children. If we don't, the system is not, there's a tipping point at which the system just doesn't work, right? And that's true of the entire world.
Yeah. Right? Well, so there is a solution. And if we're wrapping up here, I've got to tell what the solution is, because it exists and it's actually not that hard. Every country in the world today has high fertility populations within it. Okay. All you need to do is to stop converting their kids to the dominant cultural group, because the dominant cultural group, wherever you go in the world today, is what we call the urban monoculture. It's the cultural similarities you have between Manhattan and Paris and Tokyo. And this dominant cultural group is very low fertility. And yet most of the developed world's educational systems see it as part of their imperative.
Everyone aspires to be part of that group.
Yeah, erase these diverse cultures, culturally acclimatize the kids to what they see as like the correct culture. I mean,
Welcome, everyone. I'm again back with a couple of my great friends and some really noted thought leaders.
Cultural genocide. What
China
we need
is
to do
actively
is
looking
begin.
at this, right? China is looking at this from a long-term perspective around how to stay effective, meaningful, et cetera, to stay on top. We're not. This is not one of the national security issues that we look at. We do not look at this. We look at about how do we blow these guys up? How do we kill them? Who's our enemy? Who's our friend? Energy. We worry about those things in the here and now. But I absolutely solemnly believe that the Chinese are looking at this with a 100-year, 200-year perspective. And if they can solve this, they win.
Yeah.
They do. And the way that China is going to go, and I can pretty much guarantee this, is forced inseminations.
Yeah.
We will be hearing about people who go for a checkup for something else and are basically forced or extremely onerous taxation policy to motivate a fertility increase.
But it doesn't have to be that way, as Malcolm pointed out, just to make that clear.
China doesn't have a resource that we have. And this is spectacular. They do not have a religious conservative population. Religious conservative populations have always been intrinsically a threat to their government. Whereas, because if any one of them gained too much power, it would destabilize their government, right? We have such a diversity of religiously conservative groups that if we just foster them all equally, we can maintain ourselves as largely the same country we are. We just need to stop erasing them. And if we talk about what's happening in China, there's a Guardian piece on us that had one of my favorite lines in it. Is we said, they were like, well, are you trying to create a sort of Handmaid's Tale future? And I was like, excuse me, if the only cultural groups and the only countries that can get out of this period in history, can get through this crucible that we're passing through, are those that do so through removing the rights of women, then we end up with a Handmaid's Tale axiomatically. And it is up to us to try to find a way to motivate women to want to have kids. What they said in response to that is they go, that sounds an awful lot like a threat to me. And I was like, are you guys children? Like I said, don't touch the hot stove. And you're like, that sounds like a threat to me.
I'm not going to throw the stove at you. The stove already exists.
Yeah.
So we got to wrap it up. Thank you so much for this. We'd love to have you back. There's more to talk about, I think, right?
Absolutely.
Right. Education is part of it, et cetera. I want to thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your week. And I look forward to connecting with you guys again. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I really want to thank Malcolm and Simone Collins for sharing their thoughts and insights on the challenges that worldwide declining birth rates pose. I think it is something leaders need to factor into as we plan for long-term economic and political stability. So I hope everyone enjoyed that. Next up, we have Major General Kim Kreider, a great friend, advisor of the America's Future Series. She's joined by Dr. Moser, Laura Thomas, and Harry Radigi, Lieutenant General Harry Radigi, our other really great friend. They are going to have a very interesting conversation on quantum tech and its implications for national security. So Kim, thanks so much for leading this, and we really look forward to it.
Well, thank you, David. It really is a pleasure to be here for this panel on quantum technologies and its impact on national security. Quantum is said to be a veritable game changer when it comes to the future of conflict, particularly in the areas of sensing, timing, computation, and security. Largely because quantum itself and the technology it's spawning is so different than other more classical science and technologies. To be sure, as national security leaders have become more aware of the leap-ahead advantages quantum technologies can bring in establishing and maintaining military superiority against a peer adversary, they become increasingly interested in learning more about how to harness, integrate, and scale these technologies for maximum effect. That's what we intend to talk about here today as we dive into a deeper understanding of quantum and its implications on national security with my special guest, Laura Thomas, the Chief of Staff and Strategic Initiatives at Quantum Technology and Manufacturing Company Inflection. Laura has served over 18 years in national security and leadership roles, working extensively across industry, the U.S. intelligence community, National Security Council, U.S. Department of State, U.S. Department of Defense, Congress, and with foreign partners. Dr. Joel Moser recently retired as the Director, Science, Technology, and Research for United States Space Force and Chief Scientist, United States Space Force and Space Operations Command. Lieutenant General Harry Radke, who served in uniform for more than 36 years in a number of senior positions across the Air Force and Joint Force, and was a previous director at the Defense Information Systems Agency. General Radke has been an executive leader, board director, and senior consultant in industry to a number of organizations where he has continued to help those organizations understand how to leverage emerging technologies like quantum to advance and secure our national security capabilities and those of our allies. Thank you all for joining me here today. We're going to start with you, Laura, and ask you to help us just sort of set the stage on what is quantum. Can you give us an overall explanation of quantum technologies in a simple way to help our listeners appreciate its significance?
Yeah, that's actually a very hard question because quantum is one of the hardest sciences that's out there. And, even PhD physicists still have challenges in explaining quantum today. But at the fundamental, core, quantum is about how things behave at the atomic level, the level of atoms. And that's very different than how things behave at a much larger macro level. We see a car going through the street. It's an object that's moving at a certain velocity. But when you break it down into individual atoms, they behave quite differently. And quantum is really about harnessing individual atoms in order to do things that we've just not been able to do previously. But at the same time, quantum, it sort of conjures this idea that it's a very far future technology, but it's been around for quite some time. And there are things today that we have, like MRIs, that are based on quantum technology. So it's really not new, but there are newer applications that are being used, especially on the national security side. So a great example there would be quantum atomic clocks. Now, atomic clocks have been around for a very long time as well, but there are newer types of clocks that we're developing that are much smaller, much higher performance, and very resilient, durable, that can be used in battlefield type scenarios. And that's really when we start to think about quantum enabled warfare, for example, where quantum is going. And that really is a fairly near term, next 3 to 5 years. It's not the far horizon that you often hear when you're just quantum computing.
Thank you, Laura. Joel, based on that and some of these the different nature of quantum technology, this idea of quantum-enabled warfare that Laura introduced and some of the applications we're going to dive into a little bit more deeply later, but based on Laura's introductory comments about quantum itself, what do you see as some of the national security implications of this technology?
Well, thank you, Cam, and thanks for inviting me to be on this. And I am one of those PhD physicists that has trouble explaining quantum physics and how quantum technologies apply it. They're very non-intuitive, so it's not a simple situation at all. But there's really 3 different areas that we look at when we talk about quantum technology. There's quantum sensing, there's quantum communications, and there's quantum computing. And there are various levels of maturity. So let me start with the quantum sensing, because as Laura mentioned, we've had atomic clocks flying around since the 70s, and the United States Space Force operates a constellation of these clocks called the GPS system. And so it's not necessarily new technology, but it is definitely an evolving field. Quantum sensors have sensitivities to detect things like electromagnetic fields or magnetic fields or gravity fields or acceleration, like no other sensors we've ever been able to harness before. So the national security implications of those things are pretty high. As our adversaries have the ability to jam our GPS signals, we need to replace that positioning, navigation, and timing capability with other capabilities. So the ability to have local clocks that can keep very precise time allows us to get away from some of those vulnerabilities. The ability to sense the magnetic field very, very finely gives us an alternative way to do navigation. We can sense the structure of the magnetic field, and we have it pre-mapped around the globe. We can tell where we are just based on that. So, things like that are emerging technologies that in a quantum-enabled warfare, the military will depend on, and they're here today. Those are technologies that are maturing right now. So over the next 5 years, we'll see a lot of those things. The second one I'll talk about is the quantum communications. And this one, by the way, is probably the one that China invested in the most. Is, some of the physics of quantum entanglement are appealing in that one might think that you can communicate in a way that's unhackable, that physically somebody can't eavesdrop on you. And there's a lot of investment going in there. Actually, that's not such a big area for the United States right now. In fact, the National Security Administration recommends against some of those technologies like quantum key decryption because of the additional risks and things that propose. So I'll set that one aside for now. The third one is quantum computing, which Laura mentioned. And that one's a lot more further off than certainly quantum sensing. There's a lot of progress and exciting news these days about quantum computers. IBM just last month announced their latest computer that has over 1,000 qubits or quantum bits, which is, just in 2019, I'm sorry, they announced the first quantum computer that had 20 qubits. So they've increased by nearly 2 orders of magnitude over 4 years. But before that's useful, we're going to have to see millions or maybe even tens or hundreds of millions of qubits. So that may be off in the future. But the national security implications of that are that quantum computers could decrypt using things like Shor's algorithm to factor big prime numbers, could decrypt our current encryption standards. So the national security imperative there is to develop and implement post-quantum encryption capability today, so that when that time comes of computers that can decrypt them, we're prepared. So those are just a few of the national security implications. A lot deeper in each one of those.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mosier. General Radke, I'd like to get your take on this. I mean, you have been an important voice in the national security community for a long time, certainly when you were in uniform and definitely in the years since. You have walked the halls, you continue to stay connected to the leaders around all of the national security organizations in the U.S. and internationally. Should we be taking this seriously at this time? I mean, is this a capability that is on the minds of the leadership? And in your perspective, is this something that we really need to spend more time on from a policy standpoint, from an architectural or an integration standpoint? Or are we still kind of looking far out into the future before we can take advantage of these technologies?
Yeah. Well, the short answer, in my opinion, is that quantum technologies are becoming more real every day. Interestingly, about 5 years ago, I was asked to give a speech, and it was at a quantum summit in Toronto, Canada. And interestingly, the title of my talk was Quantum Computing and National Security Considerations. Now, again, this is 5 years ago. And at that time, one distinguished professor who was there predicted that it might actually be 5 to 10 years before any of these quantum machines that we were talking about that day would have the capacity and the accuracy to solve useful problems. So here we are today, standing at the 5 years down point at that projected time frame. And at that Toronto summit, also, and this kind of reflects on what Joel just said just a minute ago, IBM was also there, and their lead scientist noted that they had been doubling the power of their quantum computers since 2017. That's now been more than 6 years. And one thing seems sure, however, today we find ourselves ready to face new and major foundational type changes in the basis of global information processing. In other words, we're really moving from the digital world to the quantum world. And being a guy that came through the analog world and worked into digital world, now we're moving on from digital to quantum. And I think that's one interesting way of thinking about it. And interestingly, earlier today, just today, from the World Economic Forum in Davos, a 5-step quantum security maturity index plan is being presented so that the world leaders there can begin thinking about their futures in a quantum world where they're going to need to chart and measure their living and operating progress in an evolving quantum security world. Now that's being presented to world leaders today at Davos. So yes, is it real? Yes, and people are starting to get very serious about it now. One last thought. Although quantum technology is evolving quickly, I think we all realize that it's still in its very early stages of development.
Thanks so much, John Radke. So it's real, yet somewhat nascent. Certain applications may be farther along than others. Sounds like from both Laura and Joel's comments that the computing side is maybe a little bit further out, specifically with regards to the computational ability to break all encryption. But Laura, this is what we often hear about. We often hear this bell ringer about a quantum computer's potential to break all encryption. Is that what we should be most concerned about right now? What's the likelihood of this? If not this, then what?
Yeah, I mean, look, that's what drew me into the field. Very short story. I was CIA, I was an ops officer, so I was handling recruiting foreign assets, aka spies. And I went out one day to send an encrypted message, and I was with a tech person that I took along with me. And I asked, why do we think that this can't be broken? What is it about traditional encryption? And he gave me a very typical answer. It would take thousands of years for a computer to hack into this message. I said, well, what would challenge that? He said, a quantum computer. I said, well, what's that? And he explained it, very basically to me. And said, well, do they exist yet? And should this be something that I'm worried about as I'm handling assets? And he said, well, we just don't know when it'll be, possible. It could be 5 years, could be 10 years, could be 20 or never. And I said, well, that sounds like a real problem. I hope somebody's looking into that. And it's what set me on this journey and eventually joined Inflection as a quantum company. But now that I've been here a lot longer, look, quantum computing is still the holy grail. What capabilities that would unlock would just be, it is unfathomable for a country like the United States to come in second place to something like that. So is it important? Absolutely. Must we continue, the research and development that we're doing in quantum computing? 100%. Is it what we should be most concerned about now, breaking encryption? No. Should we be planting the seeds of how we could combat a future quantum computer, specifically by China, by switching over to post-quantum cryptography now? Yes, but from a concern standpoint, I'm more concerned that we're not getting the dominoes to fall in the right order. And the things that we need to be thinking about in quantum are not just the quantum computers themselves, but the complementary technology and the parts and pieces that you need to truly build the quantum ecosystem. And guess what? We don't have that all in the United States. A lot of it is offshore. But guess what country does have all of that within its borders when you start to break it down and think about what you need to really build these quantum systems? Well, it's China. And they can move so much more quickly than we can because they have military civil fusion. And, we don't want to be China to beat China, but they have a big leg up in their ability to commercialize. Now, they have some hindrances as well. in terms of innovation, you can't move very quickly in innovation when you have such a centralized system in many ways. But there's a lot of the first domino steps that we have to get right. And that goes back to supply chain, making sure that Department of Defense and the intelligence community are buyers, and that we actually start to, put these systems into production and not just, continually talk about them as R&D.
That's a really great point. Let's dive into that part of it a little bit here, because I do think that gets at the crux of the issue right in front of us. Joy, you've talked about many of these other applications of quantum technologies that are more mature. We've been doing clocks for some time. And these do bring certain advantages from a national security perspective. You've talked about the implications. But if we were to think about some of these kinds of applications that are probably the first ones that we would further advance when it comes to potentially the application of these technologies for alternative precision navigation and timing, for example. What do you think is going to draw the government to a broader application of this, and maybe even commercial uses to a broader application of these technologies in their ability to advance PNT, for example? And to Laura's point, how do we begin to move in that direction from an overall scalability standpoint?
Yeah, the great set of questions you ask, and lots of directions we could take this conversation. But it's a pretty exciting time, particularly from the quantum sensing perspective, and the fact that there's commercial companies that can produce small scale, small swap atomic clocks, and sensors are coming out of the laboratory and into demonstrations and applications. So a lot of very exciting things are going to happen as that goes on, as we start seeing more and more of these tools, these quantum tools, put into the hands of users and operators. We'll find more and more uses of them. I mean, just think of things like GPS. I mean, when we put it up, that was a military system for navigating ships at sea, and now it controls a $4 trillion a year economy, including Uber and everything else. So we're going to find applications for these things, and we need to be ahead of that. One of the things that I've seen throughout my career as a technologist is some of these emerging things that get promised that they're coming, they're right around the corner. Things like fusion energy or quantum computers we hear about them for a long time, and we can become a little bit disillusioned because it does take time for these things to mature. But once they sort of cross a threshold of where they become things that you can actually hold in your hand and use, that's when chaos and amazement and disruption happen. That's when the really surprising things come out of it. So we need to be in front of that curve and making sure that we're paying attention to the field. Quantum computers are not at all like classical computers. They're a very different thing. They solve a very different kind of problem. And we need to be thinking now of the types of problems. I mentioned Shor's algorithm that factors big numbers using quantum computers. That was developed by Peter Shor back in the 1990s, in 1994. So, mathematicians and folks doing algorithms have been thinking about how to apply algorithms to quantum computers for a long time. Once we have them, just imagine how many different applications. We can think about things like the merger of quantum computing and machine learning or artificial intelligence. That's not necessarily a thing right now. There's no particular field of merging those two, but it could be a breakthrough, something that gives us stepping stone to very much higher levels of general artificial intelligence. So we really need to be paying attention right now in the history of this sort of hinge of history moment when the technologies are coming out. And Laura's right. We need to be paying attention to things like supply chain and industrial base and people who have the education to deal with these things. All of those are things that are right here in front of us today from a national security perspective that we need to be paying attention to and taking very seriously.
Kim, if I could just add something to what Laura and Joel just mentioned. I'll tell you, when Laura mentioned earlier, and you brought up in your question about encryption being broken, this is the thing that stymied me and has concerned me and a lot of other people for quite some time. But, as things continue to evolve, we're starting to hear now about quantum resistant algorithms that are now starting to be developed. And, networks in the future using quantum style safe key distributions are now starting to be deployed. And that will be very important, to protect our most sensitive secrets. But that's going to take some time for sure.
Okay. Yeah, good. So a few more specific applications that more and more of us are becoming familiar with. This idea of quantum keys, quantum key distribution. Definitely seeing more discussion of that in terms of a commercialized capability. Joel talks about where we are with this hinge in history and the potential for quantum to be connected to other rapidly emerging technologies to further increase the competitive advantages that those technologies can provide on a force multiplying level. And yet the critical need to be aware of the fact that there's limited, if any, supply chain to support some of these things. Even though we're starting to see some of them in the early stages of deployment. So what gives, Laura? How do we begin to think about transitioning out of the lab into the field, into operations? What's going to be needed from the government? What's going to be needed from commercial industry? How do we start to move this out into transitioning these technologies into commercial use?
Yeah, well, just a greater sense of urgency is absolutely needed. When you think about the next war, assuming that it would be with China, GPS could be obsolete. They're going to take out GPS capabilities. So when we think about really transitioning this technology into the field, that's a great use case of, how do we make sure that we can still navigate and that we can still communicate if GPS is taken out? And one thing that is transitioning now are some of the work that, my company's doing with optical atomic clocks, basically clocks that are small enough. Eventually you start to hit cost curves where you get them cheap enough and small enough for the manufacturing that you start to create distributed timing networks and that you don't have to rely on GPS in the same way. That's critical. It's completely within the realm of fieldable within the next 3 years. The challenge is it's building out the manufacturing lines and consolidating the supply chain that you need to do it at scale. And that's where we really have to have a solid industrial policy. And it's very analogous if you look back to the days of the semiconductor era and what it really took to get semiconductors out of the lab and into the field was the U.S. government was a big buyer, specifically Department of Defense. And I think that's where we are right now with quantum too. We need the government to step in and buy. Grants are great. I don't know of companies that necessarily wants to turn down a grant, but to really get the private capital off the sidelines, the government has to show a demand signal by buying. The private capital's there. The government can't just rely on private capital to fuel this all the way through, though.
Okay, so here's then a follow-up question that I'll pose for both Joel Radege and Dr. Mosier. What's holding the government back? Both of you have worked in government. You've either worked in industry or you've worked around industry quite extensively. What is holding back the government officials from actively looking to experiment with, deploy, transition and scale these technologies? Is there some gap in understanding? Is there some gap in communication collaboration? Is there something that the government's getting wrong about quantum? Is there something that quantum industry is getting wrong about government so that they're just not talking it on the same page? What's going on here? Joel Radke, let's start with you, and then we'll go to Joel.
Well, thanks. I think that's you've asked a question that we ask ourselves all the time, repeatedly. I think quite often that what government officials often underestimate is how fast quantum actually could be developed in various applications by industry, given the right resources like people, money, and encouragement. You know, I think about Oppenheimer projects and those types of things, you know, that we can really get going in industry. On the other hand, I think the quantum industry officials often don't realize how, given a critical requirement or need, a government can move very quickly with incredible influence, power, and resources. And however, I guess I have to say that one big differentiator, however, between the government and industry is that government leaders in national security must deal with and make decisions that involve very significant stakes, human life, quite often. And if they choose wrongly, move too slowly, or do nothing at all, they have a problem.
Yeah, I agree with that. And, you know, one of our strengths in the Department of Defense is that we have processes for developing our force, you know, so we come up with concepts and we study them and war game them and develop doctrine and strategy around them and then acquire them and field them. But that's a strength because it gives us very robust capabilities. It's a weakness in that process takes a long time. Sometimes, you know, when you get POM cycles involved in that, it can take many years. It can take 20 to 30 years to go from an idea to a fielded system. And in this world of advanced technology, accelerating technology that spreads around the globe faster than any time in history, we have to be able to find ways to not necessarily short circuit that robust process, but to find on-ramps for new technology that we can be more agile, get them into play more quickly. And that's, you know, that's true for a lot of emerging technologies today. Quantum is one of them, but just think about artificial intelligence or space technologies or biotechnology and hypersonics. There's a lot of those that they're coming at us faster than our old systems can deal with. So for quantum, I think one of the challenges we have is because it's not here today, it's risky to invest in it, or at least you know, the traditionalists or the force development folks that are doing things are averse to taking that risk. We have to get beyond that because we have to get in front of these technologies before adversaries get a hold of them. So just adopting a stronger risk posture, or a more liberal risk posture in adopting these new technologies and leveraging, you know, what industry is already investing in and putting out that demand signal will help. But, you know, it is a lack of a sense of urgency in some cases to get this done, because we're going to, you know, it was just a year ago that we saw ChatGPT appear on the stage, and just think about what we've done over the last year, and as a nation and as a society, kind of reacting to that transient in terms of policy and technology. The same thing will happen in the field of quantum technology over time. We just need to be prepared for it.
Yeah, Joe, I would just follow up with over the last few years, I've been hearing also about how our adversaries are investing so much more, like 20 times what we're investing. So they're racing for the prize. And we have to be also aware of that and factor that into our thinking.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would add to that. Colonel Boyd, the OODA loop sort of creator, said bureaucracies don't change absent a disaster. And do we really want to wait until there's a disaster, with China announcing some major advancement in quantum that, we just thought, it'll take them 5 years, 10 years, and then it comes out tomorrow. Where does that leave us? Are we really okay doing that? I don't think so. I don't think that's the world. That's not the world I want to live in. So, a lot of these technologies on the sensing side, there's still much to be done, and they're not so mature that you're going to instantly deploy them in a system where, a soldier's life or death could be on the line. But you could have redundant quantum sensors in platforms now to test and show and to give that demand signal. There is no quantum program of record right now. What we really need on the Department of Defense side is a service to step up and say, you know what, this is what we need. We see the prototypes. We see the vision. We know that you could get to these specs. And when you do, and if you do, we'll start to deploy them. And here's the roadmap for doing it. We don't have that roadmap.
That's a really good point. All of these points are good. Laura, you talked a little bit earlier about the supply chain, but you also talked about kind of these tangential capabilities that are going to be needed once we get beyond testing and experimenting, which I agree with you, it's absolutely critical. And to be able to do that alongside, some of our established capabilities is a good way to do it. But we still have to have some other capabilities in place, I would think, such that this new deployment of quantum capabilities can be scaled. What needs to happen in industry to prepare for a future that's going to leverage and advance quantum technologies?
Well, one thing is we need companies that are willing to plant a flag and support, the U.S. and its national security mission. And, they exist. I know they exist. I'm with one. There are others out there. So that, that's good. One challenge that the industry has is, there's a lot of hype in quantum too. And that can be good sometimes for going out and getting investment when you're painting the picture of what could be, what the future could entail. It can also, when it doesn't come to plan according to timescales predicted, that can backfire. And it can certainly backfire if you're talking to government officials and they just think that you're selling them on something rather than, truly trying to figure out the needs of the mission and how to support the warfighter or anyone, forward deployed. So, I think there's a reckoning that the industry itself sort of has to look inward and say, how much are we contributing to some of the misinformation about quantum in the hype cycles? How can we correct that? At the same time, companies, I think when you think about supply chain, they need to be really careful where they source their material. And it's not just, you can't ask a company to do that just based on national security concerns, because the company lives or dies by money coming in the door. Are they going to survive? Are they going to be able to make payroll? And if they can buy something in China that's 10 times cheaper than what they could buy it if they sourced it in the US, you're putting a company in a really hard position to say no, because it's either, buy in the US, spend a lot of extra money and go out of business, or buy potentially from China. So, but I do think we need companies who think about that a little bit more from the economic perspective, not just the national security perspective. At any point, supply chain coming out of China is so fragile and it can just be cut off like that. So we need companies to really think deeply about their supply chains. But again, it goes back to, we need the government to be a good buyer and give that demand signal that will spur a lot of the commercial side of this market as well.
Are there critical gaps in the supply chain? And when it comes to trying to figure out how to manufacture these quantum capabilities for broad use, what are the limitations that exist that we have to overcome?
Some of the supply chain is two guys in a garage in the US. When you think about trying to scale a technology in order to bring the costs down and build the manufacturing lines that you would need to truly bring down the size, 2 guys in a garage is not going to suffice. So yeah, that's a major challenge that we have to overcome. Laser technology is a big piece of it as well. Photonics. A lot of that, there's certainly a laser industry in the United States, but a lot of it is in Europe, and certainly there's quite a bit in China too. So it's about bringing all of these things together, consolidating them, at least in the United States. And from, at least my company's standpoint, of all of that, what do we need to do vertically in-house in order to control our own future? And it's, I think quite a lot.
Joel, what do you think some of the limiting factors are with regards to shoring up the supply chain, establishing effective means to mass produce capabilities for advanced quantum sensing or timing capabilities that might be on the nearer horizon?
Yeah, it's absolutely an issue that we need to deal with. And part of the, I wouldn't want to forget, Laura mentioned that we need a demand signal coming from government. So on our side, we need to be thinking through, again, doing the strategy, the wargaming, the playing out of concepts to figure out, what pieces do we need the most and soonest so that we can, go after those first and then look at the supply chain pieces. And I think absent that kind of demand signal, we're kind of fishing a little bit in the dark and trying to solve all problems at once. So that's something we can do that. And another piece related to supply chain and manufacturability, a lot of this is engineering problems that the physics has been worked out for 100 years. And now we're getting to the point where we're engineering solutions. And that's, we need people to do that. We need educated people who know how to do advanced manufacturing, advanced engineering in these kinds of fields. So we need to invest as a nation in that. Similarly, we mentioned, about the hype and the a lot of hype that's around the quantum technologies field. We need smart folks on the government side. I'm sitting in the middle of the physics department at the Air Force Academy right now. That's a perfect place where we should be training new officers that are going into the Department of the Air Force and Space Force in quantum information science and quantum technology, so that at least they don't have to be experts in it, but they at least need to know how to separate the hype from the reality and the wheat from the chaff and understand as technologists and military strategists how to best use it. So I think there's a two-way conversation that needs to be developed there.
Yeah, great points. Joel Rigg, I'm going to give you the last word here. Joel has certainly reinforced the importance of wargaming and exercises that go along with Laura's point about testing out these capabilities in real-world environments. And certainly those kinds of capabilities also lend themselves to increasing the knowledge and understanding about the capabilities, about the technology. It has an educational component too. Laura has hinted at the fact that 2 guys in a garage aren't gonna cut it, meaning to me that we probably have a limited supply of talent that is actually skilled at developing these capabilities for broad government and commercial uses. What are your thoughts on all of this, and specifically the education and skills that might be needed to move us into a future with quantum?
Yeah, Laura, I guess you reminded me when you talked about 2 guys in a garage. I guess those are the guys that get in their truck, 2 guys in a truck, and go around also to sell their wares. But anyway, the question about what kind of education and skills are going to be needed here in the future with quantum, certainly the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are STEM is a great place to start. And of course, we've got shortages there normally. And so we really need to have that build up. But like any other discipline, there's numerous additional skill sets and educational areas that are going to be required, everything from human resources and budgeting and finance, traditional business operations. It's not just technology. But who knows, in the future going forward, there may even be some sort of a quantum information science degree that is offered in universities. And for sure, going into the future, everyone, as witnessed today at Davos, people are getting immersed a little bit in what it's going to take in quantum that they need to be thinking about in the future. But there needs to be a basic understanding of quantum technologies going forward. And, thus there's really a proper mix of education, outreach, understanding, training, and preparation that's going to be required of all of us going forward. And when Joel mentioned United States Air Force Academy, my goodness, maybe a future Miss America will come out of there at some point or be able to talk for part of a talent, of a quantum information science type experience or degree that she would have. And we're very proud of Miss Colorado the other night being selected as Miss America, a pilot, an Air Force Academy grad. Anyway, I'll end on that high note.
Thank you so much, General Radigi. Absolutely agree that having more notable and noticeable role models out there who can help bring forward the importance of these kinds of emerging technologies, the critical nature of them, and have the degrees in the background to support future advancements of those technologies, whether it's from a policy standpoint, whether it's from a warfighting operational user standpoint, or whether it's from a technology development standpoint, is really important. We've got to increase the overall education across the board and the skills that are needed to really drive these technologies. I want to thank you, General Radigi, for being a part of this panel. Also, Dr. Joel Mosier, Laura Thomas, thank you so much for your really insightful points of view about the critical implications of quantum technologies, the applications of quantum technologies that are very real, very much in front of us, particularly in the area of sensing and timing, key distribution, certainly in the future, more and more quantum computing, encryption capabilities that we've got to get and stay in front of are all very critical. But as Laura, you point out, we need that demand signal from the government. These rapidly emerging technologies that have such an important impact on our national security have to be driven by government interest and investment, by government demand to really apply these technologies to meet our national security needs and fill gaps, prevent us from the threats that could be posed, for example, with a day without GPS. So we've got to get after these things. We've got to experiment. We've got to war game them, as Joel points out. And we've got to fundamentally focus on building out a supply chain in the U.S. With U.S. industry partners, a defense industry base that can really bring these capabilities to bear for all of our national security needs and certainly for our future prosperity. So thank you again for being a part of this, for being a part of America Future Series, and we'll look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kim.
risk year after year after year on purchasing things like munitions, because you can purchase 80% of your target budget on munitions. You can't purchase 80% of a ship. You might try, but you can't do it. And so munitions was a place where the Pentagon took risk over many years, over many administrations. I was a part of it. The consequence of that also then is the industrial base shapes itself around that consistent demand signal over the years. So not only were warehouses not full, but when we tried to surge, we didn't have the people, we didn't have the factories, we didn't have the supply chains lined up because we hadn't tried to do that for years. So this supplemental is not just about the geopolitics of supporting those three countries and the debates that we should have on that. It's also about supporting the industrial base and getting our supplies back to where they need to be. So the supplemental money, yes, most of it stays in the United States in order to refill our own warehouses, our own supplies, and it allows us to modernize at the same time and support and build up that industrial base that we now realize needs to retain some type of surge capacity. That capacity itself is a capability that we'd sort of lost focus on until this invasion of Ukraine. So I think
want to get to go ahead.
List where I'm optimistic and pessimistic. I'm a perpetually disappointed optimist. Although I think Washington's finally beating that out of me. But I am worried about the supplemental. It is not just about continuing to support Ukraine. It has the Middle East in it. It has Taiwan in it. But it also is an important aspect for our own security and shoring up our industrial base. So I'm afraid that could be a victim of all of this. There is bipartisan support for it. I think if you just put it on the floor of the House and the Senate wide open, it would win pretty resoundingly. But it's getting caught up in the sort of narrow margins of the Hill right now and how things have been operating for years.
One of these days we always, it's funny that, my career has spanned more than 3 decades now as has yours. And actually we've been in a period of budgetary abnormality more than we've been in budgetary normalcy, which is just incredible. Let me take you to the PPBE. For anybody who's not paying attention, it's the planning, programming, budgeting, and execution process. It dates to the Kennedy administration, really in many respects, and certainly the Johnson administration. You were part of the commission working to reform that. A lot of buy-in from the department. Bob Hale doing a terrific job chairing that. Ellen Lord and many others also involved in it. The interim findings were out last year. The final report comes out this year. How is this materially going to change how we plan, Eric? Because time and again, we find that some of these organizational, bureaucratic, and mechanical processes are what actually keep us from moving as quickly and actually deploying money at the speed we need to deploy it and with the effectiveness we need to deploy it.
So just on the timeline, the final report comes out in March. We're going over the final text right now. It is a really amazing set of commissioners. Many, if not all of whom have worked together for years, both sides of the aisle. A lot of expertise there. A lot of people who feel they've been victims of the PPP system over the years. But I want to start by saying there's a lot of good in that system. It brings everyone to the table. It forces real conversations where tough issues are put up against each other. Everyone has an opportunity, in fact, has to really contribute. And make sure that the building and the planners account for out-year expenses, that it's not just 12-month budgets one after another, that if you're going to buy something or maintain something, you've built the tail into the budget, you're showing your homework. I worked with someone from the Department of Veterans Affairs who said, he came over to DOD, you may not like the system, but at least you have a system. But we do recognize that it is not agile enough to keep pace with how fast and how iteratively technology is developed and fielded these days. And so strong interest on the Hill to do something about this, to be supportive of change. I speak today as a commissioner, not for the commission. We'll do that when the report comes out. But the Hill asked us to do a lot of things in this commission. So there are a lot of elements to this that we're reviewing. But for me, I started like a lot of experienced Pentagon people thinking, let's give the building more agility And then very early on, an appropriator said to me, well, let's not do that just to allow the Pentagon to be more feckless in its planning. And then, of course, we realized Congress has a job to do. We're a congressional commission, actually, a congressional advisory commission. So I don't expect they're looking for us to come back and just point fingers at what Congress can do differently. So to me, it's sort of three elements. The building needs more agility. A. B, it needs to be tied more clearly and directly to the strategy, which is a part of what we're looking at to make sure that the planning process really links to the strategy. And if you look at the timelines of recent years, the strategy tends to come out after the planning has started. And then third, the building Pentagon, the Department of Defense has to do all those important back office things, which are not interesting to a lot of people, but are a critical part of this. So they can account for what they're doing and how they're spending money better and more quickly and more iteratively. So if Congress does grant some agility, and a big part of the Pentagon budget can go through a slower, more thoughtful process. So, it's a part of it. But if Congress gives the Pentagon more flexibility with the tools that it has for certain parts of the budget, it should expect in return that it will be able to monitor that more closely. So we want this report not just to help the Pentagon move faster with the private sector, with technology that's coming out of industry writ large. We want this report to also have ideas. It will have ideas to make Congress's job easier.
And it's great to see that Congress saw the need for change, and in fact, Deputy Defense Secretary Kath Hicks has been working with you guys to adopt many of these processes. So it's not like one of these things where you guys are proposing a whole bunch of things that are actually going to go aren't going to go anywhere.
We had endless numbers of interactions at all levels, inside and outside of government, Department of Defense, the Hill. Recognizing change needs to take place, but we don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. There's a lot in the process that helps decision makers make good decisions.
I love your line that there are two kinds of people who visit PPBE on other people and those who have had it visited upon them. But exactly, there are great elements and foundational elements of that. Let me take you to the defense industrial strategy, because I do want to get to supply chain, which is something critically important. And time and again, on virtually every new weapon we're trying to produce, it's 3 years by the time we can get there, even with accelerated planning. Obviously, we have to make design modifications, facilitization, and get people in place. Last week, Dr. Laura Taylor Calais, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Industrial Base Policy at the Department, rolled out the nation's first ever explicit defense industrial strategy. I know you and your team have been consulting on it, as many industry leaders have been. Some people say they're a little bit underwhelmed, or rather they say it's a great diagnosis of the problem. But the question is the implication, and we know there's a highly classified annex that goes with this, so it might not be that readily apparent what the key drivers and needle movers on this are. From your standpoint, looking at this as the head of AIA, how is this meaningfully going to change planning, budgeting, investment, management of an industrial base, a national security industrial base that broadly includes commercial industry as well, which the document works to try to do, right? It gets out of that defense purely defense hothouse.
Well, I'm encouraged. We still are early in the process because really the details matter about how to get at these problems. I think it's a good diagnosis. And I think Laura Taylor Calais and her team have been great at engagement. They have been making the rounds to industry in the broadest way possible, not just with AIA, to really kind of understand everyone's perspective on this. And it builds on some important things in this area done in the previous administration too. So I think there's a realization, we used to shy away from industrial-based policy, and it wasn't always something the Pentagon was very good at, sort of fits and starts historically. But we have a little momentum here. But we'll see, now that we've diagnosed some problems, what we're going to do about them. Because I worry that that team, the industrial-based policy team in the Pentagon, won't necessarily be supported with resources. In the end game, to fix these problems costs money somewhere. And in the end game, sometimes investing in industrial-based policy doesn't compete well against other things that you might want, because you're really talking about investing in a possibility, something that's notional, some capacity that you just want to protect in case you need it, versus something you can actually park out on the ramp or send out to sea. So we'll watch that, because what can happen sometimes in the absence of resources, government will then put the requirements on the industry side, and the burden sharing ratio gets out of kilter a little bit. But ultimately, that costs the government money too, because as you put more requirements on industry, that costs money. And so we'll see what happens here. But I'm encouraged by a couple of things. I think it is a collaborative, collegial approach, recognizing that government and industry it's an incredibly important partnership, and it is a competitive advantage for us over China. The Chinese government may have more levers to control, but I think our system moves resource innovation and fosters innovation much better than the Chinese government system. And so we should recognize as a partnership. Second, it recognizes that we got here after years and years and years of decisions about how we invest, and also years and years and years of budget instability, which is bigger than the Department of Defense. And so I'm encouraged that we're in a good place to have conversations about realistically how we can get at some of these issues and have a strengthened industrial base that not only has more capacity now, but has the ability, the capacity for more capacity when we need to tap into it.
Let me take you to supply chains. As I mentioned, almost everything that we're trying to produce, even with increased investment dollars, is running 3 years behind. Right? It's a little bit like quantum computing, right? The joke was it was always 5 years away. Now almost everything is 3 years away, even if it's a priority item. How the industry has been investing in its supply chain, which is a supply chain of supply chains, right? Each and every single element of this has its own supply chain. Are we making any progress? And how do we need to be thinking about this, right? I mean, because a concern industry has, again, when it comes to defense industrial strategy, is if you spend it, we will invest as long as there's going to be sustained demand. We don't want to make millions of artillery shells in 2 years and then never produce another artillery shell for another decade, right? And we're even seeing that in the proposed budget, despite all the talk about the importance of having submarines in that budget, we may not have as many submarines in that budget as folks have said they want. Where are we on this? Is there the stewardship? Are we making the progress we need to be? And if not, what do we need to be doing, Eric?
Well, first, we had years on the defense side, on the non-defense side of the customer, in the case of defense, the Department of Defense, the U.S. government, really trying to drive down cost, which makes a lot of sense. But when you spend years really prioritizing that, industry will respond and will build its, on the defense side, what's interesting is you kind of have this enormous industry with a single customer. And it shapes the contours of the industry that supports it. I think of it as a simple analogy of the Department of Defense treating industry like a hardware store, that they buy something and then 20 years later, if they want another one, they walk around the corner and they just pick one up. Well, my local hardware store has thousands and thousands and thousands of customers and a network of millions and millions of customers, which levels out that demand. If the Department of Defense doesn't buy a hammer for 20 years, there's no way to make a hammer. The factory shut down, the workforce is moved someplace else, the supply chain is let go. And so that's something that's important to think about. And you mentioned shipbuilding. One of the shipbuilding CEOs I worked with talked about something in the Navy called the slash chart, which I was probably responsible for at one point in my life, which is a one-page PowerPoint slide that shows, how many different types of ships they're going to buy year over year and how the budget in 1 year has changed from the last one. So you may slash your destroyers from 3 to 2 in 1 year. Shipyards can't change and adjust like that in a year's time. And so there has to be some consistency there, considering what it is industry has to put together in order to deliver. And then you mentioned something important. So Russia invades Ukraine. Why can't we ramp up overnight? we have to point out it was years and years and years of decisions that were made that created the industrial base that makes munitions that couldn't surge. Then, okay, we're going to give you some money so you can surge next year because we're at war right now. That's not good for industry either. If you want industry to invest its money, and by the way, there's a lot of private investment that supports the defense industry and that works to our advantage. It's something the department can leverage. And so we want to incentivize that. And by the way, the Defense Industrial Policy Report that came out recognizes the value of private investment in this ecosystem. If you really want to marshal that, mobilize that, at a profit rate that's lower than what you see in technology, for example, they have to know that there's going to be some sustained and stable demand signal that they can build to. This up and down thing is very hard to plan for and makes it harder for these companies to attract the type of investment that they need in order to do the things the department wants.
We have about a minute left, and I want to get your take on the hangover from COVID. Some of the smartest analysts I know you can't talk about anything specific, especially with a member company as important as Boeing and the challenges they're having now. But there is a sense among analysts that the reason we're in this problem is, generational pandemic, crash in passenger air travel, no pun intended, sharp decline. And then folks stopped building airplanes because people didn't need airplanes. There was a great retirement. And now as we are getting back out of it, we're finding supply chain problems across the entire ecosystem. We're finding there aren't as many of the folks we need. And even on the commercial air travel system, the FAA is struggling with a lot of near misses as the system has come back to 2019 demand. From your standpoint, how long is it going to take? How much of this is an aftermath of COVID? How reasonable do we have to be that it's actually going to take some time to dig our way through this? And do we need any different approaches to try to help get back to where we need to be overall for the production ecosystem, the air travel ecosystem, et cetera?
Well, I'd start by saying how important safety is to the entire ecosystem. And I was reading something from James Fallows last week, who's a pilot himself, saying that the aviation safety that you find in the United States and Europe is a modern technological marvel, and that even today, it's the safest form of transportation by far there is. He says it's safer to fly than to take a walk or sit in a chair. Statistically, which is a remarkable thing to think about when we have this conversation. The impact of COVID, it's impossible to overstate what that did to the commercial airline industry, both the manufacturers, the airlines themselves, everything ground to a halt, cash flow ground to a halt. Really hard decisions had to be made very quickly that do take a while to get out of. Workforce decisions, supply chain decisions. But it wasn't just COVID. Again, we don't find ourselves into places quickly. Usually, there's years of decisions that are made, and I don't think there's any one thing that I'd point at right now. Workforce is an issue all around. I think that's stabilizing at the big part of the industry side, though still a problem in the supply chain. I worry about what we're producing in that pipeline. If you look 10 years ahead, particularly in the engineering side, a lot of schools are now engineering and computer science. And while they look to be growing, if you look more closely, the computer science part is growing, not necessarily the engineering, many of the engineering aspects of it. So we have to keep our eye on all this because these are long-term ongoing struggles. But that workforce issue is also a problem on the FAA side. I think we have underinvested in the FAA for many years. That reauthorization is up this year. It's critically important. And my headline when I talk about the FAA is we need to make sure they have the right workforce in order to be the best partner they can with industry. And they need some systems updates, just like we were talking about DoD, and that requires investment. They're working on some old systems and are really doing the people they have, I think, are doing heroic jobs keeping that all together and working with that. And so we need to take a look and make sure that we are investing properly for the future to maintain that unbelievable level of safety that we have today in aviation.
Eric, thanks so very much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Terrific conversation as always. And David, thanks again to you and your team for organizing this great conference. Thanks very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Thank you, Vago. Thank you, Eric. That was a fantastic discussion. Really appreciate you wrapping up the day with us, being a sort of a keynote of the entire program for the day. Really interesting and very powerful. Thank you so much. With that, I'd like to bring on our host and sponsor for the two-day summit, Ken Peterman, Chairman, CEO, and President of Comtech. Ken always does a great job summing up the day and crystallizing the key takeaways. Ken, thanks again for being our title sponsor. And with that, I'd really love to hear what you think of the conversations that you were able to tune in today and the ones you heard.
Well, thank you, David. I'll tell you, I enjoyed the day. I thought they started off on just the right note with someone we all respect and admire, the former secretary, the Honorable Ellen Lord. I think Ellen was artful in articulating the challenges we face, being a democracy, and having a budgeting process and an acquisition process that can be quite, deliberate, and how we need to unleash the innovation potential of our economy in order to compete with countries like China, where their blended economy of military and their blended economy and military are essentially one and the same. Ellen spoke with Congressman Ken Calvert and his National Security Advisor, Bryn Wollicott, about a wide variety of issues as well as potential solutions, which is really key because I think we always need to stay focused on what is working and what we can do now to solve our most challenging problems, not just talk about it. Next, we had Comtech's own Daniel Gazinski hosting a conversation about commercial space assets. This conversation touched on how we're investing in them, protecting them, always bearing in mind their strategic importance. These, among many other important issues. It was great to have thought leaders join Daniel, people like Kevin Steen of OneWeb Technologies, Scott Shemriff of Iridium, and Sam Visner, who is a tech fellow at the Aerospace Corporation and the chairman of the Space ISIC. They all joined him. I always think it's important to have people with both technical and leadership experience like these talk about both the high-level implications and also some of the technical challenges we face. We then remain focused on the space theme with Major General Heather Pringle, who leads the Space Foundation, being joined by the head of AI and software at Carnegie Mellon, Paul Nielsen, and Stephen Kittay, who helped lead Microsoft's Azure program. While this is a really broad national security summit, I love it when we look at the future, especially when we focus on cutting-edge disruptive technologies like AI. I really think it's important for us to understand that to get the most out of our investments and work in space, we have to leverage technology as much as possible. Payloads and personnel are simply far too precious. Humans are going to need as much help as possible from technology if we want to work in space, reap its benefits, and eventually live in space. This has always been one of the challenges that space presents, and it causes us to really hone our skills and focus on what matters, as space propels us in so many exciting new directions. So many advancements have come from the exploration of space. I believe space will be a huge catalyst for advancing AI and other technologies we haven't even imagined yet. I also thought it was interesting to have former FBI profiler Jana Monroe, who's known for being the inspiration for Clarice in Silence of the Lambs. She talked about other facets of security, namely cyber and physical security. A little farther afield was the discussion you had regarding declining birth rates across the world and their impact on economies and political stability. I'm not sure how many people know this is a potential problem or have given thought to what the implications may be. I do think it's something leaders should be fully aware of, especially those responsible for long-term strategic thinking in national security. I really like that we continue to look at critical, emerging, and game-changing technologies. There was a really fascinating discussion on quantum technology, and I thought Kim Kreider, Lieutenant General Rudige, Dr. Moser, Laura Thomas, they did a fantastic job making these complex concepts both understandable and relevant. Quantum is something that's going to change computing. It's going to change AI and many other aspects of our lives in really profound ways. So I'd encourage anyone who missed this to find it on AFS's YouTube channel. Give it some time. It won't disappoint. We finished the day with a great conversation with former Secretary of the Army Eric Fanning, who was hosted by our friend Vago Meridian, who is the editor of Defense and Aerospace Report. I felt this sort of bookended the day by focusing on big picture, long-term strategic issues and threats and how we as a nation must come together to deal with them. So all in all, I think it was a great mix of highly relevant topics, thought-provoking content. We had well-known thought leaders, people with relevant experience and deep domain expertise. David, as you usually do. I'm really glad this content will be available on your America's Future Series YouTube channel. It'll give viewers an opportunity to review these important discussions, perhaps even watch them more than once, and see the ones they may have missed. and share them with colleagues. So again, thanks for a truly fantastic day one. We'll see you back here tomorrow on day two.
Fantastic, Ken. Really appreciate it. Have a great evening.